powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
interview from your favorite sports personality, and today is going to be a revealing, exciting. Today we are in the home of where an idea was born. You asked me what idea, but that idea led to the formation of one of the biggest clubs in Ghana, that is Accra Hospital. Where I'm standing currently is the Oak Tree, Accra Hospital. This is the oak tree. This is where Asafo conceived the idea of forming a club. That is Accra Hasafo, and they formed it right here in this compound. Today, it's all going to be history about Accra Hasafo, how it all started, the people that were involved, and what even brought about the formation of Accra Hasafo. We are bringing you a lot of history from your favorite club, and it's going to be exciting.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Untold Stories, and we are sitting right under the oak tree. The tree located in the spiritual home of Accra Hasafo. This is where it all started for Accra Hasafo. This is where the idea was conceived. It was formed. The players slept in this house. This is where they wore their jerseys. This is where everything started for Accra Hasafo. We will be having some discussions with the great-grandson of Asafo Nete, and he is called Mr. Darlington Nete, and also Mr. Amate, who is a former staff of Accra Hasafo. He was there when they were winning the CAF Champions League, conquering Africa and all that. He has a lot to share with us on today's episode of the Untold Stories, and I will be doing this with my colleague Michael Insian Osho. You are welcome on the show. Your great-grandfather started it all. What is the secret behind the oak tree?
All right, the secret behind the oak tree is a symbol. You know, the oak tree never shed its leaves. And that comes across the never say die spirit, because whenever it sheds its leaves and there is a little drizzling, you see it sprinkling up again. So that symbolizes the never say die spirit. This is how it all started. And Asafo Christopher Bamfonete is a captain that helped the British some years back ago to capture the Prempeh the First. Then it was later on taken to Seychelles. Was invited by the Queen herself to Seychelles. This made him so famous and so popular. He came back and built a structure. In front of this house was a field where he organizes derbers, because as he is famous, he's getting foreign visitors visiting day in and day out.
So that was in front of this house?
That was the immediate field in front of the house over there. Okay. So this is where it all started. Accra Hasafo was formed by 11 people, which Asafo Christopher Bamfonete is the masterminder of everything. So
okay, so I think then that is the idea behind the House 11. Oh
yeah, that's the House 11. Yes. So you know, the team was here to entertain. He really formed the team to entertain his visitors. Okay. You see, and this is how it all started. Okay. So it was purposely to entertain his visitors. Yes. When he has international, people coming from abroad, then they will play to entertain. Yes, they're going to play the derby, and afterwards they're going to play football. You know, there might be definitely an opposite team to play with their crowds of open. This is how it all started. Okay.
The team was official at dawn on the 11th day, the 11th month, the 11th hour, and the 11th year. Okay. And that day was Friday when it was finally at dawn. 11, in the 11th hour. And when we refer to history, when we won the Champions League in the year 2000, Emmanuel Sekufo score is 11 goals on the 11 seconds of the second. But what's so special about the number 11? The old man from the team, they know the spirit behind it. Okay. Or they were 11. Okay. And everything was done on the 11. Okay. So that's what we knew. Okay. So then, were the players sleeping in this house? Were they housed here? Yes. The first players that formed the team, were they housed here? You want to answer that? Yes. And this is their press room. Okay. The room here. We have another bigger prayer room over there. Okay. Yeah. And this is where so now, there's two houses. Okay. And then the one at the new town is a prayer room. So this is where where we have our stew as the traditional home. With this where Asafatele stays.
Okay.
And there are
The regalias.
everything there.
Yes.
So this where they sleep, this where they wear their dresses.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is now the traditional home of the town.
Okay.
It's 2 hours.
Okay. Mr. Neke, you spoke about the fact that 11 people formed the club. Those 11 people was it an intention that they were going to be the one playing and then others, I mean, as time goes on, they recruit players?
No, you know, in the starting of everything, there might be people that may have hand in hand in that particular thing. So the old man himself chose the 11. He himself is among the 11.
Okay.
Because he's the mastermind of this whole thing. He knows the secrets behind that 11.
Your great-grandfather might love that number 11.
Yes, he only knows the secret.
Okay.
That's why the son has 11.
It's a mighty thing.
Okay, okay.
And as I could, if I could explain further, like my other brother was explaining, when there is going to be a competition or a play out, the players will not be allowed to go anywhere. While you won't be allowed to even sleep with a woman, because all the consecrations and the purifications are being done right here. When the old man is supposed to take you to the beach, all of you, it doesn't matter your tradition and your status. You have to go with them, bath the sea, come back.
The Kolisi?
No,
the sea itself.
Okay, not the lagoon.
Not the lagoon. No,
okay.
You have to bath the sea, go and swim over there to cleanse. It is believed. So far, what I know is, when you use the sea water to bath, it sometimes cleanses because of the power of salt. You see, so you have to cleanse and come back in. Whereby they are going to use the temple incense, which I don't know how the fancies call it, but when you see the palm nut tree, it shares some tassels.
Yeah.
That is used for purification. All of you are going to be purified. Then you go inside with prayers. You are not just going to sleep, but there may be lighting of candles, different types of color candles, representing the different types of angels and the different types of days.
And this is all done before match day?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, playing a match is not just going to the field. It's like boxing. You cannot just go to the ring and be fighting. It's a matter of spiritual preparation and physical preparation.
So your great-grandfather believed that spiritualism contributes a lot in football?
That is it. It's true.
And currently it does. Do you believe that
it does? That is why in some of the things we have the means. When they say the means, we have people controlling the means. When it's time for football, they go to those people. Let me go see this spiritual man. Let me go see this spiritual man, because they believe it works.
Okay.
And we believe everything that has a name works.
Well, now the song of Accra Hasselhoff, there have been there have been different versions that we've been hearing. Some people say that it is not our roots, but it's our roots. Now you have to tell us which one is the correct pronunciation or the correct words for
arose.
Arose. So it's not our roots.
Arose.
And then
that's
the word be quiet and don't be silly. That is not right.
Okay, so
quiet and cheer us all.
Oh, so it's arose.
That means the past tense of arise.
Be quiet and cheer us all.
We are the famous Hasselhoff. We never say that.
Then when we won the match, singing against the opposition side, that's why it says be quiet
and don't be silly.
Okay, so that was against your opponent. Oh, okay. So the original song is not silly. It's cheer us all. Okay. A lot has actually changed in Hasselhoff.
Yes.
Now we also spoke about the fact that the oak tree means that it doesn't shed its leaves. So it means that is the reason why Hasselhoff we never say die. Now do you think that spirit, that never say die spirit, still persists in the team?
No, if I could say, I'm going to say straight no. And if I may say, the reason behind it is they have neglected their traditional home. Ours is like like Israel and God. Whenever the Israelites go against God, he punishes them until they repent off from their sins. Then they have that victory they want. Quite a number of things has happened. I believe my elder brother knows. They may go to places, they will be told they have to come back to the traditional house. They come, we have to perform what we have to perform for them. They go, they started winning 2-3 matches, promising us they will come back, and they never come back. It has happened severally, and now if I could speak on behalf of my elders, all the elders are angry.
All the elders are angry.
We plan when they come here, when the secretariat and all sort of people come here, we are going to drive them out.
Wow.
We don't need them here until they are going to take heed and respect to this traditional home.
How long has that been happening?
It's more than 7 years now.
More than 7 years?
Yes, I believe my brother knows.
But that's 7 years. I mean, I've read a couple of online stories that stated that they have come to the traditional.
If I may come in, some people just join the team. They don't know the roots because of the craft. Every government has its own way of governing its
people.
Today, you may have the chief executive who don't believe in this, and we tell you, I don't believe in that. He is empowered. Those who believe in it and they follow it, they have an achievement. When you are 2 hours at a time, everything before the week started, we hear our normal rituals which the old men were doing. We follow it and every time. And some of them don't believe it. What is it?
Mr. Neti, is it that over the period, somewhere along the line, the birthright of the team was sold?
This is it. This is it.
Even if you were appointed at the high office of 50 executive, you have to come back to the soul.
You have to put your
and make me transfer before you can say. Today, people are just appointed. You don't know where they're coming from, and they don't even ask the root of the thing.
I will bring in an example. There was a time I was about to go to relegation. We were here. By then Gerard was Gerard is the chairman. So my big brother too was at the secretariat. I have to come there. By then this wasn't the old oak tree. This is just 3 years.
Okay.
I planted this with two of the elders on the 12th of August. That is 2017, 2018. So it's 3 years. The other one is thrice bigger.
But where is the other one?
Yes, when we invoke, according to Nikomasi, I was there. When we invoke the old man, he says, the old wires in the house are now old. They are more than 100 years and over. And fire is going to fall into that. So we have to shoot into the fire into the tree. That's the tender. There was a storm, a tender strike. So the tender strike have entered into the tree, withering within 1 month, 2 months. The tree, all three are withered.
Wow. And you don't think
because this doesn't wither just like that. So when it withered, we have to look for the reason why it does so. So I believe I and my elder brother now went to Uda because we don't want to go to Accra where they are going to tell us stories. So there we were told this is what happened. We have to cut it, trim the roots under, just cut a branch of it and set it back so that we put the corn husk on top. And this is just 3.
Okay, so you planted the seed with the leaf.
We just cut a branch of it.
Okay, of the old one.
Yes. Then we just set it. We will put the husk of the corn on top, tie it, and it started germinating.
Wow. But have you, shown any?
Yeah, the Girard.
Have you shown any interest in, occupying any position? Within the club.
Within the club.
Yeah.
Petition a letter to to Gerard Achin around that time, and secondly to Togbe himself, which he failed to honor the request. Like we had wanted to invite him to come to the house, so that we just detail him much about whatever is made of the team. Because I was remembering right here, there was one white man who came to coach Accra House of Folk, who left. No, just recently.
Frank Luna.
No, he's not coach.
Yes. He came here. He said he was in USA. So he said he couldn't handle this Accra House of Folk without knowing the tradition of the thing. But this man was here. Everything we have to tell the man, he perfect. He was even able to hold the tree, snap pictures, because he believed in something. He made us know in the foreign things there are means in the foreign things. There are means that he used to play their games. And all of the while, all that we heard was he's gone back. You see. So if us don't listen to whatever we are saying in the traditional home, they will go. It's like a child
who has gone astray.
A prodigal son. You will definitely come back home. I want to repeat, this is not the first, second, third, fourth time. In the time of Arizakor, he was visiting the place regularly. So look at the trophies he won.
He came to work. Now he's a person monkey.
Came to Tomio Kind. Yes, he has been coming regularly. Yes, sometimes the prayers have to come. We have to slot sheep, send it to bus stop, prepare food for them. They have to eat together here. And what we believe, or what the old man says, was that togetherness here made the souls and the angels so happy and strong, because there is togetherness. These days you might see a prayer who is a Muslim, some who is a Gan, and the Muslim might not like to come into the tradition to be touched by certain concussions, which is really affecting the team now.
There are so many Muslim and not say
that time they come here.
Newton. Even the prayer room, there are some rituals you have to pass through. You cannot enter that way. You have to go there without even it was quite about even the chapters. They didn't abandon Newton. They didn't abandon Newton. We guys didn't go in there to wear them. It was this current NCC. When I had information that they went to prepare the place. To my understanding was now there. And I'm going there.
I called this guy. Elvis. I have Elvis number, I have Akambi and all sort of. I called Elvis, he told me he's traveling. But then the others were here waiting for him to come, so that we want to. What we plan was we can rearrange things through the charters. Because Togbe will not be Togbe if the charters are running so good. The charters might have more power exceedingly than whatever Togbe is going to say. So this is why we are calling Elvis, so that we see our best, we're going to put things up.
But like we were saying, all these rituals, formally it was done by the chapters. It was done by the chapters with the support of the man. But now all the chapters are not fighting. So the thing lie on the man. So we have a board chairman that don't believe in this.
What can you tell him?
So Mr. Neti, clearly, as you stated earlier, the walls of Accra has support since 1911 to date, as we sit here and speak, started from when Togbe Abede took over the reins of it.
Yes. And if I would like Togbe to see, he should look at my face. I'm the great grandson of Asafa Christopher. He is the cause of everything. He should step down, or he should come, so that we are going to induce into him the right discipline of Accra House of Folk, because Accra House of Folk was trained and molded through a way which he didn't know out of his ignorance. We should come so that we train him that way, so that House of Folk will pick up his seat again.
Does it come as a shock to you to see how he probably is being reluctant, because he's even a traditional leader?
Yes.
To say something about it, yes, he himself is not, I have believed in those things. But those who were being pointed as managing director, Gerard came down, and the answer we brought him here. Apart from that, all of those who came, we said that they don't believe it.
So Nyaho Nyaho doesn't believe.
Nyaho believes.
So my question is, if Togbe doesn't believe and probably wouldn't want to, be involved in it, I think there are other members who believe in, like Dr. Nyaho Tamako. He believes.
You know,
Akambi, I should believe that he also believes.
I don't even want to see that man in this house.
I came to this house to Akambi. We sat down this room. Liberation was pouring. We started with matters, and he promised he Akambi come back.
I don't even want to see that man in this house. Akambi, look.
That will come here.
If this thing will be shown, Akambi, look at me. I don't even want to see you in this house.
Wow.
Any time that you join people and come here, you step back. All those executives that came here and promised that they are going and come with we invited Mr. Moffat, Mr. Monka, the chief spiritual member and assisting the old man some time ago at Newtown. We were able to convince them, and all of them came here and they spoke to them what they're supposed to do. Even recently, when Elvis is not there, there is a certain guy that runs the chapter. He was here. Yeah, I just forgot him.
Yeah. So he was here.
He was here. We have to tell him whatever he's supposed to do. You see, and yes, he took it upon himself that he's going to bring the feedback. He'll never come back. But we don't want to tell you things in secret. On every Tuesday, that particular school over there, I supposed to perform rituals. But
so you don't pour libation anymore?
We have never stopped.
When did you stop pouring libation?
Since they stopped coming here. You know what we do? We only pour libation here when a member of the family has been somewhere. They will tell him, try to visit your traditional house with a bottle of drink so that they pray for you. That is what we do. But we don't do that back on the pastor.
Wow.
So then many one man from Tamani, he visited our secretariat. We don't know him. That I am a boss at Sodoko was there. He told us, this is the first time a family member has captained the team. You are going to win the team. You are going to win the trophy. And that's what you got met. Yes. So this is the first time the family member is leading the team. The old man who formed the team is behind him. And you definitely bring the trophy back home. And
So from what you're saying, then that probably might be the case in recent years. That is how come Hasselhoff at a crash posted have been losing to their actualized protocol.
Yes. Let me tell you something. At every beginning of the season, what we do, like you already said, all players were invited, make rituals for them. Then the Friday night before the commission of the league, there will be Muslim players led by Muslims in the team. Lead the team to Abso Khan, go and make rituals and mocks in his family. And then Sunday, the old man is a strong Anglican.
They carry the stool to the church, he sit on it, sit on it, on the clothes, bring it back home.
Saban led it, joining Nibese, who was then the team manager. He has been worshipped at Holy Spirit Cathedral with the same Anglican. Oh, he has been taking their pictures when you go to the
I saw pictures of that.
Yes. So beginning of this year, Saban did the right thing, followed the tradition, brought the thing to St. Mary's Anglican Church. They started to follow it up to the tradition.
So this question, obviously, I know maybe the answer is, I know the answer that I'm going to get, but I should ask, do you still support Accra?
Why not?
Yes.
We are members of the family. We are members of the family.
It's not just a club, it's a family.
That is why we are able to talk something about the family. We still feel the pain.
It's like a blood in your system.
We are playing Kotoko at this Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday.
And don't see any Sunday.
When was the last time you went to the stadium to watch Hasselhoff?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't go.
You don't go.
You don't go?
No.
I don't go.
When was the last time you did that?
About 8 years ago.
Wow. Wow.
See, we've been telling us stories. And actually, we've losing hope. All the elders, including me, are losing hope in whatever they are doing up there. have been someone who knows the tradition of a thing should induce that knowledge into them so that they come back. Because I believe there are people within the family to convince the elders to take them through the right channel, and there they will see victory. So they were here some time ago. We did for them, and things were going. They won 5 matches after the relegation. They won 5 matches continuously, and when they came back, the relegation they stopped for 1, and they came back. And if I tell you what they asked me to go and do, something simple, I went to do it. They were able to score for 1 and come back. We came here, they were here, Gerard. What was done here by some of the elders, and they won 5 matches continuously. Instead of me to just come and say, thank you, elders. But they have to buy petrol into their cars and come and sit down and wait for you.
Wow.
They don't come. This is what they will come when you have been convinced. They will come, and when something is being done for them, first win, second win, third win,
they forget. So do you see Hasselhoff going on relegation if the right thing is not?
No.
It will happen. We will use Allah's bread to save it.
Okay. Okay, so you will let the worst happen to the team?
Yes.
Okay.
But obviously you love to see a change of mind.
Yes. This is what the elders are with.
Like I was saying when Apu was teaching the dental managers, and he was sorry to mention your name as Thomas Oka, who was in the team manager, who is a member of this family. He knew that he followed everything. That is why most of the supporters sometimes that is a spiritual man. Come friend Tisini or what they Tisini. He knew the root of God. Yeah. So he does everything that is supposed to be done. And look at all the achievements.
Yeah.
When this time as team manager, look at all the achievements. He was in the team that one.
Okay, now, well, I have my one last question. I mean, what were your favorite moments of Accra Hasselhoff? Obviously, there have been some good times that...
Yeah, in the olden era.
Yeah. So, if you can share some with us.
That is what I was regime when we were.
African regime.
Okay.
And Arizako.
Is there any one particular incident that...
You're on that I was going. When we pick up the phone,
okay.
And then the concert, the disaster.
Oh, okay, the May 9th.
Yeah.
The May 9th.
Yes. But beating for
was the best.
I'm telling you. If I have wings to fly, I'll go to it. I'll go to my forefathers, I'll see what I have to see.
You said you were sacked from Hasselhoff because Togbe thought you disrespected him.
I have never used the word Togbe said.
Okay.
Those are the secretariat, those who were basically by them, giving false informations about some of us who are in the team.
Okay.
Some of them are doing some certain things with it. So when we spoke at this, they saw some of us as a threat.
Okay.
So the best thing to remind some of us to leave the office. Okay. Actually, the one who leads the mastermind, they are also been sacked.
Who is that? Okay.
Yes, he masterminded all this.
Oh, wow.
I told him I'm going, and he also followed me. Less than 3 months, he was also fine. I told people, I said, look, I knew you were going. I'm going. You also follow me.
Wow. Wow, it's been quite an interesting discussion with the great-grandson of Afuachenete. Asafuachenete. I don't know why I'm not getting this name right. Asafuachenete and also Mr. Mate. It's been revealing, it's been historical. The song of Hasselhoff, many have been getting this wrong all this while. This is the Untold Stories, and today we were in the traditional home of Accra Hasselhoff. This is where we draw the curtains on today's episode of the Untold Stories. My name is Betty Yosin, and I did this with my colleague, Michael Isiaoche. We'll see you in our next episode. Peace out.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
explain how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak their part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
You know, this music video, everything has changed. Even the way people see me and relate to me is different from as compared to, you know, when I started dancing. You know, people see me as like a star. You know, I get free food.
Working on the whole Beyonce production and then comparing it to what we do here in Ghana, what would you say is the
fastest shoot ever? I don't know what they want.
But this whole encounter, has it affected your prices? Has your prices gone up?
Yeah.
To what percentage?
10K and above.
Ooh. Wow. Lloyd, will you say you are the best dancer in Ghana?
In 2003, he had a terrible experience when he got involved in a road accident. And after this, he decided that nobody else should go through the same experience. So he decided to embark on a nationwide road safety campaign. Our guest today and the ambassador for GhanaWeb's road safety campaign is Vice Osei-Kuffour. We popularly know him as Obo. Big boss. It's saying. It's been so many years, over 16 years since you had this accident. We want to take you back. I'm sure it's not a pleasant experience and nobody would like to recount it, but we want you to go back in time and share the whole experience, when it happened, what happened, how you went through the whole phase.
All right, thank you. And let me begin by congratulating GhanaWeb for embarking on such an initiative, such a campaign. Road accidents, it is something that is a joint responsibility. It shouldn't be one person's responsibility. So, just to your question, in the year 2003, I mean, budding musician, touring around, traveling, performing. On a fateful night, it was the 28th of December, we were scheduled to perform at the carnival, which was, then it was called the Vibrant Street Carnival in Accra. So it was myself, a few of my handlers, and then my PA, his girlfriend, my dancers, you know. So we had my car and then another car behind us, you know. We left home, charged up. I think we had slept, so we woke up around 12 or 1-ish. You know, en route, the carnival. We had the right of way on the Mortuary Road. We had already gone past the Latebiokoshi intersection, so we were almost heading towards Obechebilamte circle. And then there was a military van, a military pickup. I'm sure this was the time where the police were, I think crime had increased around that era, so the police had several patrols going on. And I don't know whether they were chasing somebody or not, because what I remember is we had the right of way, it was late, traffic lights were amber, so we were going straight. So the car, there was no car coming from the other side, and plus we got to the intersection. So when we got to the intersection, I thought I had right of way, so I was moving. So before we could say jack, there was a massive collision. Sadly, one of our friends passed. May her soul rest in peace. And then we all sustained several degrees of injuries, you know.
How long did you spend
to recover?
Yeah.
Give or take about 3 months. About 3 months.
What was the degree of your injury?
It wasn't massive. I had a fractured arm. I had a few cuts, deep cuts on my faces because I think I got in contact with the windscreen, the windshield. And then I had my both wrists. For about 2 months, I couldn't turn any key.
You couldn't move it.
Yeah, I couldn't really use it to. What I remember is I couldn't open my door. So anytime I have to lock my door, somebody has to come and do it for me, you know.
But were any of you in the car wearing your seat belts?
At that time, I think we were all wearing our seat belts. I think at that time we were all wearing our seat belts. So what I attributed that accident to was, it was an accident. So once accidents happen, it was maybe we could have paid more attention from my side as a driver. I could have paid more attention slowed down very much, like slowed down to the barest minimum speed anytime you get to an intersection when traffic lights are amber. Because once traffic lights are amber, it means watch and go. You look, make sure
no cars come.
And then, so we were from the back and we thought we had right of way. So we watched, we didn't see any car. So we thought we could go. But I'm sure if we had reduced our speed, when the police vehicle was making the U-turn, the military vehicle was making the U-turn, we could have seen it and we could have stopped. I mean, we saw it too late. When we applied the brakes, at the end we still had the collision. So on our part, maybe if we had been slower and been a bit more vigilant, we could have, escaped that catastrophic incident. Since then, I put it upon myself and I challenged myself that I won't stop, because maybe God wanted me to have this experience so that I could put myself up for such a task. What is interesting is, before my accident in 2003, we had lost Susie Williams, who was a friend of mine. It was through a road accident, so it was quite worrying, but I hadn't paid much attention to it, And then Terry Bonchaka in October, the same year, we lost Terry Bonchaka. So when we lost Terry Bonchaka, I said, no, this road accidents thing, because you look at the circumstances surrounding the accidents and you realize that it's either we need education, the road users need to be educated, or it's either we need to pay a bit more attention to how we drive, or either we have unqualified people driving, So then I began researching into that area. So while I was recording my third album, and if anybody who has followed up, every album I find a social campaign to attach to that album. So that year I was already contemplating whether I would make road safety campaign as one of my social responsibilities for that year. So I had already visited the Road Safety Commission, but I hadn't really paid much attention to that. I wasn't giving it all my energy. So once I had my accident, I came out, the whole focus, out of fear, I wanted to do a road safety campaign so bad. After I healed, on the sick bed, I wrote about 4 songs that were geared or that centered around it. I had Me Ubio, which in the song you still get the elements of Mentina Wokesti no monsa a sign Bruni friend accident a sign a to be a to president. I was just dropping snippets of road safety messages in different songs on the album. I had Ayemiya, then I had the Okwaba itself, which was a full song, but then Okwaba hadn't come up. Then it was just to devote myself the campaign, my work. So I remember walking into the office of the Road Safety Commission. Then they used to be around Circle. The then executive director was Noble Apia. And then I told him that when I got there, was hey, what's the body in the office? Oh, we thank God, God saved you. I said, yeah, I think God made me have my accident for a reason. And I want to become a road safety ambassador. So I need information, I need materials, I need to go to training. It's my own platform. Once I've gone through this, when I want to talk, I have the platform of radio, I have the platform of TV. You don't need to spend money, I can do this. So they started giving me information, put me in touch with their research team. So every opportunity I have, I was talking about road safety. My focus then was on 3 major things, which was drunk driving, overspeeding, and wrong overtaking. Around that time, that was the key messages that the Road Safety Commission were preaching. And so we preached this message, and then we came together to draw a program. So we had several road safety messages. But then I realized that what can I do that if I am not even present and it's performed or it's showed or it's played, you can still get the message to get to all of Ghana. How could I reach everybody in Ghana? You know, so then I started writing Okwaba. So Okwaba, which is my road safety song, was after a lot of research and having so much research material, how do you condense all this material, make it entertaining, make it attractive, so that people will not tune off their radio or change the channel on their TV sets when the song is playing. So bring things to make it entertaining and let it also capture current affairs, you know. Then we have had the 3 minister suffering from a road accident, dying from a road accident. We've had people in their homes and vehicles entering their homes to kill, you know, so there were a lot of issues going around. So then I decided to do the Okwaba song. And then I had a nationwide tour, which was called tourboard.com. And the theme for the tour was saving our lives, protecting our future. And what this tour did was, we went to different regions and different districts. And as part of our tour, so for instance, even we would have a concert in Kumasi. During the week that the concert is coming to Kumasi, maybe Monday we would have a road safety engagement at Obuasi station. We would have, the next day we'll have another road safety engagement with the people at Asafo Market. The next day you have road safety engagement with the people of Konongo. You know, so you choose several districts in a region so that the week of the road safety, the tourboard.com, which is a musical concert, but themed on road safety, you get it, you know, being performed and also getting that particular region to get a lot of road safety messaging across board, you know. And then, I mean, because for me, what I realized was the key issue about road safety is people take it lightly. And for me, that is one general realization, that if we are able to make people appreciate, for me, that reduce our road accidents rate by about 40 or to 50%.
And what do you think would bring this awareness? Because
so it's making people aware. Like, so it must be a massive campaign. It must be a never-ending campaign. So when you are driving, even though it's your vehicle, even though your profession is not a driver, your profession could be a journalist, your profession could be a lawyer. Anytime you sit in a car, it is a driving profession. You are coming to drive. And the driving profession is guided by its rules, including your knowledge of road signs, the fact that you must have a license before you drive, the fact that you must wear your seat. There must be very, very strict adherence to driving regulations. So anytime you are going to drive, anytime you are going to sit in a vehicle and you are going to drive, you must realize that you are coming to drive. So that the general culture people have when people get to church, immediately, no matter where they are, no matter what they are doing, once they enter church, there's that general sense of realization that I am in the church. I am in God's presence. I'm coming to communicate with God. So sometimes they don't even pick their phone. They put their phone on silent. All that happens because the person has predetermined in their mind and have it stuck in their mind that I am in the presence of God. I am coming to church. I'm coming to fellowship with God. You must have a similar interaction and reflection once you sit in a car. Once you sit in a car, you have sat in your vehicle. You are coming to drive. It's death and life. And so give it all that necessary attention, necessary reverence, abide by the rules so that you can be safe. And when everybody that drives takes that mind. Once they sit in the vehicle, that's how they conceptualize the concept of driving. Once we do that, then we will be on a very great path to reducing many of the fatalities and many of the accidents we have. So this is why I think that way. I mean, recently what has hit the world is COVID-19. When COVID-19 when it started in the early times, we could go to the extent of having lockdown where nobody should go anywhere. And we all abided because we were all scared. Okay. Till date, Ghana, COVID-19 deaths have not hit 1,000 yet. If people get the statistics on road accidents, I mean in 2017, almost 4,000 people died from road accidents. 2018, I'm sure it will be around the same number. 2020, just 2020, last year, between January and October, we had more than 2,000 people dying from road accidents. What it means is road accidents is a much greater killer than COVID-19. Much greater killer than malaria, much greater killer than the many deadly pandemics. It's a bigger pandemic. But we are not seeing it like that. We are not treating road accidents and the practicing of the road safety and the regulation, the enforcements we are attaching to COVID-19, that churches must wash their hands. When Ghana sees road accidents as a killer, because the country spends more than, I think last statistics I saw was almost 1.12 million or so on road, as their associated issues on road accidents and deaths. If we were to pay particular attention and have it as a national campaign for maybe 5 years, or a 7-year national campaign, or 2 years national campaign, where every opportunity we are reminding people that driving is a job. When you are driving, it's a task that you are offering, and it's guided by its rules and regulations, and the enforcement is on. Because again, maybe one of the major causes of road accidents is bad roads. Maybe bad roads may be with us for some time, because again, to fix roads sometimes takes almost, if not 70% of your national budget. It takes a lot. But what can be done by man is our attitude, because bad roads is one of the major causes, but that's not the most. Mm-hmm. Another major cause is carelessness by drivers. That's a major one, that is direct human attitude, that if we are able to effect change in human attitudes, then we are on the path to reducing road accidents. So if drivers are abiding by the regulations, that if I can't see about 300 meters ahead of me or 200 clear meters ahead of me, I am not overtaking. I'm not overtaking in a curve. I'm not overtaking on a hill or in a valley. I'm not overtaking when I don't have clear view. My vehicle has to be maintained. The fact that immediately my brakes are giving me signs, I'm not taking that risk. Because just let's use COVID-19 as a clear example. When someone coughs, when you have someone in coughs 1, 2, if your nose mask was lined, immediately you pick it up and start taking precautionary measures. If we treat the whole driving, the vehicle, our roads, and how we live, if we treat it that way, trust you me, Ghana will record the highest reduction rates in our road accidents and the way they are prevailing.
It's going to be a larger conversation because there's more to talk about. But do you believe that it should be a nationwide conversation? It should be a nationwide campaign authorities and stakeholders should get involved. Is that to say you are seeing very little from major stakeholders in this fight?
So, in when did Ebony pass? 2018?
Yes.
In 2018, myself, I got Sarkot here, I got Edem, EL, and a couple of musicians together, because I think there was something that I had been discussing in the background for so long with stakeholders in the road safety area, which is dualization of our major roads. I mean, if the road on which Ebony passed, the Accra and the Kumasi Sunyani Road, if it was a dual carriage, there's no way Ebony would have lost her life. In several countries, single lane roads, which recorded maybe give or take 1,000 accidents per year. Once those roads were dualized, it reduced by more than 60% in some cases, in some instances. And so, why can't Ghana come up with a plan where within 2-3 years, the same way we find money out of nowhere for some emergencies that come up? This is a living emergency that we're living with, because road accidents kills more in Ghana than any other thing. It does. But we've not had, I don't know, whether it's the leadership with that passion or I don't know, we don't have that national discourse or whatever. So in 2018, there was a massive clarion call from myself. Later we formed a group, we called it Citizens Road Safety Trust, where we wanted to sponsor a private member's bill to Parliament. But again, in the same vein of we doing these activities, because we are individuals who are not professionals in this field, and it's our social responsibility. So we issued a few statements, started the process, but we met up with Road Safety Commission. We agitated. Government gave a bit more financing. I don't know if you remember, in 2018, government made a statement that they were going to give 6 million to the Road Safety Commission for some immediate, actions. But I feel that the problem is beyond leaving the Road Safety Authority and just government to do. I think there must be a national consensus building where it's not a political party issue, but then there becomes a certain national core where we all understand that every Ghanaian will pay a cedi more. Maybe from their salary they'll be deducted, or we need to come up with a certain trust or a certain idea where we all know that because of this plan to dualize all our intercity roads, which we know that once all the major accidents happening, the ones that are leading to fatalities, most of them are happening on our intercity travels. If we were able to dualize Accra Kumasi, Accra Cape Coast, Accra Takoradi, Accra Ho, if they were able to dualize these roads, the Eastern Corridor, the Western Corridor, if these roads were dualized, our accidents could reduce by half. And that's a starting point. And then the next is deal with the human factor, the carelessness on the part of the drivers, not checking their tires, not checking their, servicing their engines, their brakes, the things that, and then stronger enforcement of the law. If the police would, when it comes to issues of road safety, there's no compromisation. because this is life and death. I mean, if we could attach the same fear and forcing the enforcement of the regulations as far as what is, I think I try to use COVID-19 as a comparison all the time, because it is one thing that I see so many people conforming to because they are afraid to die. And I'm telling you that road accident, that car that you are driving to Accra, it can kill you quicker than COVID-19. And so do the same, practice the same, attach the same set of enforcement rules, the same set of principles, the same set of regulation, and attach it, the same set of conformity, attach it to it. And if we're able to do that, trust me, wonder, and I mean, Ghanaians should put this to test, we would be singing hallelujah. I mean, this year, maybe because last year and this year, because COVID-19 and the lockdowns and co, I think they are still compiling the statistics. I'm sure accidents may reduce, but if you look at the percentage and the quantum of road usage, definitely over the last 4 or 5 years, we've always, I mean, there's the motorcycle part, the Okada part, which I mean, driving an Okada puts you 24 times at risk than a car. But a lot of people, for convenience sake, they are getting used to the Okada. This is not to spoil any Okada business. You are putting your lives at risk, higher risk. And this same person will wear their nose mask, hold their sanitizer every second because they are scared of COVID-19. She can have an accident. I mean, last year we had over 12,000 injuries. So apart from the 2,000 plus who have died, there are about 12,000 who have lost their limbs, their hands have been cut off. Some they can never hear again. Some they can never eat. Some they can never even make love because they've become paralyzed due to road accidents. It's a killer. It needs all the attention and all the devotion of time so that we can deal with this canker before it kills all of us.
It's so obvious, the passion you are attaching to road safety, and I mean, like you said, it's a bigger conversation.
Oh, it is.
And there's a lot more to say.
It is.
But for now, we just want you to tell Ghanaians, leave them with a message that they won't forget in their everyday lives as far as the road safety campaign is concerned.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods, the practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it, that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo. Dodona Frame Obuo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie Motor Rider. Yen famo yen home buying. Afe wote kren wo woka mu a memfa mentena woka sti achi no monsa a sign bruni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
Bice Osekofo Obuo ankasa. Thank you so much for deciding to do this with us. It means a lot. I mean, at no cost. You're just passionate about getting people safe.
Sure.
On Ghana's roads. We appreciate this.
It's important. It's a joint responsibility. The only way we can get this better is when you, I, and everybody who is listening to us decides to make this an issue.
It's a bigger conversation, so you can join in as well. Join us with your observations, your comments, join in the campaign. Send us videos, tell us what is happening around you on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it's GhanaWeb. On Instagram and Twitter, it's @the GhanaWeb. And on GhanaWeb TV, you can also join us and check what is happening as far as the road safety campaign is concerned. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Soulcatainment with me, your host, Elsie. Today's episode is not just going to be about talking, because my guest and I will take you through some dance lessons as well. Well, I call him the Slim Buster over time, and you'll find out why after this discussion. Don't go away. This is Soulcatainment. Stay tuned. Welcome back from that quick breather. I have here with me Dance God Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You know, with the way you dance, people think it's easy to dance. You know, you make it look so easy. Do you have spring in your body?
No, just continuous rehearsals. Like you can see, you know, we are always in the studio rehearsing. You know.
So you spend most of your time here, actually?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay, let's move right into it. Your feature on Beyonce's song. How did it happen?
I'm not supposed to disclose, but I mean, I just joined the dance challenge, and you know, fast forward, I was contacted to be part of the shoot because my video kind of, you know, made everyone love the song. So it was just right for them to, you know, put me on.
But did you anticipate such a thing?
No, not at all. I just joined the challenge because everyone was telling me to join. Like, it could be an opportunity for me to be in Beyonce's video, and fast forward, it happened. So I just tried my best, and it happened.
But personally, how was the experience like for you?
It's overwhelming, you know. Like, it's a good feeling, you know. It's amazing. Like, from when I was a child, I've always wanted to be like a great dancer and be known, not just known, but be successful with this talent. So it's just like a dream come true for me, and I'm just like appreciating every moment and every opportunity that it brings me.
So to what extent has it influenced your career? Has it opened doors for you?
Yeah, it really has. Now, I mean, all these young talents who we mentor have like a certain, you know, they are kind of motivated to dance more, you know. They show up every time. At first, they just choose when to come to dance class, when to come for rehearsals. But after, you know, this music video, everything has changed. Even the way people see me and relate to me is different from as compared to, you know, when I started dancing. You know, people see me as like a star, you know. I get free food.
But do you see yourself as a star though?
I mean, I don't see myself as a star. I just feel like people love me and they support me, you know. Sometimes too, I feel like it. Like when I see that people cheer me up, I feel like, oh, maybe I'm a star to them, you know. But I'm just living my life and make every moment count, you know.
But this whole encounter, has it affected your pricing? Has your prices gone up?
Yeah.
To what percentage?
10K and above.
Ooh. Wow.
I mean, not to everybody, but
for music videos.
Yeah, I don't really do music videos a lot.
But if you get,
if it's worth it, why not? But like, I'm not gonna jump on any music. A music video for this song. I'm very selective nowadays.
Wow. So which other international artists are you looking forward to working with again?
Whoever comes my way, fine. I'm cool. Like whoever comes my way. I'm not really looking out to any other person. Like whoever comes my way is fine. Like I'll just keep practicing, you know, But yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully they are watching. Hopefully they can come our way, but whoever comes is fine.
Okay, let's take a break here. So we take a break here as we join Abrantepa with the Discovery segment. Don't go away.
Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I'm black and I'm proud of it. Melanin, wow, what a skin tone it is. Bleaching, me forget, never is it gonna happen. Black is life if you don't know, black is everything.
Right, so it's the boy from Ahafo region. He goes by the name Domino, giving us some bars on the Discovery segment here on Entertainment GhanaWeb TV. Domino, welcome, Charlie. How be?
Everything good.
How long have you been rapping?
Oh, let me say I've been rapping since JHS primary, yeah. But like coming into maybe the industry, doing some demos, I think it's after SHS, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mostly rap about?
Actually, rap music is for the streets. Actually, when you say rap music, it's using like the street term to just talk about anything. Yeah, so me personally, I rap about myself mostly and for my friends, like the streets. Let me say that, yeah.
How has the TEF been so far?
As you know already, like it isn't going to be easy, but still we are managing. Yeah.
You rapped about skin bleaching.
Yeah, like Black Lives Matter, no to racism. Yeah.
Okay. What informed that rap?
Actually, seeing of late, racism is becoming thin, like with us, but it shouldn't be, because we are all one. We are the same, and like shouldn't look down other people because of their skin color or because of not being with you. You get it? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that was how it came about.
What really inspires you to write your music?
Actually, myself. I just sit down and be like, what's going around me? What's going around me? Like it inspires me, and I write something about it.
Let's see more of your talents, Charlie. Sport there.
When I'm streets in the Senada, Munye Juma Yentin, Mo can be a sep. Men dream Hokrano, Semi Huadin Shemutim, and a dam with the compem. Do Kakrabina Yentin, Kobin Quampo crack, Kamakodia by Sem. Yes, the bands the new Amichukra, many vegetarian eat them a penam, Makucha made the Gunkata, made the Befam down, who will be a good chairman. You're not serious.
Nice one. Good talent there.
Yeah.
Right. So, where do you hope to get to?
Dreams.
Yeah.
So the target is to get there, to get to a certain level that people are going to listen to your music. People are going to take something from what you preach. Yeah, that's the target. Not just being here and rapping to your friends only. To get to a level, somebody you don't know, somebody from somewhere will listen to your music and get inspired. Get hope, like that's the point you want to get to. Yeah.
Right, so that's Domino, the boy from Ahafo, giving out some bars on the Discovery segment on Entertainment. My name is Abrantepa. Over to you, Elsie, but before that, Domino will take it away.
I got few sneakers, I got no girl, I got no latest, lonely lifestyle. Nowadays, quiet best climbing the money tree, but I'm far from the apex.
And we are back. Thank you, Abrantepa, for that short but interesting interview. Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, Elsie.
Your song, Sika, it has made waves.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
I'm thankful to the people of Ghana and people from the other walks of life, you know, who are enjoying Sika. I didn't really think it was gonna blow, you know. I just love the song and
you just did your thing.
Yeah, I just did the thing, like, you know, my thing. I mean, I don't want to do music, but I love, because I've been listening to music so many times, it has been part of me. So
and you mostly use it for rehearsals and stuff like that.
Yes, you know, so it's like a blessing to me, you know, the fact that Ghanaians have accepted the song and they're jamming to it day in, day out.
So now that it has blown, do you consider doing music?
I mean, not always.
But once in a while.
Once a while, just drop something. Yeah. I'll just drop a hit and go my way.
But why medical though on that song?
Myself and medical, we have like a bond, you know, like we have like a strong relationship, you know. Anytime he has a song out, he calls to me. Like sometimes he doesn't even mention me, you know, he doesn't even tell me anything. I'll just dance to it, you know. So I just felt like he's the one, you know. Like I was just at home and he called me. I was like, oh, I have something for you. So I rushed his house and it was a song. It was that song.
Oh, okay.
Sika, and then boom. So it's like we're like bros, you know. We talk on the normal, not even about dance or even career-wise. So medical is like it's not a new person to me.
But do you feel the song has achieved its purpose?
I mean, the last thing left is a music video, you know, like a video for the song. It doesn't really achieve. I want it to go global, like worldwide, you know, because there's a strong message in that song,
Yes,
you know, a very strong message. Aside all the,
there is.
yeah, there's a strong message, and I feel like the youth just spend lavishly on, you know, unnecessary stuff.
I feel that when you want to buy something and you enter a boutique and you hear that song, you cut down your budget.
I mean, I used to buy a lot. I used to buy things, food, whatever. But when I started saving, it's helped me a lot, you know. Like now I can say, oh, I have this amount in my account. At first, I'll just live my life, you know. So it's just a way to...
2 bottles of beer and
yeah, I know, right? But yeah, it's very small, little by little, you know, you're gonna grow your account. So this is like a message to the youth.
Yeah. But what are the challenges with dancing in Ghana?
Challenges. The challenges there, baby. There are so many challenges, but I feel like with time, like we are evolving, you know, people are really accepting, you know, so many talents. You know, at first was football, now football is lucrative, so that's the same way we can grow each and every area. You know, the challenges are many, like when you go on sets, videographers won't pay attention to you, they feel like you're an extra. So many things, you go for events, they don't pay attention to you, they don't give you food, they don't give you water, they don't even pay you. But now it has changed, you know, it has really changed. And with hard work, things are gonna change. You know, things not even for just dance, but other talents like photography, you know, editing, so many things, painting, things are gonna change.
But you working, I'm not saying you should stay into details, but working on the whole Beyonce production and then comparing it to what we do here in Ghana, what would you say is the
fastest shoot ever? Fastest shoot ever. They know what they want. They're not gonna come on set and say, oh, I want this, I want that. They won't change the plan. They go for what they want, you know. I mean, some Ghanaian directors are amazing, you know. They do amazing work. I've worked with so many of them, you know. But they're just few. You know, it's not like I wish like things really change here. Some directors are gonna keep you on set for like the whole day and they just use you for just 1-2 scenes at the end of the shoot. Like when the video comes out, the results, they just use it for one scene. So why waste my time and even pay me chicken change? So, but it's a vibe. It's a vibe. Things are gonna change. Like I say, now we're understanding the show, like the business side of it, and being professional more. You know, at first, I'll go on set and I won't think about costume. You know, I'll just wear anything. But now, I think about the stylist who's styling. So it's like we are evolving. We are understanding, you know, the craft.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So your academy, how many members do you have now?
We have 500 plus, you know.
What? 500?
Plus. Yeah.
Wow.
So we have branches all over.
Over Ghana?
We have two branches. One in the Volta region and one in Kumasi. And we have some of the members managing them. Yeah, and we have like 2 branches, one in China, other 2 branches, one in China and the other in USA. So DWP Academy is is like a platform to help young people or young talents monetize their creativity and also, you know, find their purpose. You know, because I used to play football. You know, football was like my passion, but I could dance on the side. you know. So me not seeing top, I was like, oh, let me go dance and see how it goes, because I believe in dance, you know. And look at what dance is doing for me right now. Like, I'm meeting a lot of people. I'm in Beyonce's video. So I feel like there are so many people, there are so many dreams that are tied to mine, you know. Maybe they can find their purpose. Maybe it's not dance. Maybe it's singing or rapping or drawing or something. So we'll just help them, nurture them, and help them find, you know. I mean,
what they want.
Yeah, you know, what they really want in life. So dance is going to show, like, pave a way for them.
So what's the selection process like? How do you choose your members?
How do I choose? As a menaya genio.
Me promise sao. Me promise masasa.
Any engineer way. Hey guys, you already know this your boy Dance God Lloyd, all the way from DWP Academy.
Keep watching Talk on GhanaWeb TV.
My name is Dance God Lloyd. You know me, Dance God Lloyd. And now we are the soldiers. Are you my level? Dance God. Are you my level?
We are still here on Talk Entertainment, and I'm still chit-chatting with Dance God Lloyd. So, what's the criteria for selecting your members?
So with what we do here, we don't take any money to be part of DWP. You need to be, one, passionate about dance, two, be talented, and three, dedicated. You know, so one, be passionate, two, you need to be talented, and three, dedicated. So we every year we have an audition. We call out, we put it on our social media platforms. There people come in. We have like, so sometimes we can't even finish the audition because there are so many people walking in and out. There's so many people who wants to be part of DWP because of the great things that we're able to achieve. So yeah, when you come, we pick you, we take you through a process, you know. We put you on probation. We're gonna train you well. When you stand the chance of being a member, we add you to the team. If you don't stand, you become a student. You know, and our meeting place. So aside the auditioning, when people come to our dance classes and they're like normal people, they don't want to join a group. When we see how good they are, then now we talk to them. Or would you love to join the audition? So it's like you know, we are still grooming in our dance class. So our dance classes are on Wednesdays, 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And on Saturdays is 12 in the afternoon to 3 p.m. So yeah, if you want to keep coming to the class until it's auditioning time, you can do that. But if you want to wait at home, prepare and come for the audition, we do it annually. It depends. We can do it in January, we can do it in May, we can do it in December. It depends. We don't actually have like a particular time for that. Yeah.
I see you train a number of celebrities.
Yeah.
Like, do they still reach out to you?
Yeah, they still reach out, but I've been busy for a while, you know. We're actually working on our dance album called Aquento. The Jane is going to tell how myself, Afrobeast, and our manager and some of the coaches started. You know, we started as friends, and now we have like a whole dance school. So the utmost goal is to have a dance school. Do you understand? So the Aquento album is to raise funds to build our school. So yeah, we are hoping and praying that, you know, it goes well. Our first single is gonna be out soon. It's a song made by myself and Afrobeast. It's called Konade. It's crazy. It's crazy, trust me. Like, it's crazy. Like,
calm down.
The whole world is gonna dance to the song, man.
So no, you're not featuring any mainstream artists?
No. Not for this one. Maybe the remixes. We can have you too. I'm just kidding, but yeah. Aquento is what's on our mind right now. Like, so
All right,
fingers crossed.
Let's go personal now. I see videos of you dancing with your family.
Yeah.
Is it hereditary? Because I see your dad really dances.
No, I didn't get it from my mom or my dad. I don't know where I don't know where I got it from actually. Because if they could dance when they were young, then maybe I got it from them. But they couldn't dance. You know, maybe they just have the rhythm.
But you haven't gotten comments from people saying that you are the dancing family because you mostly dance with your
I get
parents.
that a lot from people. I get that a lot, but you know, it's just a vibe, you know, to just spend time with family, show them that I care, you know, because when I started, it was very, very difficult for me, you know, to say I'm a dancer or, because my family, my mom, my dad always knew that, oh, I could dance, but they didn't take it serious. Like I would love to take it to a different level.
But have they always supported you?
I mean, it's on and off, you know, when they feel like the pressure is too much, and I'm like the firstborn. I'm like the firstborn, you know, I'm the first boy, so it makes sense if I do something lucrative, something that's gonna bring money home, you know, take care of family. It was on and off. When I was very young, they'll support me, whatever I want to do, like it's my time to explore, so they'll support it. But when I grew up and I was finding myself, it was a bit of a challenge for me, you know. I didn't say they need support. Maybe they supported me in prayer, but in like reality, it was different.
From
a
typical African home.
You know, African home.
Yeah,
no, my parents didn't really care about being a doctor or being an engineer. They just wanted me to do something positive, something that is reasonable, that will bring money home at least, you know. But they gave me the free road to do whatever I want, you know. I feel like it has helped me to, you know, find myself, you know. Because I keep saying it, like whatever the case is, you can make money out of anything. It's up to you. It's all in the mind, you know.
Okay,
that's why on your scale, I
was going to ask. The next question is going to be about marriage, but I heard you saying something.
No, I'm not getting married, please. I'm not getting married. Hey, I was joking. I'm not getting married.
Okay, so any plans of getting married?
Oh, I'm very single. Very single. Who wants to put me? I want my wife to actually ask me out. My wife should ask me. I mean, I'm not going to ask anyone out.
I don't believe you.
I'm very single. Ready to mingle. So if you are ready out there,
but they are in
you
your
have
DMs.
to reach.
They are in your DMs.
Please, there's no way my DM. My DM is very, very empty. People just come for work.
So
I'm not looking for a girlfriend on social media.
So no child too?
No, I've adopted one guy called Wonder Kid. I brought him from Kumasi. He's an amazing dancer from Kumasi. I've been taking care of him. It's been like 2 years now. Yeah, since he came to my end.
Lloyd, will you say you are the best dancer in Ghana?
One of the best dancers from Ghana.
Why, you don't believe in yourself?
No. My thing is not to be the best dancer. My thing is to change the narrative. So that's what I'm working on. Maybe you can. Do you feel I'm the best dancer?
I'm in a dance class. Me saying that someone can beat me here.
No, I'll beat you here. Because, I mean, it's how you feel. Do you understand how you feel? The way you think is different from the way other people think. So, I'm not about that. I'm past that. Now I just want to help the young people, train them to become amazing instructors, dance instructors, choreographers, performers, you know, so many things.
Before I came here, someone told me to ask you something, and it's about your song, Sika. They said there's this particular line that sparked controversy between two artists. Yes.
Franca Franny.
Exactly.
Franca Franny.
What do you know about that?
I have no idea what Franca Franny means until he told me. He said that's like a name. So you see how you create. Your name is Elsie. Elsie matches with sexy. So I can say Elsie, oh, you're too sexy. You know, so it's just trying to put two words together to make it.
But that
lovely.
2 words, it's someone's full name.
Yeah.
How can that
Frank
be coincidence? It's too much of a coincidence.
No, my name is Dance God Lloyd. You put it in the song, so it doesn't. You guys are making it too much. Like, calm down, calm your nerves, calm your nerves.
And now the Francophonie too has come to.
No. Francophonie and Medical have their own issue. My song is there. My song is just there, relaxing,
But how did
enjoying.
you feel when? But don't you know that it somehow, drew people's attention to your song the more? Cause
my song is going viral still. That's what I'm all about. That's what I love.
I had to go play that part over again when I heard it. Someone was
No,
like,
but they are super cool. Medical and Okesiwan are super cool. I know, they are just cool. I don't know about what's going on right now, but I know that they are cool. And Francophonie is just to make the song dope. That's all.
future prospects.
Like
Lloyd,
I said,
what's up for you this year? What are you giving us?
This year?
Yes.
I'm putting all my
2021.
energy in the dance album because that means a lot to me, It's like we are actually telling the world that we are here to stay forever, because dancers all over the world are very, very looked down upon, and it's about time we change that. So this year I'm going all out on the Aquento album, and probably you're gonna see one or two, clips of me, traveling around the world. If Corona goes away, now we're getting the vaccine, so.
Hey, have you gotten yours?
Can we talk about that in our next segment?
We are talking about it now. When do you intend to get it?
Oh,
you're still
I've
thinking
done
about
it. Can I show you? Do you
Let
want
me
to
see.
show?
Or you think you are going to be Batman after taking
You
it?
give me Corona afterwards. but yeah, like this year is going to be wonderful. We are dropping bangers upon bangers. It's gonna be lit.
Allah,
I'm God. Yeah. I'm
So
God.
I see the whole Travis Scott thingy on your head.
Yeah. Hey, you're a fan. You've been following me for a while. You're a fan.
Ghana Travis Scott.
Yeah, I'm Ghana's Travis Scott. I am Dance God Lloyd. Please, if you see me in town,
He's lying. He's Ghana.
just shout me out. He's
Ghana's Travis Scott.
I am Dance God Lloyd. Shout
Don't
me
you see
out,
the
and I'm
hair?
gonna give you.
Please.
Everyone does cornrow. Everyone does braids.
Mr. Travis Scott, how rich are you? We want to know.
I am so rich. I can only buy.
With the potential, those who want to apply. You said you are single, so you want to apply. So you want to know
I
how
am
rich.
so rich. I can buy Coffee Brookman for my wife for breakfast and
Please, we
dinner.
want English breakfast. So
English. We are in Ghana.
no, we want English.
We are in Ghana, so please, you eat what I can afford. And my wife has to be rich, so she won't care about what I can give out.
Anyways, your last words.
My last words: be yourself always. Put God first. Believe in yourself. Do the right thing. Don't do what you don't want your friends to do to you. Love you guys. Keep
Your social
supporting Dance
media.
God Lloyd. My name is Dance God Lloyd on all social media platforms. Thank you so much, LC and GhanaWeb, for putting me on. You already know, with Jay inside. Boyaka.
We wrap up here on this edition of Talk Entertainment. Yes, it has been so interesting, as I promised you. We come your way another time with a much interesting one. Till then, stay safe, and we are out.
Damugo, Ujimeno. This is my friend. Ujimeno. Yeah, Raga Ryan, are you my level? Dan, are you my level? And I'm on. Makaya family farm, yeah, need that. Unye's coming. You won't drive in the banana. Unye's coming. If I can find, you can't know if I know the apple to
"10 years and younger, and certain of when next his daily bread was going to come from, and roaming the streets of Agona Nkwanta and New Amanfo. This young man never imagined that in the next few years he could be sitting close to some of the big names in Ghana's politics. Today we speak to a young man whose life of struggles and pain have catapulted him to this level in his life that he describes as only the grace of God. Come along with us as we speak to the CEO of Kiwi Gold Photography as he shares his story here on The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Samuel Osei-Agyeman was born to Peter Osei-Agyeman and Elizabeth Bonsu, all of blessed memory. He was the last of his mother's 3 children and number 20 of his father's 23 children.
I was born in my village, Bekwai Abodom. It was during my grandmother's funeral, that's my mom's mother funeral, when my mom got into labor. Yeah, so according to stories, I came out very dark. So people started calling me Kwame Kweye, Kwame Kweye. But my mom got angry with it and started complaining, so they had to stop. And then we moved to Agona Nkwanta in the western region. My dad owned a few filling stations there, then, in those days, at that time. So my mom and my stepmother were there with them. My dad died at a tender age. I was very young when he passed. So most of my upbringing was on my mom. So I did most of my basic education in the Agona Nkwanta there. Yeah, so growing up, it became a little tough because just my mom, she didn't really go to school, so things weren't that stable for her.
While still in primary school, his mother fell sick and had to leave for Kumasi in search of more effective treatment. He was left in the care of his step-siblings who were not ready to cater for him, while his 2 biological sisters, who could have, were also by then living with some relatives in Accra.
The treatment wasn't really good, so I go here small, then I go to the other side. But my stepmom, Auntie Comfort, she was really welcoming. So I was mostly there, but you know, stepmother, step-siblings, sometimes it doesn't really go well sometimes. So there is a teacher that I knew then. He's now a Pentecost pastor. His name is Mr. Ofebede. So he took me in Agona Nkwanta, and I was staying with him. And for a while, he got transferred to New Amanfo in Takrade. And so he left me there. And the few months that he left me there was very difficult because I had to sometimes go to the market, help my stepmother sell some cooking utensils. Me fa kakra, no ma fa polythene bag kakra, be a pure water, then I'll be selling them in the market on Wednesdays. That's the market day in that town. So the teacher once came back to the town, and then when he saw my standard of living, he got like very worried. He took me away to the New Amanfo, to the school that he was teaching. So I was staying with him. I stayed with him for a year and a half, and he got transferred again. But where he was going to, he wasn't certain. So he left me behind in the school with one madam.
The 2 years Samuel stayed with this madam was one of the worst periods of his young life, as he had to endure very harsh treatments from her.
She wasn't, I don't know how to put it, but it's like, so you are just forcing yourself to do it. And sometimes I could eat like kunte continuous for like two weeks, like no break. Sometimes there's no food. So the town, it was a fishing town. So sometimes I go to the seaside and help them to pull out the canoe and those things. At the end of the day, you get some fish from some of them, then I go and sell. Or sometimes I had two friends together with me making food. We go and fetch some firewood, we go and give it to the women, and then they give us money. So that was how I was living, like trying to live. Sometimes it get very worse. I quite remember there was a time she got angry with me and locked me out for like 2 days. So I had to go and stay in someone's farm, and I was eating raw cassava. I was eating raw cassava then for like 2 days. Then I went back and he gave me a little caning before he took me inside.
By some dint of good fortune, Mr. Ofei and his sister connected, and almost immediately afterwards, she came for him. A reunion that was full of emotions.
I was with my friends when one guy from the house came looking for me, that there's a lady in the house looking for me. Now I was surprised because who is coming to look for me in that town? So I said okay, and I went. So upon getting closer, I noticed like the lady looked very familiar, but I was like, no, nah, that's not the person. Then I went closer, I got a bit closer, and I realized, yeah, it was my elder sister, and I couldn't hold myself, like, because I've been with the woman for close to 2 years, and I had one trousers, one knicker. That was my school knicker. That is what I was wearing at home, and I was taking it to school at the same time. And yeah, I had I had bathroom slippers. Yeah. So upon seeing my sister, I was extremely happy. And she couldn't hold her tears because the state that I was in and what I was wearing was like very awful, like very bad. So she couldn't, for like almost 30 minutes, she kept crying. So some of the ladies in the house have to hold her. And it was quite surprising how the madam I was staying with turned out to be so nice like that moment. Like, it was very, very surprising. But anyways, my sister just couldn't, she just asked me to pack. We just couldn't, I don't know, she was angry and sad at the same time. She was very, very angry. So yeah, we left that place and then came to Accra.
All was well with Samuel and his sister until he got into secondary school. His sister ran into some financial difficulties and sought help from an uncle to keep him in school, but this uncle just wasn't ready to help.
He said I should go and do electrician. Like, my sister should take me to those electricians, like those people, so that I learn how to do electrician. And my sister got angry. So when we go home, she called me and she told me even if she is left with only one cloth, she will sell it and take me to school. Because we were like, she was angry. So yeah, I got admission to Ebenezer Secondary School. Then when I got done, I did visual arts. So I just wanted to pursue the arts that I was doing. So when I got done, I went to IPMC. But growing up, I had this thing for computers, machines, and yeah, I was a bit inquisitive. I'm always trying to see what's going on with that and that. So my first year, that's GSS 1, my sister got me a laptop like that early. So I started learning and searching stuff and all that. Then fast forward, I finished senior high and then I started IPMC.
Before he started schooling at IPMC, Samuel was arrested for taking a friend's laptop under very intriguing circumstances.
A friend took my laptop and never returned it. So upon entering IPMC, my sister said she's not going to get me any laptop. I should go for that one. And I said, oh, the person, I've been chasing the person for like close to a year now and he's not giving me any response. Someone told me it has been sold, but I trust that person very well. So I was like, oh. Then my sister said I have to get it. I called my friend several times. He wasn't picking my call. So one morning, I went to his house early in the morning. When I got there, he was sleeping. He had some friends around. They were already sleeping. So I entered the room and I packed his laptop and charger. And when I came out, nobody saw me. When I came out, I called his mom and I told the mother that the laptop issue, I've taken his son's own, so he should bring my own and come and collect his own. If it wasn't for me calling the mom, like no one would have known I came there too. So was it a Thursday or Friday? I think it was a Friday to a Saturday. It was a 31st night. I went to church. The moment I go home, someone came knocking at the door, and I went and there were police people around that I've stolen a laptop and 5 million. And this person I'm talking about stayed with me in our house for like 2 years. That my sister was feeding him and his elder brother. That he said I've taken his 5 million and the laptop. So when we got to the police station, lucky enough, the one in charge was a woman. So we explained everything to her, and she also got angry. Like, if that's the story, then my sister had to arrest my friend too. But that wasn't something I really liked.
You know, this music video, everything has changed. Even the way people see me and relate to me is different from as compared to, you know, when I started dancing. You know, people see me as like a star, you know. I get free food.
Working on the whole Beyonce production and then comparing it to what we do here in Ghana, what would you say is the
fastest shoot ever? I don't know what they want.
But this whole encounter, has it affected your prices? Has your prices gone up?
Yeah.
To what percentage?
10K and above.
Ooh. Wow. Lloyd, will you say you are the best dancer in Ghana?
Samuel's trials seem to have no end. At IPMC, he shared a close relationship with one of his lecturers who worked with him on a number of contracts, such as helping him build a website for Qualiplast. But that was also short-lived, as new troubles soon came knocking.
Between 2008 to 2009, I did a website for Duraplast and then Qualiplast, those two companies, yeah. And when I was almost done with Qualiplast, you know, those people, the owners are not Ghanaians. So at the end of like getting to the year, they go to their country and all that. Getting to the end of that year, I was coming from their office because I left there very late. We had to finish with everything we were doing, and I was coming back from how do they call it, industrial area. That's where their office is, to Kwabenya around 1 a.m. and then I had an accident on the road, and I couldn't recover anything because my laptop was taken. So everything I had been working on like was gone. So I lost everything I was doing for them. So that contract got cancelled. So I came back to square one.
After school, he worked at the Ghana Standards Authority until he gained admission to the Radford University in Accra. Samuel's journey to becoming a professional photographer began when he joined a volunteer group.
Upon entering Radford University, I had made some friends already with Akibot and Ikea Boatma, and we had a crew that we sometimes go out to visit the orphanage and give them stuff. Sometimes we paint their buildings for them and all that. And then there were artistic persons in that group. Like I met a whole lot of guys. That's where I met Josephine Kuire. She's the owner of Mambo Photography. She actually introduced me to photography, like to be like in awe. She gave me my first camera that I held, and then first MacBook that I used. Yeah, she gave it to me. So when I was entering university, I had a little knowledge about photography, but it wasn't really my thing. I had not concluded on it yet. So through school time, I was taking some pictures here and there. And then I had a wedding. My first engagement and wedding I did was for a friend. And after that, I had another one at Pam Pam. It was a Muslim wedding. So I met a lady, the makeup artist. Her name is Hamida. And on Instagram, she's and Brushes. Yeah. So I met She's and Brushes. And she lost some files, and then as I was telling you, I liked computer stuff. So she told me she has lost some files on her memory card. She has tried, no one was able to recover, and I said, oh, I can do it. So after the engagement, she came to see me one day, and then I was able to recover all those pictures for her. And she was like, oh, that's nice. She would introduce me to some photographers she knows who are really good, and she thinks they can help me with my craft. I said, oh, okay, cool. Me, I'm open to learn any day. So fast forward, one day I was there and she called me that, do I know a photographer called Sauce? And I said, no. I said, oh, I should check on him. He's really good, and she wants to introduce me to him. And I said, oh, okay. So I went to check, and I realized, yeah, the guy is really good. Like he's extremely good. So one day, she called me that Source 2 has lost some files on the memory card. So she's giving my number to him to call me. And then he called me. When he called me, I was at church. So he came, it was a Friday evening. She came over to church and then handed me the memory card. And he said, oh, he really needs it because he has taken it to Legon and some other places and he's not getting it. So if I can do it for him, he will be very happy. And he asked me when. I said, oh, the following day. And he was like, really? And I said, oh, yeah. And he said, okay, he's traveling to Takwa. So when he returns on Monday, we will talk more. So that evening when I go home, I started doing it. Then within an hour I was done. And I called him that, oh, I've retrieved the picture. So, and he was like, no, you're lying. And I said, oh, it's true. Then he said, okay, I should send him a screenshot or something on WhatsApp. So I did a video of, and I sent it to him. And then he called me, like he was happy, he was giving me fans and all that. Oh, when he comes here, Charlie, we'll link up. That was around, I think, 2015, 2016 there. Yeah. He said, oh, we'll link up. And I said, oh, okay, cool. So he actually, when he came, he called me. And then we linked up. Yo, we linked up. But meanwhile too, I was still like with my lady boss Josephine, because she doesn't do more of a wedding. She's a conceptual photographer. She does more of concept and all that. Then once in a while, some weddings on passes through. But she guided me throughout everything before I met Source. So when I met Source, I think the next time I met him, it was at a wedding, and then he handed me his camera. That's the first time I held Canon, because I was shooting a Nikon. So that was the first time I held Nikon, and he made me shoot some few pictures, and he looked at them and was like, "Oh, you can do well if I show you some other stuff." And I said, "Oh, me, I'm cool." So I started roaming with him. Sometimes, immediately after my class, he'll be out waiting for me. Then we go. Then sometimes we'll go and sit at the Accra Mall and edit like almost the whole day. Sometimes the airport shell, just be there editing, and then she'll be showing me some things. I go with him for his shoots. So it was basically just the two of us.
He recounts his joy on getting his first professional camera.
As I was about to get done with school, and then one day, early in the morning, my sister called me to come to her room. So I went to her room, and then she gave me I think 4,500 for Ghana cedis. And I was like, said the camera, I should go and get myself a camera. I don't know how to explain my joy that morning. Like, I even wanted to carry her, because I was happy, like, me get my own camera. Wow. So Charlie, I didn't even wait for the to get to morning cry. Just that early morning, I went to Accra today. I went to get my camera. I got myself a camera. So then I came home. In fact, I was shooting everything I would see. Just from leaving Accra to my house, I was shooting anything I would see. I would just shoot. Anything I would see, I would shoot. Anything I would see, I would shoot. Okay, so the first camera I ever used is Nikon 5300. I felt in love. I felt in love with this camera because I was initially using 5100 D5100, which was given to me by my boss. So I felt like when I was ready, when my sister gave me money to get the camera, this was what I was going to get. It saved me. Like, I did a whole lot of works with this camera. Just that it's a crop sensor, you know, and as you go on, there are some quality that you'll be looking out for. So that's when I went in for the Mark 4 Canon 5D Mark 4. Yeah, but this is the first camera I ever bought. It had this 18 to 140 on it, and then as time went on, I was able to afford myself a 50mm. 50mm can do anything, everything you want to do. 50mm can do it. So I had my wide lens, and then my 50. I was good to go. Yeah, so I did a lot of works with this. Yeah. Then a time came, I felt like I had to change over because of the quality I needed, the kind of people I was meeting. I had to match the quality that they needed. So, and since this was a crop sensor, there were some particular events that, especially night works, night evening shoots. If the light at the area is not helpful, you might end up getting noise in the picture. So then I had to save and get me a full frame, which I did. I got the Canon Mark 4, yeah, and I've been using that since.
While he was still at Source Photography, Samuel almost quit photography after a few challenges, but the encouragements from his boss and colleagues kept him in the trade.
As we continued shoot, as time went on and I was shooting with him, mostly we go together. So there was this wedding, he said I have to go alone because he was traveling. I said okay. We had an argument over that wedding because I said no, I won't go alone. He said no, I have to, because at a point I have to start shooting. I said no, me, I won't go alone. I'll never go alone. Then he said okay, one guy should go with me. I said even that one still, because I don't know what I'm going to do. I need you to be around because I don't know. I'll be confused. I'm growing up. I used to be very timid. So I said no, I'll be very I wouldn't know where to start from. He said I've shot with him for a while and I'm okay. Because at times when we get to the program, he would just be editing and then I didn't know like it was part of the learning process. We'll be like, oh, start. Before I realized I'm done shooting the whole program. So like it was like, oh, you can do it, you can. We went back like almost a week. We went back and forth and I said okay. So I went to do the shoot. And so we have some photographers, we have something we call JPEG and then RAW. So the RAW pictures it comes as in the raw nature of the picture, which you can adjust the highlights, the colors. It's a big file, so you can do anything you want to do with the picture in its raw state. But the moment it becomes JPEG, it becomes compressed, so you can't do much to it. But with the RAW, you can do a lot to it. And can you believe I shot the whole program in JPEG? Meaning like you can't do much editing on it. And I was so, I didn't know, I was feeling so bad, that being my first day, and then I go and I shoot the whole program in JPEG. I was very sad. Then when I came, he actually laughed, he laughed at me. He edited the whole pictures, but as he was editing small, then you turn and you look at me. I knew he was insulting me in his head, because editing JPEG pictures like comes with a lot of work. So fast forward, I shot another wedding again, which the files got stolen. In fact, I got attacked the evening after the program. Everything was taken, so I lost someone's wedding. For like a week to 2 weeks, I couldn't eat. Like, I was so, that very night, I was up till the following morning. I didn't know what to, I didn't go to the, for like a week, I had not stepped in the office, and he kept calling me to come. I said, no, I'm done with photography. I won't do it again. Because imagine shooting someone's wedding, whole ceremony, and then the whole file is gone. I said, no, I'm done. So it took some other photographers to call that, oh, sometimes it happens. You just have to make sure. And then this one is not my fault, and that's what they used in convincing me, and then I had to accept it. Like, so I went back to the office. Almost ceramic crack for a while because I wasn't eating. I was really sad, and then it became one of those stepping stones. You see, when something really happens to you, very like difficult, you go through some difficult times, and you are able to come like through it, like you learn some things out. So I think I learned something from there. So nowadays, the moment we finish now, I back up my picture somewhere. That one, if you meet me somewhere and you take, I know I have a backup somewhere.
This story gets even better. We're yet to hear even more from Samuel Osei Ajiman, the CEO of Kiwi Gold Photography, about his great breakthrough in life. We hope that you join us again on The Untold next week, right here on GhanaWeb TV. Remember to visit us on www.ghanaweb.com for even more news. Until next week, my name is Eche Atisu.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today deny funny face. It's not my brother. Deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum. The 63rd edition of the Grammy Awards was held in Los Angeles on Sunday and has since courted controversies. So Burna Boy and Wizkid were part of the winners, and we didn't have any winner from Ghana. Stonebwoy and Samini have been engaging in a Twitter war as a result, because Stonebwoy thinks that the support from Ghana has not been enough. But Samini says it starts from respecting the elderly. And so for Stonebwoy to have disrespected him, he is not the right person to be commenting on this. But what does it take to be or to win a Grammy Award? My name is Benefo Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Nana Yao 18 is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Nana B is a columnist, a lawyer in the making. Opa Sasiato Wayi. Ada. Oton Sasi. Nene, welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm well. I trust you are doing well too.
I'm doing great.
Nice. So, what's happening in showbiz? Ama Bruni is on standby to give us Nkomo. We'll be back to discuss what she presents.
Dada, you quiet the people. Now what you so in some ya buano and a yes answer the brim. A year in some wo now what you mean Canada Nkomo de bi wo ho pa. Sansona Ama Bruni. Masen ababiom the best song. My entire ho na embrace sia. Na say ka relationship goals e wo Ghana ha. E yo chiame kwame ne yere. Without doubt. What can do one become? Just one worry ni ye fem kofo keka say na on ne yere on ne ma. Eno no chiame kwame si. 10 years after marriage, no the book be about betudra love lockdown. Until person win a long lasting relationship or wa remove relationship ma. Na wa pe ba ko na we ready. Na esa book love lockdown enu no chiame kwame I presented 2 scenarios. Ba ko say 5 reasons why it is good to have sex before marriage. And the next one we say 5 reasons why you should abstain from premarital sex. Na yen na so chiame kwame mai nti e se wo ne hu kafo ehiem asa na mo ware no chirema boa mama se bia bukwa kwa ware na fide surprises bia se na o ka se bia na o pese na e sofa na nya sa na fide o how about ware mu ni ade e na o san so chirema e be ma relieve nti o san so cho honum se wo ne obi beda na no nche se no nti no be ware mu nti wan kasa de toto ho a but disadvantage nso wo ho o cha me kwa me chirema se who have sex before marriage e to the bi wa STDs ni niama e na nche dan so mbo asa nti wan kasa wo hwe ne e be boa wo no na why sex before marriage and sex after marriage one kasa na bet me decide. Hey my goddess. Just a brasa me a gospel musician also the same bia betu bia fa a premarital sex. Brasa me so no dey na dream mu de. Odofo ese sanka wo no obi betena so o yere ne okunu. Sanka wo protest right kakra. Di brasa me so no dey. Ese unu didwem kakra nsa na maka so mu betena ase na ma ware because eboa ema hu se o we na mepeye midini bia na afenya kwakotena ware ase na wo besu na wo beka se we de enya nyanka mepeni bi nti ono de se unu obi be hiem eye mpemegori ansa na ma ware ya na adwin mu de ewo mu so yo Kristo ni bata ono de o se eboa bebre mpembebre eboa na eye brasa me interview on eyi Kofi TV ye no just nsem me de dosu brasa mi chiremu a amafu munti o o se ne yere ni ama wa ware na gina che se ne yere na tare ne ho no ye tafri bomski wa wati ase deda oral sex brasa mi se ni je ho na dey brasa mi so oto ne boase na o ye ne yere na akoma so ade ma na o chema na reta mo ni hie mu no na on hye de hu ni e be ma na turn on pa so yo bury medi o yi nyamesem ne to nchen na wakoswa na nya yire pen wa ya amane nti wa ye Kofi Mensa wu tifie o yire bi anasa o girlfriend bi so ye oral sex man na church but sami kro o chire mo no kro ye gospel musician and the bolske onu kwampo wa ye na nka wo
ye wale ye ko ani mu Black Kofi me so me yiri nufu a na ogina ho budin edem katire ma fa na sum no ogina ho budin edem safa ne tirima budin me nunu na budin I want to make you baby. Baby, I will hwehwe na nya ho na sew. Na
baby oba na ka kire o.
Oba na ka se baby baby, I will hwehwe no. Enya ho no na hede. Na ma adwene se wla de kasa no quality. Enam se odo na hyan. Me wan so aso mi ti se. Kai. Me to de ama ma wale e da so ti ase. O so mi ti se na o de call underground. Or they call underground. When I'm saying don't believe me Jesus kasa. Or they call underground. I'm saying don't believe me Jesus kasa. Timi one say Black Kofi answer me. Black Kofi timi one say wasomiti e dey call underground. Eh me no me voice ya me katire ma me dey worship e wlade na dey ensensene na mabehu. Black Kofi. Nam so do me nye bi da bet na me dey microphone beto for. Me your mama. Then ye, we do boom head in hemble. Kablokoto, la blokoto, la blokoto.
amanfo actress Moisha Budon or the same bia to Ghana for me any. Also no pass or no Moisha, we share helps in the 2 kitani nyame gune boswa or be no bet me Jenny boy. Moisha chema no cran any say no be hold you down. Obua. Nti mo bia and try sad in the cry. Na Moisha ne say na what tree de ni na ama no. Na what tree na Moisha di birthday. No no ankasa theme bi or the buy no to say the no ye African princess. Hey Moisha. Picture be a Moisha de to her pink and yama oh kopuse birthday ni de wedding. Now one man so hand so Moisha sounds so a rendition of Beyonce you American musician Beyonce ni nyom be a friend diva. Now what shall saw be a Moisha dia just say hips no wa hihye ni say na kopo ka say Moisha ni anim so to me south out kopo be aka so the see ade ya asesa ni di your friend no Moi Beyonce Ghana Beyonce send one kasa o de wo hwe video be hu asawa ye sister Moisha odi for ni birthday no na ye gina Beyonce samsam so a ye ba ha enye Ghana Beyonce Moisha di o original Beyonce Shatawale ni ko ye anwum Shatawale twema Ghana fo my nya ade amana nso ni kwa hwe international big arts a oni ko ye anwum ya aka ojeji saka mu be so mu na ma hype no Nigeria for anka obeye o chema Ghana ha ne nkofo no won to dwom won hu se oni Beyonce akwa collaboration ni America won so akwohwehwe international art won ni won ye collaboration o chema manya ade kra cause na ko expect no shata chema the next generation as na ye benya eye collaboration as big as ono ne eye Beyonce din Shatawale dem kofu se o kasa but uchema Satan to say Beyonce na the biggest artist in the whole world into one na akwa collaboration hina bia na mbetumi de na akwa na eye Kofi Jama you ono oka eyi American rappers you or ekoso Kofi wa kasa wati ase ono na ochema eye ya talk ne story remix yo on eyi Stormzy any Kwesi Ataye in 3 days amanfo in 3 days nyomne hit 1 million views and then akwa ka say hey sa kodio Shatawale Saminio Stoneboy mwentumi anye bi wo say ya talk go ba na anu na say ya and na in 3 days ni nyom story remix na ababenya 1 million views and na Twitter fo one sanso ne compare Shatawale Stoneboy ne Saminio na Kofi Jama se munye sa nya ya banka ye mpanyimfo anka ye be hwe won se na wo ye na ye somo na afi na ade na mo ne ye compare Kofi Jama se won pesa ade new art na won aban mamu fa won compare mpanyimfo won aka se won spot down to wopam chopa mo compare mamu nka se they are bigger than them omu so musua in their due time omu so beba up until na wa kan ne hey nkomo ho hey mbi se na wo twi en se me epiepie eyi actress Efiashwas nigga o wonta abrofo mame Ochema Ghana for me na modem hotitare eye ne ma twins muntwe won ho kra na enye mo lie o se so tiase on himidie ore mpene ma obia bia o ye Ghana ni ene ne man twinada Ochema ohia in-laws amoya abrofo nti Ghana efo na ya moditare ne ma na nse yoko school no munhu se eri nyeye video bia betu dwa ye Efiashwas nigga ne ma ni mu ba ko oni girl bi as a girl ni so break up ene Efiashwas nigga ba de tu dwa se Moon forget you are in Penema ni Ghana for enye emenya relationship ya ono emi higher because they are investing in man on pay Ghana for girls until who ambition be say when the money be better na forget no rempene say yet waso dia ene ya Fantana you formerly of Rough Town Music or Chirema Ghana has say no say as a female artist omunya support no munya kakra mu promote won but adwumani de bebre aka Ochira ye Ghanaian female artists omo compete with American and it's about time mo supporting won wodi won ba mo pushi video mo nye se na mo ye ma American na se na ebe ye adwuma no ebe ye lucrative ama te say aya akono ama mia na won so we bem nti Fantana Chima won support won na won nwum so ye desa na say ye gina Fantana nsem so ye female participation in the music industry ma ye backing vocalist ye can backing vocalist Kasepa Ghana ha na nama you after so many years over 40 years so backing Kofu just a big art baby wa backing omo finally she's been awarded AFE Music Awards on 94 ni immense role we play our music industry another like Calvin Boy se mudwin se oni Stoneboy nya beef ne e ma ne batem de enye like And no cry near shoot to me up, ma just say Kelvin Boy, do I buy Kelvin Boy no? Say, Uncle Chema, or Ghana has a who label been as a whoopie my voice and after the wild baffem crown. And again, that was not his case. On the Stone Boy beef, a brain is scar, kasanti, and again, one banning faso. National Film Authority for awarding same Yabe Tuja. What Chema, a year from May 1st. TV so say your audiovisual in content ni bia ya wo show no wo ba be hwehwem na won ahwe say if it's right for the time and because for Chema sometimes odd hours me am friend da e bon say na wo show nsem bi movie bia parental guidance na ni nyina na etwebusa without any guidelines bi so wo Chema from May 1st no mba be hwehwem ansa na wo be show movie and I say any content on TV no I say one kasa one approve say is this the right time to show and enya dia say mo frahwe nti sa nyama nyina wa be hwehwe ni nyina ma yen TV so afedi awofo wonye mbetumi adwom pusha that ya say he ajeta nan no ne yiri eye elom anan almost celebrating 14 years in marriage and that femo and nothing cry and na watching your pictures some year photo shoots be and say I don't know what the garden be fruits be kakra and the studio pictures na dey na man for Chema when near Japan because one already here fair say pusha what to me keeping the family out of public eye but then a woman anniversary no wa ba no be post man for so ma worry here fair enu bi na yenso say years to come next year celebrate 14 years 20 years nya the tajeta nine we wish you all the best in your marriage ebejina ajeta nine senseni so na ene nkomo no ye dia besi me amede brem ye frame Amabroni Abrantepa Samumai.
And that's Amabroni with Nkomo issues, the tidbits in the world of showbiz here in Ghana. So many things happening. Let me begin with Nene and see which one he would want to touch on. Nene.
Yeah.
Can I predict?
I mean, I'm quite predictable.
You want to talk about Tafi Bumsky and all this?
I want to talk about Ochame Kwame.
Okay, you talk.
You know, Ochame Kwame and his wife are two of my favorite people in the world. I have a personal relationship with them, and I feel like, based on interactions I've had with them on different platforms, they are two of the most genuine people I've met in my life. Even you can attest to that when you have your broken heart.
Did I say to that?
But Ochame Kwame who consoled you and everything. So I'm glad that they are putting out a book to share some of their secrets with the world, secrets that they have shared with some people who are close to them. So I think that the book will be beneficial to the world. And on the subject of the book about sex before marriage or sex after marriage and all that, you know, as a member of the Church of Pentecost, the position of my church is sex should be only after marriage, right? But as a human being, you see, I have some friends who got married as virgins. I have some friends who got married to women who were virgins. I have some friends who had sex before they got married. And there's something I've noticed, right? One thing I've noticed about women in general, as a feminist, somebody should attack me. Women don't change, right? So if a woman sees you as a friend, you always be a friend in her eyes. Even if she's married to you, you'll still be her friend, right? So if you and the woman don't have a sexual relationship, it's usually very difficult to cultivate that after marriage, in the sense that she has in her head, you know, she has some type of relationship with you, and that relationship doesn't include sex. The fact that she's married to you doesn't automatically mean that the sex is going to come. So I feel like she may like you as a person, she likes talking to you, she may like your presence, she may like everything, but she's not sexually attracted to you. She's not going to automatically become sexually attracted to you just because she's married to you. So it's always good or important to know whether your partner is sexually attracted to you or not, and also whether they are sexually compatible with you or not. And people will say that sex is not important, there are other things that goes into marriage, but actually, sex and money are two of the reasons people divorce the most.
No, I mean to you.
Let me speak on the Yaw Talk issue that came up with the comparison of Sarkodie. Ghana ha ebimutimo ding. You see, you have people who intentionally make it an agenda to destroy young people's careers before it even starts. And then definitely start you. I know of legends who have tried in so many times to explain to Ghanaian, especially the media, because they trigger these conversations. A media compares to everybody. We are blogger, we are influencer, we are part of the ecosystem now. So we trigger those conversations. It's in Ghana where a certain legend, a certain artist who will spend 5 to 6 years in the industry cannot get a hit song per the fact that he's still active. Unless it's maybe miracle. If you are 10 years to 12 years in the world, will cry. Because a media person will tell you that when you're in Yao Tog is a unique young bull doing his music, he's doing well. Adome Sirano, he had released a song, he met a certain group of people who pulled some strings, and then he got Stormzy on the song. Let's all be honest. Let's go and watch the kind of media houses in UK that shared the link of the song Sorry Remix. Let's all go and check. Isn't it supposed to be a big win for the industry, Abrante? Why should somebody set an agenda to destroy the boy's career before it even starts? Because comparing him to Sarkodie, now, if he's not careful and he gets swollen-headed, that will be the end. I was talking on Spice FM in Takrady, and I told them, listen, before the Sorry Remix, go to the boy's YouTube channel. Go and check. He released a couple of videos on his channel. Go and check the views, the numbers.
On those videos.
On those videos. Again, there's a song called Sika Befi, which is for one young artist called Kweku Darlington. That was also released on his channel. Koshe video views, no. Never compare the one that Stormzy and Kwesi Arthur were on. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I think that behavior of and they have to find every possible way to catch somebody who is a bit older or probably experienced in a certain field, no, out of the system, to let the so-called claim young people find their way. You have to stop.
Okay.
What am I saying?
Yeah.
Now, Kofi Jamal case never. Why will he speak up? Because it's just a home say on about this year.
As in so.
That be for the economy so him.
Name for prefer.
You get what I'm trying to say? Because issues like this, because the way I at the end of if we are talking, to say what am I saying? We have to stop that. It's an agenda. Whoever started that thing was trying to end the young boy's career before it even shoots up.
Okay. Right. So let's take a break. When we return, we'll be talking about the Grammys. Stonebwoy and Samini. I'm going to face on Twitter. But there is a bigger conversation. The Grammys. What does it take to win Grammys? We'll talk about this after this short break. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. So over the weekend, the Grammy Awards was held, the 63rd edition of the event. And after that, there's been a conversation. And that's because Nigeria's Burna Boy walked home with the Best Global Music Album Award. And Wizkid, having featured in Beyonce's Brown Skin Girl music video, was also a winner as Beyonce's video won the Best Music Video. So there's a conversation as to why Ghana has not been able to win a Grammy Award yet. We've seen Rocky Dawuni earn a nomination with his 6th studio album. So before we move on to the Stonebwoy and Samini Twitter fight, let's see what it takes to win a Grammy. Let me begin with Nene. What does it take to win a Grammy? If I want to be a Grammy Award winner, what do I have to do?
The point is, the Grammy is organized by the Recording Academy, which is the short form for the Arts and Science Recording Academy. An American, very important, it's an American trade organization. You understand?
Yeah.
It is an award scheme organized for American musicians to reward them. It was the history of how the Ghana was started. It's a long one, but the point is to record American musicians, to reward American musicians, right? And so the other categories like, you know, global, best global album and all those things, to recognize artists who are not Americans but are doing well in the American market.
Yeah.
So to win the Grammy, the easiest way to win the Grammy is to have music that is selling in the US. And to have music that is selling in the US, there are several ways you can have your song selling in the US. For example, the Adele album that won her the plenty Grammys was her second album. And that album was produced by Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin is the founder of Def Jam. He's very, very respected in the Grammy community or in the American music community. He's probably the most respected producer because he does both hip hop and rock music. So everybody respects him. So if you have an album produced by Rick Rubin, you have the respect too. So that's why there are some UK artists who have, who are big but have never won Grammy because they don't have the endorsement of Rick Rubin. For example, Ed Sheeran, right? Ed Sheeran, he used to be managed by Elton John. And there's a story he shared that his first album, Elton John, he was nominated for the Grammy because Elton John. So Elton John approached the Recording Academy that they wanted him to perform, which is Ed Sheeran. And then they said they can't help Ed Sheeran perform because nobody knows him. And so they agreed that, okay, then Elton John will perform with him. So if you watch that performance, Elton John was the one playing the, all he did was he played the piano and then Ed Sheeran performed. According to Ed Sheeran, that was when he met Taylor Swift. And then Taylor Swift took him on the tour. And then he became a huge in the US. So his album after that was the one that had the one that he liked to all the girls in the world. I'll Be Loving You Till We Are 70 or 90. And then that
Thinking Out Loud.
Yeah, that album. So that album became his biggest album because he had an endorsement of people like Taylor Swift. You understand? So if you look at the album that won for Burna Boy tweeted something after he won the award that last year when he didn't win, he spoke to Angelique Kidjo. And Angelique Kidjo told him
what to do.
And he did that. If you look at the album, the three producers who makes the album were Mike Dean, who works with Kanye West and Beyonce. He actually is the only producer who have worked on every Kanye West album.
Yeah, and he said that Kanye has two albums. Every time there's one album that will be scrapped and the other album that will come out.
Yeah. And there is Timbaland. And then there is the executive producer of the album, P. Diddy. And P. Diddy is the marketing god of American music. So if you have these people producing an album for you, you can most likely win the Grammy. Because most of the people who vote in the Grammys are, people who have, either you have to be a former winner or you have to be part of the academy to vote for it. And usually, you may not know everybody who has been nominated. You may not know who Burna Boy is, but when you are going to the credits, you see Sean Combs. Okay. So you vote for that album because of the name.
Okay.
So I understand. So winning is more political than art.
Okay.
Yes.
Nana, based on what Nene has said and what you know about the Grammys, are our artists failing in that regard?
As in we want. And Grammy, a live video, 44 minutes. Okay. First of all, no Ghanaian artist is failing. No Ghanaian artist is sleeping, and no Ghanaian artist is lazy. Let me add something to what Nene said. To win a Grammy is to give the American government money, as in taxes. Drake is from Canada, Toronto. For him to win all the Grammys, he had to move from Canada and live in America and spend and be taxed.
Yes, his music is made in America.
You understand? You have to be taxed. You have to give the government of America money. because we are rewarding you for also trading in our country. That is the line that a lot of Ghanaians and a lot of people in the media don't even know. Because when we say Obonyoma and you know Grammy, if music took people to Grammy, I'm sure there are a lot of African music that could have even been in the category than even Burna Boy's album. I'll make an example. Justin Bieber was seen by Asha Raymond, right? They had to move the boy from Canada to the US.
Sign him to death.
Sign him to an American recording label. So they spent money in America. Let's bring it home. How many of our boys here can actually do better promotions in America? Let me use one of the richest African artists, Davido, who was born in ATL, came back to Nigeria to build his career, got the hits, Damiduro, became a big artist, and tried to now break back into the foreign market, so had to move to go and sign some international label deal. All the Nigerians that you know, check the labels and things behind them. Those are American-owned record labels. Davido will get money. Come talk say him that he has money. Doing promotion in America, his money is almost finishing. Davido they travel with private jet too. He cruise private jet. He open him up say, my money is getting finished in America. Because as Nanaya Radio, as I said here, who works with the Orchard, I can tell you that the least amount of money an artist needs to do, make a solid appearance on Apple Music, bro, is $5,000 to $10,000. You see the Apple Music Ibro, that's with the Nigerian artists. That they will say, oh, I have Burna Boy in the studios with me and all that. Bro, it's $10K. It's between 5 to 10K. When you pay that money, Ibro them will also plug you to other interviews like the Breakfast Club and they will do $10K, bro. Do you know how much $10K is in Ghana?
That's fine. It's huge.
What
60,000, 600 million.
What is the revenue conversation for an artist in Ghana? For him to be able to be comfortable to take care of his family, for him to have enough to say, let me travel out there in America to build a business that will feed my music.
Okay, so what is the challenge?
The challenge is that the revenue funnel for Ghanaian artists is not enough.
Boys don't get money.
Boys don't have the money.
And that can be traced to what?
It's everything. I was talking about it on my Facebook. I was saying that the system is weak, because what are systems? They are people. People make up governments, right? So, for instance, let me do a very basic mathematics for you here. Even in Accra, to promote one song, it's like this. You have 10 DJs charging you 500 Ghana cedis, 5,000. You have 10 bloggers charging you 400 Ghana cedis to post the music, it's 4,000. You have 5 radio TV stations charging you, let's say, 2,000, it's what, 10,000. Accra, when you do all that in making the music and you are done, you have to spend over 20,000 cedis on one song. How do you tell an artist who has 3 sources of revenue? 1, in Ghana, events, show. 2, endorsement deal. Or 3, corporate performances or appearances. Right? How do you tell them that this 3 that is not even guaranteed? Because you see the endorsement deal and things, it takes certain favor and certain connections and certain politics for you to get that.
Okay.
How do you tell an artist that make it go America, make it go do promotion worth over 40 to 50,000 Ghana cedi,
Right.
when he is not making when he is not making 80% of revenue from music? How do you do that? How do you even compare a Ghanaian artist who is an independent artist? All the labels we have in Ghana, they are not even close to let's say Universal Music Group. or Epic.
How can they bring it? They are not even close to the small labels like
Empire. You know what I'm trying to say? They're not even close. So how do you tell a Ghanaian artist who has to find a middle point in this crazy industry where everybody is eating from them? Let's all be sincere. A lot of the so-called media houses right now, I put it on my Facebook page today, I said that the day taxation will be taken serious by Ghana government, right? That's when we will see the number of stations we have in Ghana and the ones that never existed.
Evading tax. Okay.
Bro, so, let me land.
Okay.
The major problem is that we are comparing two different people. We are comparing a group of people who have open plugs. If I say open plug, there's a Nigerian who works in Capital Extra, works in Beats FM, works in all these big radio stations, right? When he's there, he locks in the music of these artists. He connects them to the right people. When the people go back, do you know that? It was once said that Rock Nation, Jay-Z's label, was sitting down with Don Jazzy.
Yeah.
Do you know? Did you hear that thing?
Don Jazzy actually, when they were signed to Kanye's label, they had a management conversation because they worked on the Watch the Throne album. Don Jazzy's name is on the credit for the Watch the Throne album.
Exactly, bro. Why is that? It's numbers. Let me explain the numbers part once I wrap up.
And let me say this: when the band was signed to Kanye's Good Music, apart from Kanye West, he was the highest selling artist on the label. He was selling than John Legend and Common because he had numbers, because of Nigeria.
So that's where I'm going. We have a market share. So I'll do this mathematics, right? Let's say a telco comes out to say, hey, Ghanaians, from today, if you go to Spotify, AudioMac, Apple Music, Tidal, Deezer, Amazon Music, it's free, data free. I say this on authority. No Ghanaian artist can make 1 million Ghana cedi from a song on any of these streaming platforms. You know why? The number of Ghanaians who stream music, we are between 200,000 to 500,000 people. And I'm talking about repeated plays. Like you will go on your phone and you will repeat a song 3 times. How do I know? I sit on a database of how many Ghanaians listen to music on Apple Music, Spotify. When you say artists no more Ghana Hano, when they upload their song on YouTube and they go and check their data, the region, the geographical whatever, you will see Ghana, like the number where you go see for there, your heart go caught.
Yeah.
Like you go see Ghana, flag there, 200 and something people. America, 1,000 something.
Yeah.
It's the
issue.
Even
people who do content in Chi.
I'm telling you, listen,
bloggers.
We have a bigger problem on our hand. Grammy, no, and yet, yes, Grammy is the biggest award in the world. At the same time, it might not be the biggest to every artist because of our location.
Okay.
Say Wahi, Stonebwoy winning Nico and Kokonakola award, they kind of saying he's won the BETs. Yeah, he's won all these awards, right? He's worked with Morgan Heritage, a Grammy Award-winning album. He was part.
And Andre Harris.
We didn't even talk about it. We didn't even celebrate. Kill Beat was on the Divide album for Ed Sheeran, on Ife's ODG.
Grammy-winning album.
Grammy-winning album. We didn't talk about it. It's like, just I don't know why. As a Ghana for you,
man, let me say something before you go on this song.
Quickly.
Right. The thing is, I want to use Bob Marley as an example, right? You know, Jamaica is a very small country. I want to debunk your point about numbers. Jamaica is a very small country, but Jamaica is a very respected country when it comes to music. When it comes to reggae music, Jamaica is the most recognized country, even though Jamaica is not the only country that do reggae music. The reason being that Bob Marley was so successful in Europe that the labels were looking for who else is like Bob Marley that we can market to the rest of the world. And Bob Marley was not first promoted as a reggae artist. He was promoted as a rock artist because he plays guitar. And when he was successful, he told people that what he did was reggae. And this was done in Jamaica.
But that's not the banging.
But the thing is,
it's not the banging my numbers game.
The point is,
I wanted to face that.
The point is, when it comes to the numbers thing, the reason why, even though with their small population, Jamaica is recognized is because somebody from Jamaica an individual from Jamaica was successful. I think that the problem with we've never had any Ghanaian artists.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. There are a lot of reggae, even in Ghana. I can say that 2/3 of our Ghanaian music lovers in their homes, when you're growing up, you grow up on
reggae music.
Reggae.
Yes.
Then if I say numbers reflect not on the country, numbers reflect on the music genre and the people that respond to the music genre.
Okay.
How many people know about rock music? Make sure Grammy Award. Make some album, music genres be another Grammy. I say metal.
Yes.
Metal.
It tells you that the numbers of people who listen. Let's forget about the country. Let's talk about the people who listen to the music.
See, when it comes to selling, marketers want the simplest thing they can sell.
I have worked on an artist in Ghana for him to be signed to Sony. In our conversation with Sony, and we sent the data and we sent the research to Sony, they came back to us with a simple mathematics saying that this is what you want us to do. The market share value does not support.
Because probably they don't think that
the market share value is not Ghanaian. So
yes, that means
that at the time was spearheading a certain Afrobeat conversation. Afrobeat was now growing in the American market. Therefore, a lot of people it sounded new. That's how come Davido's If became one of the most biggest Afrobeat songs. That's how come when Americans heard Ojo Alegba by Wizkid, they went crazy because it sounded new. The world is designed
and you know music that is new. When it comes to sounding new, Ghanaian and Nigeria do Afrobeat.
Yes, but at the point where Ghana was succeeding with Afrobeat was when Fizz Odigi was the most powerful. Check the records, bro. When Fizz was leading the campaign for us, when he was pushing Tina, when he was saying that, yo guys, come, let's do this. Even Azonto, it took. You see, sometimes when we do these conversations, they are very, very deep, and some of them are very technical. So it's hard for us who sit behind data to even break it down.
Okay. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll delve into the Stonebwoy and Samini Twitter banter. We'll see whether or not Stonebwoy has a case, how definite was, or how clear was his tweet, and the Samini have to go on that tangent with the Sun. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. And we are back to focus on the fight between the father and the son, Samini and Stonebwoy. For those who may not be aware, Stonebwoy was Samini's protege. He was signed under his label. Stonebwoy was under the High Grade family until he left to form his own Beam Nation, Benetton Music. Yes. So, this is the tweet Stonebwoy made a day after the Grammys, which was on Monday. He says, with all due respect, let all other African countries give it up for Nigeria for their constant efforts in holding the mantle for Africa when it comes to entertainment on the global scene. Congrats for holding it down at the Grammys. As for Ghana, shaking my head, I'll be back. Then Samini comes and replies, he said, Ghana will be okay if we begin to keep it 100% with each other as artists, my G. It starts from being honest and calling a spade a spade. Do you think they disrespect Idibia like you disrespect Samini? Hashtag year of truth. Before you give extra fixed funds to Nigeria, check yourself, faker. Then Stonebwoy comes and says, no disrespect. You just finished the tweet beef with Shatawale. Is it my turn now? We know each other personally. I cannot do this with you on social media. Then Samini responds, shaking my head, Stonebwoy. He laughs. You know you can't throw dust in the eyes, in no one's eyes, my son. You know exactly where I am coming from. Don't trash GH in congratulating Nigeria because they don't disrespect their legends like you do, period. A word to the wise is enough. Another reply comes from Samini. Says, after calling me a sellout on a public stage during your mismatch clash, who sold who out? Come on, we come from high grade. We come from grade 1. You get the nerves to be tweeting at me. Shatawale is a mate. You are a son. Get the difference. The last tweet from Samini to the same message. That message was received 3 replies. It says, "You disappointed me, son." So that's what has been happening between Stonebwoy and Samini. So, Nene, what do you see? Is he saying that we are not supporting, or Ghanaians are not supporting the artists, for which reason Ghana has this Grammy Award drought?
See, what Stonebwoy is failing to understand, what Ghanaian artists, especially, you see, there's an issue I have with Ghanaian artists when they talk about themselves. It's like they don't know what they are doing. Music is a business. Capitalist business is individual driven, right? Let me give you this guy, Burna Boy. Burna Boy was highly disrespected in Nigeria. He was one of the most controversial musicians in Nigeria. It was people that the blog almost always wrote negative things about. Before 2018, you hardly find positive news about Burna Boy in Nigeria on Nigeria blogs. Even till date, there's still negative news about Nigeria, about Burna Boy on Nigerian blogs.
It definitely won't stop. So
you understand? When you say support, what do you mean as an artist? I feel like Nigeria started supporting Burna Boy after the Ye song blew on the global scene. And they started seeing him as somebody who is representing the country, right? And I feel like when it comes to Stonebwoy in particular, Ghanaians are very supportive of Stonebwoy.
But that's not what he's saying.
You understand?
I think you don't understand the tweets that he did.
What the point I'm trying to make is that my point I'm trying to make is that when you say support, in what way are you talking about?
Yes, it's bigger than fan base.
I'm not talking about fan base.
No, I'm telling you that the tweet from Stonebwoy is a deeper conversation that is happening in our certain gatekeepers circles right now.
See, the point is about the conversation we had, right? When it comes to fan base, to win a Grammy, it's not really about the Ghanaian gatekeepers.
No, you're not getting. I'm saying that it's a deeper conversation. You didn't get it, sweet.
Okay, Nana, break it down. How do you understand
Let me tell you. I happen to have traveled with some artists around the world. And this is not somebody is telling me. I am telling you on authority because it happened to me that there are a lot of Ghanaians who are sitting in powerful music positions in the world. Ghanaians, they sit in powerful music positions where they sit as gate that they can open a door and take our music to a certain level or an artist to a certain level. I'll give you an example. Have you seen the Sarkodie Black is Love concert? Have you seen the company that he tags, the Sikh people? Have you checked who is behind it? Can somebody just check? Check the name behind it.
Who is behind it?
No, you check. It's a Ghanaian. You can check. All the Stonebwoy tweet was trying to say is that a certain level of Nigerian powerhouse, right? They understand the fact that we need to go to the world together. Don't get me wrong. I understand. You've been a musician before. You were a great writer. You're a great poet. You know the conversation before you became a musician and the conversation that came after you started going to school. I'm saying that Ghanaian artists, two-thirds of them, they be ungrateful. We all know that. They don't. We all know that. But Stonebwoy is trying to let us know that when you travel, you meet a certain Ghanaian or Ghanaians who are sitting in some key positions that have closed doors. That's how I saw it.
So the reason why I said I'm coming because the reason why I said Stonebwoy in particular can't say that is because I know people who have worked with Stonebwoy. I've also worked with Stonebwoy when I was right. And as of last year, before COVID, I know the people who were working on his world tour. You understand? Who are Ghanaians who are sitting on
exactly my point.
So when I say Stonebwoy in particular cannot say things like that, I mean that because
he's not speaking for himself.
Should we narrow it to
No, because
the fact that he has enjoyed,
like Vejablo interviewing the Americans on his show on Apple Music. Why would he interview them on his Apple Music? Because they've got it to a point where it's easy to sell them for him to go to Apple office and tell them that I'm going to interview these guys.
So
who are they?
So you'd have had no challenge if it came from a different artist than Stonebwoy. That's what you
have to have built a certain platform for some people outside the country who are Ghanaians not to look like they are doing you, they are throwing you a bone by putting you on.
You think some of our artists have not done?
Listen.
No, I said that when you are at that level.
No.
As some are reaping the reward. Sarkodie has sold himself well. Stonebwoy himself has sold himself well. Samini, Shatta got the song with Beyonce because of Leslie, who is a Ghanaian, right? So when you put yourself at a position where somebody can easily recommend you to somebody who is the powerhouse outside the world, they do that. I think that when it comes to supporting each other, Ghanaians do that when they feel like you've earned it.
Okay, Nana, come in.
So you see, Charlie. See, I am saying that comparing a Nigerian force, push, drive. I have worked on Ghana Meets Nigeria for so many years. I have seen how Nigerians who live in Ghana approach empire to have a certain conversations on artists who are coming in as Nigerians and how they provide hospitality for them.
I won't disagree with you on that.
I have seen how Nigerians, as I worked on Afro Nation, if you see the powerhouse that hold hands to drive Nigerian musicians to where they are, that's how I saw the Stonebwoy tweet.
Okay, that's where you're coming from.
What happened? We were in Lagos. Stonebwoy performed at the Sound City MVP Awards 2019. Had a great show. I was reporting for Ghana, so I did a story. Ghanaian stars called me, media people called me and said, "Bayu, what are you saying? You know, the thing we watch, somebody they sing, somebody is sit the stage in top, you know they mind now." Where I say, so as I be international journalist, where I go the place, where everybody from Cameroon, everybody, you think where we had that experience? The guys from Kenya, Tanzania, yes, it were even worse. But for Stonebwoy, when he drops a song, the crowd cheered. The guys say, no. The thing where you watch, it. It's as though it comes to the extent that the person even called me on video to make sure say what who said the make can again can I say bro.
Papa is how here in Nigeria now.
Oh, me baho. Until I say me baho. I make a be in chero. Share this word this African content that we did about Japan. Ko bi aniwa omo ya hypocrites in Nigerians. But you will not beat them when they are together. That's the simple truth. Obianka said Davido no Wizkid. Obianka nim say fight with ho.
Yeah.
Obianka said Burner any Davido fight with ho. But when Burner win the thing, Davido pick a phone, Twitter, congrats to Burner Boy and Wizkid. We did this country. Make Ghanaian artists go win so. Selected few, those who are in his circle. All I'm saying is that the Stonebwoy tweet didn't call. It was not a tweet that's supposed to trigger the things that it triggered. It was a tweet to let us wake up as people and say that, listen, when we want to go to the market, we can go to the market united. Because Nanayao has a plug who works with Pandora. I can pick a phone and call Pandora and say, let's program African music. Let's lead with Ghanaian songs, right? I can send a Ghanaian song playlist to Pandora. Pandora is it's the biggest music streaming platform in America because it has the highest usage of American usage, not the word American.
Online radio in Nigeria.
Yes, American usage. You understand? We push the music to these people. We push the artists to do what they have to do because the investments no day Ghana. Bro.
Okay, right. Let's look at Samini's reaction.
It's uncalled for, bro.
Bema, I love Samini. The 10 times my raw material at a concert to tear an artist, it was Samini on stage. I love Samini more than anybody in this room. And I've worked with Samini. I've gotten a lot of girls just because I know Samini. But I want to say this. Rasta is talking in the nonsense.
Samini is not making sense?
He's talking the nonsense.
How?
What is he saying? You understand? You see, when he said disrespect legends, what Stonebwoy had a Kojo Nchi on his album, right? On his last album, he had Kudenchi on it. Yeah. So you don't expect everybody to respect every legend. You understand? There are some people that he feels that they've personally contributed to his music, so he respects them. Well, this the two Baba thing he brought. Two Baba changed his name to Two Baba. Why? Because
rebranding.
No, not even the rebranding.
Rebranding.
This thing where the news about him was that he's a chronic womanizer, having babies with everybody, and he decided to own it. That he's a father for all, so he's Baba. He started calling himself Baba, and that's how the name Two Baba came. To own the negative press he was getting. You understand? There's an artist who understands that you can either let the wave take you down, or you can ride the wave.
Okay.
You understand? Samini, when Samini was on top, Samini did a lot of features. He did like 50 features before he put out his first album. But he was on top between 2006 to when he started going down. He wasn't working with just anybody. He wasn't even going to perform just anywhere. I remember in 2000, when he put out his album, I think 2011, when he put out his CEO album, and we went to Legon campus to promote the album. And then Tony told me that Samini has never performed on Legon campus before. Every artist in Ghana, you perform on Legon campus, and most people perform almost for free. So I asked them whether they would be willing to do that. And he said, yeah, they're willing to perform for free, but the school will still have to pay for the band, which at that time was going to be around at least 5,000 for Samini to come and perform on Legon campus. And you know what's funny? Years later, when Samini started going down, he will now dab his CD with the beat on it, and he still won't mind, obviously. But he went to do a show at Kuforidia a few years ago without band because the people couldn't afford the band. Okay. You understand? When Samini was on top, he wasn't looking up. He wasn't like, quote unquote, respecting the legends. You understand? He was doing his own thing, carrying himself like the superstar he was, and he earned the right to do that. So when somebody is having their moments and they are doing what you were doing, now you have a problem with it. You understand? I love Samini. It really pains me to say this, but Samini shouldn't be. Maybe he's doing it for publicity. You don't know, because Samini is a Grammy nominated. He was on a Grammy nominated album. He was on Rocky Dawuni's album. So if even he had come in, he could have come in to say something about Rocky Dawuni nomination, how the media didn't talk about it. That would have made more sense. But to go on a personal attack like that, I say, we mean not to work.
Okay, Nana, I'm making a point about Mama Wama explanation, and I move on to Nene on the Samini thing.
Bro,
yeah.
The Nana can na mate. The only thing I can say, Samini tweets now, you know, it's needless. Service is childish. You understand what I'm trying to say? The series of tweets he put out, the only part that made sense was that it doesn't even make sense. But the fan said, because of what the gibberish he has been putting out into because that part said, don't praise Nigeria and tarnish GH, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
What am I saying?
Yeah.
That part, I give him like...
It says, don't trust GH in congratulating Nigeria.
Yes.
Because...
That's somewhere aired in that part.
Okay.
Yes, but he didn't he didn't make a mistake because he wasn't referring... He wasn't throwing shade at any Ghanaian. He was saying something that he said, I'll be back. Now, let's speak to the Samini Stone issue. 2013, Rakus Productions organized a press conference for an artist called Kaki for a tour. Samini was there, Stone came. Were you there? At the Silver Lounge, 2013, around 2013.
I know that's what we're talking about here.
There was a certain tension between Stone and Samini back then. Anybody watching the show?
So that was when he had just left the label.
It's a certain tension. Fast forward, a certain Shatawale came to attack a certain Samini, and that was calling Samini that Samini never helped anybody in the dancehall reggae fraternity. Therefore, he is a selfish guy who wanted everything for himself. So quickly, to prove Ghanaians wrong, he formed an alliance with Stone, somebody that he had a tension with. We haven't even spoken about how Stone left the high grade label. We haven't even tackled the conversation on what happened, what triggered after the Grade 1 album, what happened to Stone leaving. That whole story, Yatinaso. Because the alliance made it look like everything was cool between the father and the son. Now, same in what their parents do.
Yeah.
2 tests of the time, know what they say. To go for a phone. Now we share a phone, so now they be about. Obano man on tablet. Ubefia, not only Casanonsa from the phone. No, Mimia. Because he's doing or she's doing what a father does or what the parents do, not what the parents say. Whatever Stonebwoy is doing is what the father has been doing that he's also doing. If Samini feels Stonebwoy is disrespecting him, it's because of what the son has seen the father do in the system. Now where I am Obi winning the Grammy. Nam my bed chairman, I had obedi me at him, calling me a faker and all that. And you see, Samini goofed big time. Because in the Assassin sound clash, Shatawale made it seem jokingly that he had called Samini and that Samini was on his side. And that before that, Samini came out to say a lot of things about the Assassin sound clash, making it look like Shatta and Stone, they don't merit to even clash. And the guy will feel, your son will feel like, no, Papa, you shouldn't do that. You should even call me on the side and say, yo, bro, I did your bad. Vim. Say, pair agreements for the sake of the alliance that we made in the past. Many women in your call, Shatta Showa, Yam performing. You have to even do a video and say, yo, Shatta, today you meet your meter, my son will clear you. Then backstage, you go call your son and say, yo, you know, say this thing, like if you make me, I am do. The boy was pained. And what the boy said was, oh, if you know, because some father sell out, he even called you father, he even reverenced you in a jokingly form. Because he was responding to the same joke Shatta made. In a joking form, he said, oh, if you know, because some father sell out. If he had said, if you know, because some guy sell out, like that one, then you go football. But he referenced you. He said, oh, if you know, because some father sell out. Now, what pain now, there was, move from that time, by this time, till now, he's still harboring that pain in him. You get what I'm trying to say? At a point in time, Samini won a mobile. Do you even remember?
Yeah. That was in 2008 or
when he won the mobile, you know what happened in this country?
What happened?
Mongugu, muna makosgu. Me kaipa that time, video TV, let me show TV. Me kaipa. Hey, Charlie, Vim not there, and I think he was doing the switch of name.
Yeah.
So at the time he won the mobile, the pricing, the behavior, the approach to business, everything changed.
Yes, exactly.
The people that he was hanging out with, he wasn't hanging out with them again. Are you saying that if GhanaWeb should open an open forum right now and say any artist who Samini has done something to, you know, a guy called Lingua Cat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who has been fighting Samini for how many years now?
I check.
Charlie, I felt like when I saw the tweet, I felt disappointed. I'm like, the same way Shatta in time, I said that he shouldn't have responded to Shatawale in those back and forth things that he was
that one
doing.
I endorsed that. Responding to Shatawale was very important.
That thing and all that.
No, responding to Shatawale was very important.
No, I'm about. I felt like he shouldn't because I know that when it goes to the music, he won't deliver.
Okay.
Landing,
quick.
Your son has not disappointed you. Your son also has issues on his chest that he's also trying to be. Now he's also a father.
He's trying to be an independent man.
No, you forget that. Now Stone is also a father to dance or art. Now that people like let's say LaRusso, let's say Capone, you know, Kevin Boy, they also look up to him. So he also has to check the way he also goes about his utterances in public spaces.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
This tweet from Samini, it was needless. The Tubaba issue, right? I've also been in Ghana. I was at Kimbisky. I saw how a certain Nigerian artist disrespected Tubaba. I was in Lagos. I saw how a certain Nigerian artist treated a certain producer, legend producer in Lagos, backstage at the Sound City MVP Awards. I was there. And I said, oh, Africa, I said, come on, from Huasem Kra. Right? In their own space, Nigerian. But when they come out and they are together, don't try. You will not win them. Even here, The boys who sell the mobile phone, wires, connectors, they will speak the language. Then they form the alliance, and then they go. If you only hear away every time somebody for sure say, if you be the right person, you will be wrong. If you hear away somebody
Good
for
people in
first,
Ghana like to be worshipped.
Yeah.
I understand that thing.
So somebody is sit on A, somebody is sit on gate. you make a vessel. Somebody is sit in some conversation where you go change Ghana music in terms of the royalty system, right? It is sits there because it won't make the Ghana people come see him, make them reverence sound, make them cook fufu and things can make it chop for London. They make it there, So you come, so I will help you, Okay, all right. So now. If I go down, if I bow, Charlie, now you're there.
Mummy Uncle Day. Now you're 18, Nani Aredu is with oneplayafrica.com. Nene is a columnist and they've been helping out with the discussion. Let me still remind you that we are celebrating our 22nd anniversary. And yes, GhanaWeb is 22 years. Yache, you're giant. So watch out for more. There are more stories on our website, www.ghanaweb.com. Sorry, our YouTube channel, lots of videos and programs there for you. GhanaWeb TV, let's get interactive on social media, is at the GhanaWeb, both Instagram and Twitter, same on Facebook. So until we come your way some other time with yet another episode of Bloggers Forum, we say stay safe and be good. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
Education monitoring team also noted that women in Ghana account for less than a quarter of all science, technology, engineering, and mathematics degrees. Data from the World Bank on gender parity for Ghana shows that access to education continues to favor boys and men, although it improved from 0.62 in 2011 to 0.77 in 2018. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the free senior high school has brought further improvement, and the ratio for 2019-2020 academic year stood at 0.95. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is progress, but it is not enough. We have more to do, especially in ICT, natural science, mathematics, and statistics, engineering, manufacturing, and construction, in all of which female enrollment remains below 10%. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted some of the advances we are seeing are due to the necessary cultural changes and that address the perception of women's role in the home and at the workplace. The effort that led to more women climbing the professional...
Honourable Member, you may need to summarize the lengthy statement, or else it will lose its import.
Mr. Speaker, we will need to expose our daughters to STEM and related career options as early as possible. We can do this through our natural interactions as parents, guardians, and teachers. But we must also create special programs to address this. We can go back to the girls in science programs. We can create new programs with similar missions. We can set up STEM centers with the girls. The important thing is to allow girls a chance to learn about science, interact with mentors, and where possible, acquire basic skills in their field. We will also need to support girls in STEM with learning opportunities, Mr. Speaker. This will mean collaborating with businesses to institute internship and placement opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the urgency of this task is not in doubt. Ghana cannot be left out of the science-based revolution that is sweeping the world. We cannot do this with one hand tied behind our backs, as it were. But it is exactly what we will be doing if we do not get more women involved in science. That is why this day is special. The opportunity is to afford us to reflect, revise, retool, and must not be missed. A generation from now, our girls will be at the forefront of global innovation. It is possible if we can begin now. Let us not let them down. Let us give them a chance to be great. Let us work to give this day, the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, its fullest meaning. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much for a very excellent summary. Honorable members, we have one more urgent statement, but I want us to stop here so that we can celebrate the women. That statement is on a different subject matter. So let's take this opportunity, celebrate our women, then we can take that final statement. And so I'll recognize a number from each side of the House, guided by the women, this time around, not the men. They will take the lead and you will follow. Don't worry, they will take the lead, you will follow.
Mr. Speaker, please, can you give us 3 each from each side? Then
3 ladies from each side, 1 gentleman.
Then then leadership.
No. You want the men to celebrate you? Well, 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen. That is gender parity. Yes. Yes, Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must congratulate all the makers of the statements for excellent presentations made this morning, which touch on various aspects of our life. Mr. Speaker, incidentally, today is my mother's 79th birthday. And Christiana Ekuyabragudiewu is a strong woman who raised me to fear God, work hard, and speak my mind. I take this opportunity to celebrate all Ghanaian women who strive hard against the odds to keep their families, bodies, and souls together. Mr. Speaker, negative impacts of the pandemic and the lockdown was a rise in incidents of domestic violence. I dare say a few men may also have fallen victim to domestic violence. Let us all work together to ensure that our homes are safe spaces and havens for women and children. We choose to challenge the status quo. We choose to push boundaries. We dare to dream, and we strive to excel and create more opportunities for our young women to also aspire to attain the heights in every sphere of human endeavor. Our sisters and young women deserve to be given every opportunity through mentoring, training, support, and encouragement to be all that they can be, and not to consider any area of social or human endeavor as off limits. We are strong if we stand together and see that what happens to one woman affects the entire world. Mr. Speaker, we must also prioritize women's health. We, women, are the glue that holds families together. And we all know how the loss of our mothers' lives devastates homes. The Akan adage goes that to wit, there is no cock that has chicks following it. Chicks follow hens, and hens make sure that the chicks are protected, fed, nurtured, and grow well. Our mothers are the glue that holds our families together. And so, our periodic health checks, annual, must be institutionalized, with accurate data digitized. Reminders can be sent to all women over 40 to have pap smears and mammograms and as a baseline, and to have regular annual health checks, so that any disease can be detected and treated early enough before they become problems that may lead to our untimely deaths. I believe that if it is not already part of the National Health Scheme, it should be made a mandatory national health scheme for all women to have regular health checks. And on the flip side as well, for men too, to have regular prostate checks, because that's also been seen to be a major problem for men over a certain age. Mr. Speaker, all the 40 female members of this august house today are extraordinary women, for we have braved and overcome considerable odds to win and retain our seats. I say a year call to every single female member of parliament today. And our illustrious now. Mr. Our Girls in ICT program has also provided young girls across the country with ICT skills and provided some devices to them. It also enables women in technology, CEOs, CTOs, technical officers, chief information officers, applications and website developers, women lecturers in science, to mentor young junior high school and primary students and encourage them to take up careers in ICT and the digital world. We are changing the world, one girl at a time, and Ghana will be the richer and better for it. Together, we can make a difference. Last Sunday was Mothering Sunday, the UK Mother's Day. And so I take this opportunity to wish all the women of Ghana a happy International Women's Day and a happy Mothering Sunday, even though belated. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins. Zaneto.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, it's Zaneto, but Mr. Speaker already corrected it, so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I would like to congratulate all the makers of the various statements and to make a small contribution to what has already been done. With regards to the COVID pandemic, women were disproportionately affected, especially in the light of the economic downturn, not just in Ghana, but across the world. But what the COVID pandemic did was simply to reveal the lack of existence. The rise in domestic violence was also an indication of what was underlying in the society that we live in anyway. Perhaps an opportunity for us to address these issues so that in the time of crisis, cohort can actually be targeted based on what the public health personnel have noticed as a trend in cervical cancer in Ghana, so that these people, based on the cards that they hold, can be used as a database within which they can be contacted on having regular cervical smears which should also be based on a trend that we have observed here, whether it's annually or every 3 years or every 5 years. Mr. Speaker, cervical cancer is preventable and, when caught early, is treatable. And therefore, it makes perfect sense to have a national screening program because not only is it cost effective, but it also saves lives. And I think this is a subject that comes up every year when we discuss cervical cancer and the fact that it's killing so many women and needs to be addressed. Now that we have the national ID card, we have a means by which we can actually find the women, track them, and make sure that they get screened. And so perhaps rather than speaking about it every year on the occasion, perhaps it's time for us to look at the mechanisms.
Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps it's time we look at mechanisms and policies that we can put in place to ensure that the high rate of deaths that we're seeing secondary to cervical cancer is actually curbed. We have seen internationally that having a national screening program for cervical cancer actually causes a change in the trend of the prevalence and incidence of the disease. It's cheaper to prevent and it's cheaper to screen. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing as well is the personnel required to do the pap smears or the cervical smears. Usually it's the doctor, and in some cases only the gynecologist or the obstetrician. But, Mr. Speaker, the skill in smear taking is one that can be taught. And our public health care personnel, like the nurses and community workers, community nurses, can be taught how to do the smears so that in a situation where we don't have enough doctors, the doctor-to-patient ratio is unacceptable. We still don't have patients falling through the cracks because we have enough medically trained staff who are certified smear takers and can therefore ensure that as many women are screened as possible to reduce the number of deaths from cervical cancer. Mr. Speaker, I know we have a lot of speakers and we have a long day today with the SONA debate, I beg your pardon, with the budget debate. So I will end here with just a
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
And perhaps Parliament can
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet.
Is it part of the Women's Day celebration? Very well. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate other speakers, the presenters earlier. I think this whole month is a month of celebration for all women. I congratulate all women of Ghana, women of Parliament, and I also especially want to congratulate the great women of Crowell, my constituency. Mr. Speaker, data shows that men have suffered more casualties in this pandemic. However, due to the caregiving role of women, women became extra vulnerable because all of a sudden, the pandemic hits the world unprepared. Women have also had to take up responsibilities, extra responsibilities that they were not prepared for. They became heads of homes, both the nuclear and then the extended families, taking a toll on their lives and then their career. Most women's health were affected. In the case of cervical cancer, due to the high cost of treatment and most women finding themselves in the informal sector, Mr. Speaker, women are unable to afford treatment, and oftentimes you realize that the ailment is late, leading to fatality. This caregiving role of women is often not rewarded. Mr. Speaker, women have had to let go of themselves to take care of family members, like I said, and it has affected their resources in terms of their time to undertake other responsibilities that pertains to their career and also progress in life in general. Women are therefore being celebrated, Mr. Speaker, for all the world to know that it is not a crime for a woman to pause and take care of herself. It is not a crime for a woman to have periodic health checks. It is also very essential for a woman to take a break when needed and to ask for support when and where necessary. It is also very important that we take time to pamper ourselves, like today. If the House will agree and pamper women of the House, I think an earlier speaker had made a point for women that we also need to take good care of ourselves and the men supporting us. I want to believe that all the men of this House are in support of women being supported. Mr. Speaker, in bringing my short contribution to a close, I think I want to also acknowledge how far we've come with the support of some women, like a colleague or a senior put it, a he for she. And I think that has also supported us in coming this far, especially those of us who are coming from very strong areas in terms of contesting for. I will add my voice to the affirmative action that when the bill comes to the floor of the House, we all support it as a corrective measure in bringing women to a certain appreciable level in terms of leadership in politics and other spheres. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity once again, and I urge all of us to support women both at home and in the offices and wherever we find ourselves. Thank you very much.
Yes, Reverend.
Thank you. I must thank you for dedicating special time to celebrate our women, both in Parliament and in society at large. And I must thank the makers of the statement for affording us the opportunity as a House to once more celebrate the important role that our women play in society. Mr. Speaker, women possess special abilities, special intellectual abilities, and special abilities that are very useful in society if only we would recognize, identify them, and develop them to the level that will be commensurate. Mr. Speaker, whilst I wish all our women happy International Women's Day and we celebrate their unique skills, we cannot continue without condemning violence and abuse against women. And on this occasion, to single out the recent spate of violence against women, which sadly resulted in the death of 2 of them, and to signal that if we are men, we must recognize that women are not only weaker vessels, but they are special vessels. and they are made weaker vessels for us to empower them. And they are made special vessels to enable us have an equitable society. Mr. Speaker, I say again that women have special abilities. We recognize so. One, from the first week of March 2020, at the advent of COVID-19, first 2 cases reported in Ghana, subsequent to that, I was gladdened that we didn't have Kwame Bucket or Kofi Bucket or Amadou Bucket that, to a large extent, saved many homes, many individuals from contracting the virus. Veronica Bucket. Madame Veronica Bucket is a female and a true representation of the prowess of the Ghanaian female, a biological scientist. That must signal to us, as fundamental and basic as Veronica Bucket is, it embodies a scientific concept which must indicate that we have many more women in society who, when empowered, will be able to lead global innovation and take Ghana to a point where we'll be recognized the world over as a leader of global innovation. As I listened to the makers of the statement, there were portions that indicated that the participation of women in female education system is still very low. Thankfully, Free SHS has come to empower and to improve that narrative. But there is still a lot more that has to be done to encourage females to equitably participate. They don't only belong in the kitchens, in the markets, and other soft places. We must signal that Parliament, laboratories, engineering factories are places that women must also take their place. They are places also meant for women. There are a few barriers that we must overcome if we want to see females equitably participating at optimum levels in all these facets of society. One is overcoming the cultural stereotyping, the religious stereotyping, and the social barriers that have prevented many females from reaching the maximum that they ought to reach. I must commend the government that page 168 and page 169 of budget, you find eminent expression of STEM, science, technology, engineering, finding expression in the budget and investment earmarked for it. But I must also further appeal that I would be glad to see an all-girls STEM school from the high school level, just as we have some very notable schools that are known for female Wesley girls, Ebri girls, and St. Rosie's, Yas, Antoine, and other. I am looking forward to seeing special model schools dedicated for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics at the second cycle institutions. Special vocational model school, TVET schools, dedicated for only females, and not only left at the senior high, but sustained through tertiary, and dedicating funds to support very brilliant ladies, even through tertiary, providing incentives for every female in Ghana who would excel at the high school to be able to pursue engineering, science, mathematics. This will empower our society. I recall from secondary school to university to the advanced level up to PhD level, every class that I've been, because of the science and engineering biases, very few females were my mates. But those females proved to be some of the most superior in all those classes. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by again women and to assure them our support that we, the men of this august house, you can count on our utmost support, and all the women in the four walls of this country, you can count on the support of us as men that will provide an enabling environment to rise to your fullest potential. Thank you very much.
The women have had two from here already, but they still want to speak. You want to compete with them? There are two of them behind you. I'll give one more to the women, then I'll give one to the men. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mutala Bobonoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank all the women who came to Parliament before me. Consciously or unconsciously, you all have become role models. What we do in and out of here shapes the thinking of the young child. Mr. Speaker, I choose to challenge the status quo. I chose to contest in a community where the celebration will not just be for us who are privileged, but also those who are not privileged. Perhaps our cause should not just be to look at ourselves as the ones who are educated and have dared to tread where many women have not. Mr. Speaker, I want to at this moment also acknowledge the amazing who are in my late mother's generation who challenged the status quo. Women who were in development, women and development, women who sought to let their voices be heard around the table discussing the issues that bring development to our country. Mr. Speaker, gender and development have been talked about on many platforms, but I dare say we are still crawling in that space, and it is my wish and my humble plea to the men, the privileged men in this room, the privileged men who have married women who are educated, to join us in this cause. We need more he for she's to champion our cause. We need to celebrate us only when we are doing well, but to help us pull along and keep the door open for the underprivileged to walk through. Mr. Speaker, I take my seat and thank you most sincerely for this opportunity. I want to acknowledge the teachers in St. Louis Secondary School who raised me up, assisted my mother to make me who I am today, and to thank the women of Katu South for choosing me to represent them here in Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll give it to the senior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me thank the makers of the statement, and let me congratulate all our very hardworking women in this house. Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, we have to all reflect on the important role of women and how without them we wouldn't be here. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate women, let me celebrate my mother. Somebody asked me about my mother. I said, my mother is my father, because my father died when I was 7 years. And it took my mother to stand up and make me a man. So, Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, I'm very proud to join all women in celebrating them. On a day like this, we also must reflect on the challenges that face women and what we can do to make their lives better and to make sure that we will continue to break the glass ceiling and make sure that the fight for women's rights and women's equality is really given true meaning. The right of fair wages for women, the right of women's rights, reproductive rights, the right for the best health care for women. We must reflect and ask questions about our healthcare system and what it provides for women, and make sure that we look into it and make sure that diseases that afflict women are covered in our healthcare system. It is very, very important that we also look at some of the challenges women face. I think one of them that was talked about was the issue of domestic violence and how its impact on families. So, Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, we talk about something also very important: sexual harassment that affects women from the primary level all the way to the university levels and across our society. What is sexual? It's a harassment involving the use of explicit or implicit sexual overtones, including unwelcome or inappropriate gestures. And it's something that women worry about. I think on a day like this, we must all reflect on it and make sure that we create atmosphere that is conducive for women to succeed. I think it's very, very important. I'm sure. Mr. Speaker, even as we celebrate women today, we must look at the recent COVID crisis and its impact on women, and look at the effort we are making to fight it, and make sure we come up with solutions and policies that will address the serious challenges that women have faced. Impact, the COVID's impact on women especially. It's a lot we are doing in terms of supporting small businesses. Mr. Speaker, we know that the dominant force in our marketplace in terms of small business are women. What effort are we doing to empower them, to make sure that businesses, for small businesses who are closed, they are getting the kind of support to make sure their businesses are up again? Mr. Speaker, one of the important points, and that should be my last point, has to do with women in the sciences and what we do to support them. I think it's very critical. If this country is to succeed, if this country is to make progress, we must make sure we are opening the doors and avenues for women in the sciences. And the only way we can do that, make sure that we create affirmative action in the area. We must begin in our educational system to create avenues for women, especially rural women, to succeed. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, I had to support a young girl who wanted to, he had good grades. He had to further his education. He had a science student. He had a family forcing her to marry because they couldn't sponsor her. Mr. Speaker, and this story, I'm sure, is a lot across our country. How do we support such vulnerable kids and young girls to succeed? There's a lot of work to do. But on a day like this, Mr. Speaker, we must all brace ourselves to support and commit ourselves to continue to work and open the doors for women's empowerment. Thank you, women. Thank you very much.
Very well. Why? You didn't take your opportunity. I've given it all out. Now one woman is up and the leader is up. I don't know what to do. Very well. Let me recognize the lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the makers of the various statements in commemorating women. Women say they are the most powerful species, but however, society have made women to believe that they are the weaker species. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year, choose challenge, as a theme that all women here and elsewhere must work at that. Anytime talking about issues about women, we talk about we have to consider women. Yes, affirmative action now, but there's a lot that we need to move from our comfort zone. And to enable us to move from our comfort zone, there are policies in the country that are put forward under free SHS. Women, especially the account women, that we would have hitherto said that I'm allowed so that he comes to take care of your children, that is the nieces and the nephews, because of scanty income. For now, we have the privilege and the opportunity for all of us, both men and women, to have access to quality education. And I'm challenging all women, no matter how old you are, provided you are not out of life, to take advantage of this policy. Again, under TVET, we have a lot of women who are married to men. There's no love. They've been battered like something else. But because of bread and butter, they still stay within these marriages. The TVET opportunities are there for every woman to have something for herself, to be self-sufficient. When the woman is self-sufficient, there will be peace in the country. Mr. Speaker, women are the most intelligent species. Why am I saying so? Women are made special, and for that reason have special challenges and special difficulties. What is my proof? Women are maximum and excellent genetic material, which are XX, and men are made up step of XY. This means that women can take much more challenges. Women are much more resilient. Women are much more passionate. And for this reason, society is peaceful. But again, I'm challenging women. Live out of your comfort zone. We often hear women say that we have to get more women in sensitive positions. But when there are challenges, women, because of the way society harasses us, women want to stay in their comfort zone. So I'm encouraging women, think of the yes and twos and move out of your comfort zone. As honorable member for Jifa said, in her area, no man had dare contested that area. She did amidst a lot of harassment, but here she is. Ladies here and there, we have the resilience by our genetic makeup. Let's move from our comfort zone and let's encourage younger ones as they see us as their role models. Let's get to our communities, pick the younger girls, tell them, and I hope society will be a wonderful place when women are placed in their rightful position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to those outstanding statements made by our colleagues. Mr. Speaker, my contribution is brief. I just want to remind myself and remind my colleagues the important role men in the collective growth and progress of our society, and that importance as a Muslim is recognized by Islamic jurisprudence. Mr. Speaker, as Muslims, we are guided by the Quran, which is supposed to be the word of Allah, and the Hadith, which is the word of Allah, and the Hadith, which is the sayings of the Holy Prophet, and the Sunnah, which is the practice of the Holy Prophet. There is a Hadith, and that Hadith is Sahih. It is one of the authentic Hadiths, where someone walked to the Holy Prophet and told him that he had something he wanted to give between his mother and his father, who he should give. The Holy Prophet said, give it to your mother. The person came the second time, and the Holy Prophet said, give it to your mother. The person came the third time, and the Holy Prophet said, give it to your mother. When he came the fourth time, the Holy Prophet said, give it to your father. He didn't stop there, and added, if you give it to him and he refused, leave him. The interpretation of it is that even if you have an item and you want to give between your mother and your dad, Islamically you should divide it into 4 and give 3 to your mother and give 1 to your dad. Mr. Speaker, what is famous was the last sermon of the Prophet. And in fact, it's important for me also to remind myself and remind my colleagues that one of the earliest people who accepted Islam was a woman. And that was the wife of the Holy Prophet called Khadija. Khadija was 15 years older than the Holy Prophet. Khadija was 40 years, and the Holy Prophet was 25 years when they married. The Khadija was an employer of the Holy Prophet. He was an employee of Khadija. Khadija, a wealthy businesswoman in Mecca at the time, who needed a trustworthy person to run her merchandise. And the entire Mecca said that the most trustworthy person at that time was Muhammad. Then he wasn't a prophet. Khadija employed him as his employee, and they ended up fell in love and married. When the Holy Prophet became a prophet or received prophethood, and Khadija was the first person who told him not to fear. The Lord will not abandon him had to move to the uncle who was called Waraka bin Naufal. And interestingly, he was a Christian. The point I'm making has to do with the recognition of Muslims. And I strongly believe that even there are several verses where the importance of women are exalted. I would sum up with the last sermon of the Holy Prophet in support of these outstanding statements made by our colleagues. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, the last sermon was the last sermon the Holy Prophet delivered to Muslims in unison. A very lengthy one, but the one that is important, which I would love to read, is that, oh, people, it is true that you have certain rights with regards to your women, but they also have rights over you. Remember that you have to take them as your wives, only under Allah's trust and with His permission. If they abide by your right, then to them belongs the right to feed and clothe them. What the last sermon simply was telling Muslims is that women or your wives are not slaves to you. They are equal. And since you think you have some rights over them, so they must over you. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I have said that I don't need a day to celebrate women. I celebrate women every day. And I think that we ought to celebrate them. We ought to respect them. We ought to regard them as equals. They are not subservient to us. And I would urge my colleagues and urge everybody that from here and from now, we should take our women so serious. And my colleague is proposing that, Right Honorable Speaker, if you could look into your purse and take them to Kimpiski so that they can have, and I know you do that, Honorable Speaker, that after this, they are taken to Kimpiski, and all of us must contribute towards that. Of course, your contribution, Right Honorable Speaker, will be the elephant.
Is that your suggestion of
with all these
upgrading
words,
women?
Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with the statements made and urge all of us that respect and regard for women, it is not just a social issue. As a Muslim, it's a religious obligation which ought to be respected at all times. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity, an opportunity which would have been denied with the insistence of some of my colleagues that you shouldn't invite me. Thank you.
You're out of order. Yes, minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statements made by other honorable who wish us well in this celebration. It is 1 month celebration for women. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to wish our First Lady, Rebecca Kufuor's 70th birthday, and wish her well this month. She celebrated it this month. And I would like to take the opportunity to greet our former First Lady, Lordina Mahama, Nana Kunedu, Nadu Mills, Matilda Atamils, Samira Baumia, Professor Nana Opoku Ajemani. Mr. Speaker, as women today we stand to be counted. We stand here today to tell the men that it is a day for them to celebrate us. Mr. Speaker, it is a day for men to appreciate all women nationwide. And it is a day we are saying congratulations to all women, everywhere you find yourself, women on the streets and the women in the farm, everybody, we say congratulations for the day. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, women in Parliament were 29, and 2017, we were at 36, and today we are 40. That we men should support women to increase their numbers in the chamber. And by next Parliament, we wish to have about 35 or 40% of women in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, we are pleading that especially our female MPs, anytime they are doing their rounds, they should check on our female students, especially those who are to attend the SSS. Recently from Ho, I dashed down to Adan to support the students in my constituency, only to find out in 3 villages that some of the girls have been asked to stay because they have brothers who are also going to the school. So they should stay home and allow their brothers to go. And I dive in to save them to also go with their brothers. Mr. Speaker, if we don't support ourselves as women, we'll be doomed because it's not everybody who cherish that women progress. Mr. Speaker, I would like to plead to the House that when it comes to politics, we should make sure we support each other rather than going to our female MPs' constituency to campaign against them. It won't help any of us. Let us support ourselves as women. Don't move from your constituency to go and campaign against any other woman. It should be forbidden. Next time, we will name and shame any MP who will move from their constituency to another constituency to campaign against a fellow MP who is a female. Mr. Speaker, last 2 years, you supported us as a speaker, as a first deputy speaker. You gave us champagne, you gave us chocolate, you gave us flowers. But this year, we have not seen anything yet. We thank Mr. Speaker himself for supporting us to go and embark on training of our young girls in the constituencies. He has done a lot to support us to go back to the constituency to work on that. And we wish every man here to a happy International Women's Day. We thank the Chief Whip, who has also given us something to go and dine this afternoon. And we can't do that without remembering those who have been supporting us all this while. We would like to take the opportunity to thank Honorable Emmanuel Ni Ashimo, that any year we celebrate, we remember him in this chamber, because when he was in the House, any time there is celebration, he makes sure the women are happy and he takes us to wherever we deserve. So we are urging all the men to run to our aid this afternoon. We have not eaten since morning so that they take us out, moving pick and Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. Thank you.
Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to associate myself with the contribution made by previous speakers on this important matter. I would like to, first of all, congratulate all women, especially my mother, my beautiful mother and my beautiful wife, and all the beautiful women in the Tolong constituency. Today, I couldn't even identify some of our female members of parliament. They were looking extremely beautiful, they are looking colorful, and they are very committed to this International Women's Day. Mr. Speaker, I just want that there couldn't be any better time than now for women to have 50% representation in Parliament. If you look at this House at the moment, we have about 15% of our members being women. I know political parties have tried to be able to give or encourage women to participate or to represent their various constituencies. I do believe that it's still not enough. Women need to be given a lot of opportunities. Women need to be encouraged, and women need to be empowered to be able to represent various constituencies in the country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the governance system and the political system in Ghana, women have proven to be very efficient when they occupy political positions. And both sides of this House, both the NDC and the MPP, have actually improved. Looking at what happened from 2008 to date, women have been given an opportunity. We've been able to get the first female Speaker of Parliament. On the other side, we got the first female Attorney General. We got the first female Chief Justice. We got the first female Chief of Staff. And we also have the first female Minister of Communication who have proven to be very competent and very robust in discharging of their duties. So I think that on this day or important day, we should be able to encourage women more. We should give them a lot of opportunity, and we should be able to let them represent constituencies and protect them. If you look at the presentation by Dr. Amma, it is very discouraging that if you see the number of girl child who are studying STEM, that is the science mathematics, it is below the belt. I think that there should be a form of education or a form of free education for ladies or girls who want to actually study in this regard. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by congratulating women and also to tell my colleagues that let us show women love today. At least if we are all able to take our women or our wives out today and show them some love today, because today is a very important day for women. Today is a day that we should all remember that women are part of us. I do share the same belief on the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, Honorable Murtala Mohammed said. Even if you look at our religion, we believe that women are part of us, because we believe that it is part of our race that was used to create a woman. And for that matter, they are part of us, and we should move along with them and give them equal opportunity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'm happy that at least the Deputy Whip acknowledged that in the years past, I shared champagne. I've taken note. I'll prepare for another one. Honourable Minister, today I'm appointing on my behalf. But there's this very interesting piece I'm reading. I think I should share it with you, women who are celebrating today. The happiest women today are not the married ones. They are not the single ones. They are not the ones with stable careers and good incomes. The happiest women are the ones who made a choice to love themselves wholly and truly. Women who chose to leave the past behind, worked on their self-esteem, and put high price tag on themselves. They stopped playing victim. They stopped wallowing in self-pity and dining in pity parties. They moved past their anger, tears, and bitterness. They realized that happiness is a personal choice and responsibility. They chose to be defined by their present, not their past. They are happy because they don't need validation from anyone. They are happy because they know that they don't need to throw shade on anyone for them to shine. They are happy because they chose to be the queens of heart. Congratulations to all women members of Parliament. There's a statement by the Volta MP caucus. Yes, Honourable, you are reading that statement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I present the statement, I seek your indulgence that in consultation with the leadership for very good reasons, we will delete the first 3 lines of paragraph 4. Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make this statement on behalf of Volta Region Members of Parliament caucus on recently published textbooks for use in our schools, which portray the every people in very bad light. Mr. Speaker, the history of Ghana cannot be said to be complete without the people of Volta region. As a region, we have and continue to play a very important role in the economic, social, and political development of the country. Traditionally, our revered chiefs play very crucial roles in the maintenance of peace and resolution of traditional matters. The Volta region, like any other region in this country, have held and continue to hold positions of high repute to make the country move forward as one country united with one purpose. Mr. Speaker, many a time, political leaders in this country make derogatory remarks about the Ewe people, which we have taken for granted. The first of its kind was in the late 1960s, when a leading political figure in this country referred to the Ewes as inward-looking people. That remark at the time is still on the lips of some Ghanaian politicians. A recent statement by another politician was that all Ewes in Ghana were Togolese. This brings to mind the ignorance of some people that the Ewes, and for that matter, the former Volta region, became an integral part of the Gold Coast, now Ghana, through legitimate means, and that the people were not annexed through wars. Mr. Speaker, the last straw which broke the camel's back is the derogatory remarks contained in a number of textbooks written for use in our basic schools in the country. Every ethnic group in this country has unique features, characteristics, values, and norms. Every ethnic group in this country has a cultural identity, such as traditional deities that are kept. It is therefore naive for the publication of textbooks that tend to portray the Ewe ethnic group as a voodoo-worshipping people. In a world of development, where science and technology have become the order of the day, a publisher in his figment of imagination thinks that it is juju that makes a team win a football match, and assign such magical powers to the Ewe people. In the said book, History of Ghana by Cancer Publications, textbook 3, a reference is made to the erroneous impression that the Ewes vote for their chiefs to be selected. We see this as a distortion of our tradition and history, and feel slighted by the publishers of this book. The book further alleges that this so-called vote for chiefs is influenced by the elders. The publishers must note that the Ewe people have rich cultures, including right to succession of chiefs, and nowhere in every land that the ballot is used to select a chief. We have defined traditional steps and rites that are followed, like any other tribe in Ghana, for succession to our chieftaincy stools. Mr. Speaker, the Volta MPs caucus in Ghana's parliament has taken notice of the public outrage and condemnation against the publishers' clear, ethnocentric, and divisive content. It is important to state unequivocally the caucus will find the contents of these books most distasteful, backward, unacceptable, and most reprehensible. It is part of a grand scheme by certain individuals to deliberately denigrate, vilify, indoctrinate, and poison the minds of people against the Ewe ethnic group. Mr. Speaker, today it is the Ewe ethnic group. Tomorrow it could be another tribe in Ghana. As a nation, we need to stand for each other so that we do not engage in tribal bigotry and tendencies that can divide us. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the various state agencies and institutions live up to expectations so that matters of this nature do not escalate into heartbreaking events. There is a need to unite this country as having one destiny with one people and move forward. We therefore call for the immediate withdrawal of these books from our schools and bookshops by the Ministry of Education, and the publishers are made to suffer the necessary sanctions to serve as deterrents to others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. And I wish to say that although Mr. Badu Nkansa apologized for his textbook, I want to say that we should go ahead and condemn it in no uncertain terms. because we need to deter future historians from putting out inaccurate information that will cause harm to our citizenry. Mr. Speaker, the wrong depiction of airways for a long time has led to a lot of discrimination, a lot of hate for the Ewe people. These ill-informed idiosyncrasies have caused to marginalization of the tribe. Sometimes, if you're an Ewe, you are either not employed or you don't get promotion. The classical example is the recent case of Mr. Domelevu. Mr. Speaker, there's also the famous case in our law books of Mr. Salah. So this is something that has been promoted for years, even though it was not documented. So to have it documented now is a very, very serious issue. Mr. Speaker, this stereotyping of airways has caused a lot of emotional trauma for many, many airways in Ghana, outside the country as well. Mr. Speaker, recently, a friend's son who was born and bred in Canada, wanted to get married to a young lady. The lady's mother said he would not allow her daughter to marry a Igbeni. This is somebody who has also lived in Canada for many years. But you can see that the ideas and portrayals are so deep that it continues to be displayed whether the person is living in Ghana or outside Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we've all had our experiences with other tribes. I remember as a child, we lived in an area where there were some Ga families, and I found them very noisy, very vulgar, and always quarreling. In fact, it was so bad that I said to myself that the last tribe I'd ever marry is a Ga. But Mr. Speaker, interestingly, I went to the university, met other Gas who I found were very polite, very kind, and I even met one who is my husband today. Very, very polite, as the Honorable Dambotre described him just 2 days ago at home. He said, your husband is a perfect gentleman. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the ideas we all have that we must let go of. Also, I have a lot of Akan friends, and some of them I've had bad experiences with them. Some of them I find very dishonest, I find very money conscious, I find very dubious. Some have even duped me before. But Mr. Speaker, that's why I should go around and say Akans are thieves or they are Sakawa people. Mr. Speaker, if we do that, we are destroying our own society. Airways in Ghana have contributed so much to this nation in various ways. My own great-grandfather, on my mother's side, teacher in Tumi, he was called. He lived in Tamale for many years, and he taught many people. In fact, many of our people tell me that, but for him, they wouldn't be where they are today. I remember the former Controller and Accountant General. He was surprised when he knew that my maternal grandfather, great-grandfather, was teacher in Tumi. And he said to me that, but for him, he won't be where he was in education. The Honorable Ibrahim Adams also told me the same. So, Mr. Speaker, Airways have contributed in diverse ways. Lots of rural area teachers are Airways. And so we shouldn't be marginalized in the way that we are marginalized. The Ghana National Anthem was composed by a distant relation, Mr. Philip Beho. Mr. Speaker, Airways are very kind-hearted. We are very good people. We accept everybody, and we should be regarded and accorded that respect, instead of being marginalized and portrayed as some people who are from Togo Almost every Ghanaian came from somewhere, not only the Airways, but nobody remembers who came from. It's always Airways who are Togolese. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to a statement that has serious implications for the unity and cohesion of our country as a people. Mr. Speaker, I believe this statement has become necessary and relevant today, not just because of the content, as condemnable as it is, in which an author who has purported to have written of Ghana has presented a specific ethnic group in a bad light. Mr. Speaker, as the maker of the statement clearly indicated, if we don't stand up today and speak against the attempt to formalize ethnic prejudices, ethnic idiosyncrasies, and ethnic bigotry today against one recognized group in this country, it is bound to spread and to affect and infest the rest of us as a society. Mr. Speaker, knowing who you are, how global you have been, and your willingness and interest in taking note of global phenomena, Mr. Speaker would agree with me that it is these same kinds of undertones that lay the foundation for one of the most heinous genocides that this continent called Africa witnessed. And I speak about the Rwandan genocide. Mr. Speaker, what is even more worrying is that the authors and publishers of these books claim to have done so on the basis of guidelines provided them by NACA, a public institution responsible for assessing and endorsing what counts for teachers to use to educate our wards and for our students to learn. Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand why anyone would try to put such material in a book intended to be used for the education of our wards. Yes, we have heard that NACA didn't approve the books, but I still insist that a lot more due diligence ought to be done, that any publisher who has the privilege to engage to produce books intended to be used to instruct our wards ought to know the boundaries. It is not right, it is not proper, it is condemnable, and I agree that a simple apology is not enough. The said author and the publishing house ought to be sanctioned to serve as an example. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that under the auspices of the new curriculum, a number of books have been produced. The last time I checked, even as captured in the budget, under the educational sector, close to 1,000 books have been approved by NACA on the basis of the new curriculum. I would want to make this clarion call that we take a critical look at the books already approved, to evaluate them and assess, to make sure that there isn't even more danger hidden in some of them. Because I cannot believe and understand why any business person would seek to produce and distribute content in a book that had not been approved. Mr. Speaker, that contradiction raises a red flag. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, let me draw attention to the fact that it is not just the attempt to denigrate or present the Ewe people of Ghana in a bad light. It is also the deliberate effort to misrepresent the history of Ghana by diminishing the role, providing embellishments, and indeed falsehoods, seeking to suggest that the founder of our country, the Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and his CPP, were the worst thing that ever happened to Ghana. That is also a matter that deserves equal public attention. Mr. Speaker,
We have a country to maintain and to improve. If there was ever a time that we ought to be advocating for national cohesion, and given where we are today in our social, political, and economic life, that time is today. Every Ghanaian is a Ghanaian. It is not only one ethnic group that traces its ancestry outside of the boundaries. There are groups that trace their ancestry to Israel, to Nigeria, to Burkina Faso. And so why have they not been singled out as they always have been done? It is in bad taste. It ought to be condemned. The authors ought to be sanctioned. And NACA has a lot of explanations to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Honourable Member for Hohoi.
To add my voice to the comments made by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this country, Ghana, is a unitary state. Time and time again, a particular group of people have been always lumped together and described in a way that do not merit the cause and the reasons for those descriptions. This is not the first time a group of people perceived to be coming from Volta region have been described in such a manner. Mr. Speaker, I speak to this issue not because I'm a Voltarian. I speak to this issue because I am a Ghanaian. I'm a proud indigent of this country. That is another issue to be. I speak to this issue because, Mr. Speaker, I am a Ghanaian. I am not a Togolese. Volta region, as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, is on record to have registered the most beautiful women in this country. It is on record that the first Miss Ghana comes from Volta region. And the word number 9, as we are all aware, is not because the people from Volta region are the 9th region to be created. The number 9 was as a result of the day of the beauty contest. That lady in question, which became the first ever Ghana beauty, was wearing number 9 at its back. And that is when Miss Amekofia became the first Miss Beauty from this country, Ghana. So where you come from, this Volta issue always being lumped together must be looked at differently. Today it may be Volta region, tomorrow it may be another region. I want to add my voice to the earlier speakers that the book and the details involved in that book must be well examined again. History will not leave us alone if our children are made to learn things that will not benefit them at all. And so I am adding my voice, as I said earlier on, that that statement needs to be condemned, the gentleman needs to be brought back, and what research methodology has he adapted in coming out with those facts? We cannot be mixing facts with falsehoods. It is therefore important that all Ghanaians, irrespective of where you are coming from, Volta region, Western region, Eastern region, Northern region, must be considered as one entity. My best friends in this country are from the northern part of this country. And under no condition or circumstances would I use words that would designate the people. So, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman behind this book needs to be brought before this House. I would suggest that a committee, a non-partial committee, be put forward so that the man be held before this August House and questioned. It is only by doing so that the people who may have other reasons behind it can also be held responsible. We don't know what may happen tomorrow. Speaker, these few words, I want to say very big thanks for granting me the opportunity to contribute to this statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to the statement ably made by my senior colleague. I have a worry. The worry I have is that the name Bedu Nkansa has a title professor. So I know from the basic teachings we got from the university and from the senior high school those days, I know that others have written books on each ethnic group. If for nothing at all, this professor should have gone to the history department of Ghana to talk to people like Dr. Kofi Baku, a typical FM man from Vako, and others to learn at least some history of the Volta region before coming up with a textbook for a basic, for all the basic schools in this country. What was he trying to do? I'm surprised. If this title is really his title, then I am sorry he needs to do it better. He apologized 2 days ago, and it's on Google that he is apologizing for what he has written. What is he trying to tell we the others? Is he trying to tell us that, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what to say. But, Mr. Speaker, this professor must with immediate effect work with us, the Volta caucus over here, to make sure that the textbook that is already in the system is immediately withdrawn. It is disrespectful to us. We feel very sad about it because at a point in the history of this country, somebody referred to us, we these proud Voltarians sitting here, as Togolese. Yes, we have efforts in Togo, but that doesn't make us. So, Honorable Right Speaker, my only appeal to you is that this man and whoever gave him the assignment to write this book must immediately withdraw this textbook from the system. In the next 5 years, most of us will not be sitting here to debate this. The children would have assimilated this in their minds and they start preaching it. That, oh, as for you people, you vote for your chiefs. You are inward looking. Please, we have a lot of our colleagues marrying Evers. Is that the history they want to teach them? No way. Please, Honorable Speaker, we ask, and I refer to the last paragraph of the statement made by Honorable Nochikote, that this book, this Buhudio story, should be withdrawn with immediate effect. Else, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I'll have to cut it down because I'm advised that we have long to the debate. So after her, I'll admit one more, and then I'll come to leadership. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, stereotyping of ethnic groups, even in jest, must stop. All quarrelsome people, Akans aren't thieves or Sakawa, and Ewes don't all love Juju, and Northerners aren't whatever it is they are reputed to be. I have first cousins from Agozume and Avemebeme, and I identify with them all. One of my favorite places to spend time in this country is Leklebi, and I think that the Volta region has one of the most beautiful places in this country. It is important that no ethnic group in Ghana should be unfairly stereotyped or stigmatized. Our textbooks must accurately depict our culture as it is being used to educate and not to corrupt our impressionable youth. It must be used, our textbooks must be used to train them and expose the beautiful diversity of our country to every child so that we appreciate what makes us uniquely Ghanaian. I know that NACA is doing a fantastic job and must be encouraged to regulate those who would produce the textbooks that would be used to educate our children. Many of the content, I just saw something on social media about one textbook which claims that Manchester United fans have no brains, just like jellyfish, and that's in a textbook. You may think it is a joke, but there are places and times where we act in jest, and it's certainly not in producing content that will be used to educate our books. And our children and our textbooks must be accurate. I'm glad that the publishers have apologized and indicated that they are taking steps to withdraw the offending publication. NACA must insist that every copy of the offending publications, which my information tells me have not even been approved for publication, must be withdrawn from the market. We do not want material like this circulating. And once it's been put in print, if it is all not taken out, years from now, someone may pick it up and claim that that is what is the truth. It isn't. Speaking against it on the floor of Parliament alone is not enough. The Education Committee must take it upon itself to follow on this story and insist that NACA does its job, and every copy of this offending publication and any others like it must be withdrawn from the circulation. We must be proud of our country, no matter, protect and defend our diverse cultures and traditions, and uphold the dignity of every Ghanaian, regardless of their ethnic background. When all is said and done, at the end of the day, we are one nation, one people with a common destiny, and we sink or swim together. And it is incumbent on all of us to so act, to celebrate and encourage our unity in our diversity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll admit one more. Can you agree amongst yourselves who should be? Before I can, one before leadership. So, very well. Yes, Samuel Kuzet.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement, which has been very competently delivered by my colleague, the Honorable Peter Nochu Kotwe. Mr. Speaker, in this 21st century, it really would have been more edifying for this House to be discussing the future of education and be looking at content that will move this country forward in leaps and bounds and will lead us into development, progress, where we will defeat poverty and we will bring it to our people. We should be discussing textbooks that focus on important subjects like programming, coding, artificial intelligence, designing, the real history of Pan-Africanism, which will inspire our people to believe in ourselves. That, as the Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, indeed a black man is also capable of managing his own affairs. But rather sadly, Mr. Speaker, here we are being forced to condemn a very terrible publication. And they are not only one or two, but they are quite many. And, Mr. Speaker, I have two of the offending publications here. The first one I hold in my hands, History of Ghana. And the irony is that it says History of Ghana. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, the erudite historian Professor Edu Boahin, will be turning in his grave. Professor S.K. Boa will be turning in his grave. Professor Adofeni, who I met at the University of Ghana, who taught me, will be turning in, will really be shocked at the content of this book. He will be totally shocked. Professor Agbodeka, another great historian, will be totally shocked at the content of this book. And, Mr. Speaker, many think that the content of this book is only miseducating and is only a repository of bigoted content against the every ethnic group. I have gone through, and Mr. Speaker, it is worse than that. Yes, there is the offending article at page 22, which casts Evers in very bad light, which I do not intend to repeat. But, Mr. Speaker, at page 23, our brothers and sisters from Mole Dagbani also are described in very, very, very horrible light. You have a song that shows the Mole Dagbani's identity. And an extract says, because I'm trustworthy, I'm very serviceable, so they call me Pepe. Very, very offensive, Mr. Speaker. It says, because I am stronger in strength than any in the land, so people come to me for security.
Honorable, you declined to comment on read the other, so I suggest you don't read.
I'll follow your cue, Mr. Speaker. Very wise counsel. I agree with you that we shouldn't even dignify the content. Mr. Speaker, what is also worrying at page 38 of this book, and I won't read it to follow your guidance, is that it portrays a certain mindset. It says that if, and this is a textbook for class 3 peoples, and it's teaching them about intermarriage. If you marry from another race, your children will be exotic. You have an exotic partner, and you produce beautiful exotic children. And you stand a chance of becoming a member of that race that you have married into. And that is benefit of intermarriage. I mean, Mr. Speaker, the content of this book, it's only going to cause mass brain damage for our children. It's poisoning them. This is total miseducation. And this book does not deserve to be in our schools and on our shelves. I sent out my research team last week, and they obtained this at the market at the Rollins Circle, Rollins Park, I think it's called. That's what they told me. And the two books, this one and the Golden English for Basic 4, cost 56 cedis. So it is being sold. So when the publishers claim that they don't know how we found this way to the market, and they are feigning ignorance, who is profiting from the sales of this book? We clearly cannot buy that, Mr. Speaker. We cannot buy that. The publishers must take responsibility. They the market, they must withdraw them. And Mr. Speaker, NACA comes up also for criticism. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands a letter that NACA wrote to the publishers on 25th September 2020. And when you read the first paragraph, Mr. Speaker, yes, for the record, NACA did not give them final approval. But NACA said in the first paragraph that your submission, having gone through the first stage of the textbook approval process, was found to have satisfied most of the technical and content requirements, unquote. Most of the technical and content requirements. So NACA itself, Mr. Speaker, has let this country down. They've let us down. All the 96 pages of this book and the 288 pages of the second book, the Golden English Basic 4, and I don't see how this should satisfy any technical and content requirements based on new syllabus. So, Mr. Speaker, NACA must admit that they let this country down. They were not diligent. They were derelict. And I agree that they have to appear before the Education Committee together with their minister, the sector supervising minister, and answers must be offered. The publishers too must be summoned to appear before the Education Committee, Mr. Speaker, and explain what happened, how they could even conceive this thought, how they will publish it, and how these books were being sold on the market and found its way in our schools. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very serious matter. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that our Constitution, Article 17(2), frowns against discrimination. We are all one people, we are all equal before the law, and we are all contributing towards the forward march of our country. And so these books should not be tolerated. What is also is that our investigations show that these books have been on the market since September last year. And these books, Mr. Speaker, have the logo of NACA on it says, based on the new NACA syllabus. This one also says, based on the new NACA syllabus, stamped, embossed on the cover pages of these books. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, NACA should have been more up and doing. The law allows them to enforce their regulatory responsibilities. They could have impounded these books and they could have sanctioned the publishers. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that should really engage our attention, and it's commendable that Mr. Speaker admitted the statement. I also see, Mr. Speaker, from the other paper that at page 3, the notice of questions, my urgent question on this matter has also been admitted, and I assume the Honourable Minister responsible for education will come answer questions on this matter. And so I do not intend to belabor the point. Safe to say, Mr. Speaker, that we as a House should send a very clear message to everybody that we are a united people. We believe in the Ghana project. Nobody is inferior. Nobody is superior. We are all one people. We are not only committed to the Ghana project, but we even dream of the day, as the Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, the day where we shall defeat the shackles of imperialism, these artificial boundaries between us, which has created states which are not viable. Small Ghana, small Togo, small Benin, small Ivory Coast, small, Burkina, Chad, and others, and come together and attain real continental African unity so that we can develop as a people. So, Mr. Speaker, we are one people. And let me also finally caution that in these times, we should be measured, we should be controlled. I want to appeal to everybody that these are the works of only a few agents provocateurs, a few miscreants. I do not believe that the majority of Ghanaians support such shenanigans. The majority of Ghanaians are peace-loving, right from our boarding school days. We don't see any differences. We are friends, we attend the same churches. We are one people, we have intermarried and all of that. So I have heard of some youth groups who are threatening to go on a burning expedition to look for the books and burn them publicly, to look for shops selling them and burn the shops. They are looking for the publishing firm and all of that. I want to urge restraint. I want to appeal to those youth groups, especially young activists in the Volta region, to calm down and not allow this to cause an explosion. We are a peaceful, united nation, and let's keep it as that. The Volta Regional House of Chiefs must also be commended. They issued a measured statement, condemned the publications, but they also urged the youth and everybody to be peace-loving and to exercise restraint. I also thought Honorable Bejo's statement was also very well measured. So let this not trigger any conflict or let it not cause any disturbances. We know what ethnic tensions can cause. We have seen it in Rwanda. We have seen it in Burundi. We have seen it in parts of Cameroon, parts of Ivory Coast, parts of Nigeria, parts of Sierra Leone. It leads to millions of deaths. It leads to bloodshed. We don't want to slide into that. We do not want these agents provocateurs to be happy that at the end of the day, whatever mischievous agenda they had, they have succeeded. So I appeal to the youth, I appeal to all of us that yes, there is legitimate anger, there is justifiable rage, but let us be controlled, let us seek the path of peace. Let us improve on our systems, the gatekeepers, NACA, GES, NIB, the Ministry of Education, whether they are challenged or not. Let's see how we can build capacity, strengthen their laws, and make sure that they do their work to forestall some of these things from recurring in the future, so that we shall maintain the national cohesion, which is the admiration of many, many other countries in the Committee of Nations. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the unity of Ghana will grow stronger, and those who seek to divide us, those who seek to hit heads, and we shall continue to work towards the day of true Pan-African unity. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Leadership now. So I think we'll start from the minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Atu D, and the colleagues who have contributed to this very important statement. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this morning's discussion should not have been about this. It should have been about our beautiful country. It should have been about our proud history. It should have been about our proud culture. It should have been about the things that brings us together, our strengths. But unfortunately, somebody dropped the ball. Mr. Speaker, I've heard blame the publishers, blame NACA. The Ministry of Education must take full responsibility. So should the government. Seeing by now the government coming up with measures put in place to avoid the recurrence of this tragedy. Mr. Speaker, not only these bigoted lines in this book, that is a matter of concern. I was reading another book that is in the market about the history of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, the description and the picture that has been created about the visionary of Sajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I want our children to read. That he's a dictator and you have to obey his command at all costs. Is that really true? A mind is a terrible thing to waste. And so in our educational institution, our attempt to mold our children must be materials that build them, that gives them confidence, that makes them proud of their country. Or not materials that will divide them and they will grow out with a very concocted view of our history. This is what I intended to do. We must condemn these attempts. Every important personality that has played a role in Ghana's history must have its place in history. We know the great leaders and their contribution.
Honourable members,
having regards to the state of business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting house. Yes, we'll continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, just being very brief, I think that we must and make sure that measures are put in place. We should be seeing NACA and the Ministry of Education coming up with measures to ensure that this will never, ever happen again. We should be seeing steps being taken to withdraw this book immediately. And those found culpable, especially the publishers, punished and banned. These are the steps that must be taken. And certain things must be done to ensure that we unite as a country. So, Speaker, we cannot take our unity for granted. We've come too far. And we have to work and making sure that we have a very strong, united country. And we can only do that if we say things and do things that brings us together and not the things that divide us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. And let me commend my colleagues in the votes of our court for the extent of maturity they've shown in this matter. And Speaker, to say that before independence and after independence, pre-independence, post-independence, seeming tension amongst ethnic groups that existed. And this country has coexisted and we have lived with this concern for a very long time. It's also important we distinguish a few things. If you listen to contributors to this statement, one of the things that we should distinguish clearly is that it's not the case that there is a certain ethnic group against a certain group in this country. It is the case that there has been a literature, some form of literature published, which, for want of a better word, appear to be devoted in the formation or feeding into a perception that exists. So it's important we distinguish that. Speaker, my good self and Achim and Asante blend, born and bred in the Volta region, grew up in the Volta region. I will be the last person to support any attempt, outward or covert, to moderate or push to the periphery any ethnic group in this country. And I want to establish that clearly. That is important, and it's important we all get to know this. Speaker, if you permit me, growing up in the Volta region, and I'm privileged to have schooled one of the distinguished icons in the Volta region. One of the phrases or statements said by our brothers in the Volta region goes like this: that literally to say that we don't have any natural resources. All we have is education. And the people of Volta region have devoted themselves to this. I'm very proud to have been born and bred and raised up from the Volta region. Now, if we go into African history, for instance, the people of the Tutsis and the Hutus, as my brother and colleague, the Honorable Ablakwa, tried to pay some reference to. It started in some form of innocuous way. Little did they know that it could blossom and the whole country would be caught up in flames. So, inasmuch as I wish this matter had not come up for discussion, it's also important we confront it and deal with it once and for all. And to this extent that it is being discussed at this forum, it's so important. And we want all of us, a bipartisan, send a signal out there that nobody should be supported and nobody should facilitate any attempt
to put the country on a coalition course. It's important we recognize this. Now, not to belabor the point, the concluding part of the statement calls for the withdrawal of these materials. I have a different view. I don't think that will be the solution. What we should do, Speaker, if you permit, is that probably a committee on education, we have to engage the writers, the authors. They have to be engaged. I'd be surprised that they would turn up to become ambassadors to help in dealing with this perception, in dealing with this matter. So it is not as simplistic as calling for the withdrawal of the literary materials, but we have to engage the personalities and if there are corporate entities who are involved in this, we have to engage them and be able to deal with this matter head-on. Speaker, let me emphasize that, as earlier intimated, we don't have tension in our country, and there will be no tension in our country. So, it is not the case that one ethnic group is rising up against our colleagues, airways. So I was a bit surprised and taken aback, colleague from the other side who had mentioned Mr. Domelevo. Bringing Mr. Domelevo into this matter will make matters worse and will further complicate it. Let's distinguish that concern. Concerns about the former Auditor General cannot be brought into this matter. It's important we recognize that. Because his case is based on law. It's an attempt by certain individuals to set into stage a certain campaign against a certain ethnic group in our country. And it has to be condemned by all of us. So I want to plead that we don't bring in Domelevo and that kind of politics. It's not going to help matters. It will further complicate this. Speaker, I'm unable to exhaust all my points, and with your kind leave, coming under Order 93-1B, I want to, with your kind leave, Speaker, I yield part of my submission to my respected Deputy Leader to continue from there. Speaker, with your kindness.
Under what order did you say you're coming?
Speaker, under Order 92-1B, with your kindness.
How does that come in? Nobody has interrupted you. There's interruption, anticipation of interruption. Yes, Honorable Leader, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, if the Deputy Majority Leader wants to have a bite, maybe you could give him 3-5 minutes to do that. But he shouldn't try to come through the back door. That is difficult to jump in.
Very well, Honorable Leader, I'll grant you the space because of your relationship with Voter Region. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was at a funeral today and monitoring. I felt that the Lord himself should bring me here on time to add my voice. And I thank you for the treasured opportunity to have some few words on this. Mr. Speaker, before I address the main issue, I think there is a matter that requires action from Parliament. That is the power given to NACA. 1023 of 2020, which was passed. Regrettably, we didn't give them the enforcement powers to confiscate such materials. We didn't. We didn't also give them the power, that for all books that will be published outside of approved textbooks, there is a pre-requirement for NACA to clear it. So, Mr. Speaker, after all the talk, if we want to stop some of these things, we would have to take a serious step in giving NACA the power. Because, Mr. Speaker, when this thing came up, all the criticism, the question is, what was the regulator there doing? What did the regulator do? But the regulator has no power. Unlike Food and Drugs Authority, that would have the power to even come and confiscate. Unfortunately, somebody can be in his corner somewhere and write something, and it gets onto the market, and some of these things are experienced. Mr. Speaker, yes, of course, I am concerned, I'm worried. When we're returning from Ho, I told you that I needed to visit Chiame and Nyokonokwe to see my dad and my cousins. And I was there, and I was happy the way I was, and go back to Accra. Of course, that's my paternal hometown. I grew up there. I studied my school in Chiame. Did some hunting in Nyokonokwe and all that. I'm proud of my. Mr. Speaker, you see the man is talking about West. Meanwhile, he's worried about it. So you don't have to be saying these things. You don't have to be saying these things. But, Mr. Speaker, this has been published, so it has become an issue. But on a lighter note, sometimes I meet my friends, you know, from other tribes. There are very serious jokes that a Dagbani man or a Dagomba would crack with a Fulani man or this or that. But these things, Mr. Speaker, they know. There are serious jokes amongst you, but these things are not for publication. When we meet, I remember when we were having the vetting, I even had the chance to ask the regional minister from Ashanti region, how do you portray your culture such that everybody accepts it? In Winneba, when the Futu is being Abuatri is being celebrated, it's like, oh, if you're a Christian, don't get closer. The Ashanti tradition, you see a fetish priest, they say that is culture. How come other tribes we are unable to hold firm? So, Mr. Speaker, this is also a call on other tribes, all tribes. Portray your culture, cherish your heritage. Don't allow anybody to say anything derogatory about your heritage and play a victim card. I am a proud Ifutu man. I am a proud Anglo man. So shall it be. That is my DNA. And the fact that we have cross-cultural marriage, I don't know where my colleague Okujetu's wife is coming from. But, no, I don't know. I know she's not of the same tribe as you are. But, Mr. Speaker, my dad and in-law marrying an Ifutu woman, producing me a hybrid Ghanaian. I'm here. Okay. Similarly, people have crossed tribes. We have an in-law man marrying an Ashanti royal, has produced a beautiful lady in this chamber, Dr. Zanato Ajima Rollins. See the way she combines her name, Ajima Rollins, respecting the diversity of her background. Mr. Speaker, so we will have to encourage these things. And Mr. Speaker, we should not unduly Mr. Speaker, they shout menu. Shout a menu. Mr. Speaker, I mean they are shouting. It's not good. So Mr. Speaker, nobody now Bojidi. Mr. Speaker, we must have patience and tolerate each other as one people. We should also be careful not to pick things out and be setting political traps for political gains. Those must also be watched. We don't need these things. After all, we all sprung from the same stock and we are partakers of the same nature and sharers in the same hope. That we must be mindful of as Ghanaians. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, want to reiterate my call on this House
now that we have a new minister, to encourage him to come either through an ally or come with an amendment for NACA to have full powers to deal with some of these things that have the tendency to disturb the peace of this country. Mr. Speaker, I am exceedingly grateful to you for this treasured opportunity once again, and God bless you. And Mr. Speaker, you must have a long life.
Honorable former Deputy Speaker, you said you want to take advantage of your former position to make a contribution. So I indulge you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm mindful of the fact. I'm mindful of the fact that I will not, as it were, respond to Honorable Okujetu's invitation for me to respond. But Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me congratulate Honorable Okujetu for this statement, and also the facts that he has stated. Okay, from here, our colleague who made the statement, and the facts that
you should know from the length of the statement that it cannot come from Honorable Okujetu.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised. But since he was also trying to heckle me, I thought he was the person. But the colleague who made the statement, I thank you for making the statement, and also the historical facts that you put in the statement. But there's one other historical fact, perhaps, that we must say. And that is that the first presidential election in this country was held in 1960. The two candidates were J.B. Dankwa and President Nkrumah. History has it, and I stand to be corrected, that J.B. Dankwa, the only region that he won was the water region. That's what history has. And so for me, nobody can tell me that the water region is one persuasion or another. Perhaps today they vote in one direction. Who knows tomorrow, as the popular song goes. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot handle this matter on political basis. The unity of this country is about politics. And that is why I support this statement. I myself, I have no biological link to water region, but I'm a Voltairean by choice, as I say. Because the Speaker, I stayed there, that's why I did, my honeymoon was the water region. As soon as I married my wife, I marched there to the water region to meet my people there. I have a family there. Yesterday, I drove towards to who? And I said to myself what I've always said on the Pekin Road, that the water region is so clean. The villages are so clean. I'm not saying the western villages are not clean, please. Nobody should go and say that. And neither am I saying that central region, because I see that Honorable Markin, my father is from Winneba, is threatening me. Honorable Markin, Winneba is clean. But water is also very clean. Their food is nice. Everything is nice about the water. I mean, Ghana will be the poorer without a water region. So I say, as I sit down, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence, that we are one country. United we stand, divided we fall. A water region is very much part of the Ghana that we've all come to know that we all love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging a former Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, that brings us to the end of statements time. Now, leaders, I need your guidance. Are you ready to continue with the debate on the motion to adopt the budget?
Mr. Speaker, the debate on the budget continues, and I believe that you've been furnished with the various speakers for today. So, Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you, you may proceed.
Very well. Number one on the minority side, Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja, ranking member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the policy part of 2021 budget as presented by Mr. Speaker. I will limit my presentation to few areas, but largely on the infrastructure part. But before then, Mr. Speaker, I want to make brief comments about two particular tax handles that government intends to introduce. One, the sanitation tax. Mr. Speaker, I don't have any problem government investing to improve sanitation in this country, but I find it very difficult to support government for taking money off drivers and not spending a penny of that money to improve the road condition or safety on our roads, but rather send it to sanitation. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this unless the minister and the estimates would agree that we redistribute this money and only give 55 pesos to sanitation, 20 pesos to the road fund, and then 5 pesos to the National Road Safety Authority. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, because it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. Mr. Speaker, the second one is the COVID tax. Mr. Speaker, I see no reason why in a country that people have lost their jobs because of COVID, people are finding it difficult to pay their rent. People don't know when the next money will come from to do anything. And other countries are rather supporting their citizens. We want to tax those people who didn't cause this. Mr. Speaker, this house or this country provided over 22 billion Ghana cedi to government during the COVID. Some came from the Stabilization Fund, Bank of Ghana, $1 billion from the international partners. And within 1 year, you are telling us that that money has finished and that we should pay for it. When you did billboards, remember me, I gave you water. Remember me, I gave you free electricity, Mr. Speaker. This is obnoxious tax, and I don't think it's worth anybody paying for this. Government should find other tax handles, ways of paying this. It should not be a tax that other people should pay. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the 22 billion has fully been accounted for. I wouldn't support the COVID tax today. I wouldn't support it tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, let me get quickly to the other ones. Mr. Speaker, on the budget, the policy statement on roads. Mr. Speaker, last year the government told us it was the first year of road. The only amount provided by government in the budget flagship project was 1.2 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, in 2021 budget, we are told that is the second year for roads. But the amount of money government has provided in that budget is less than 1 billion. Where is the commitment of this government towards funding roads in this country? Speaker, road fund, we are told, generated 1.8 billion Ghana cedi last year. How come Ghana government can't put all that money or make that money available to the road ministry? 1.8 billion is a good amount of money. So, Mr. Speaker, government is misplacing its priority in terms of road construction. There's nothing in this budget that tells me that all the lofty things they talked about would be adequately funded. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. We've all been told that Sino Hydro was the game changer in terms of building roads in this country. Mr. Speaker, the agreement signed, approved in this House, by 31st December 2020, all those projects that we approved here should have been completed. Mr. Speaker, let me give you what the condition is right now. When you take Accra Inner City Road, this budget is saying mobilizing. The contractor is now mobilizing after the completion of the expiry date of the project. When we take Kumasi Inner City, mobilizing. When we take PTC runabout interchange, mobilizing. When we take Adenta to Dodoa, yet to commence. Sunyani Yina Road, mobilizing. So for over 2 years, you came to this House, contracted a developer to build roads, and you haven't completed a single one. And you are still touting that as an achievement. Mr. Speaker, the sloganeering must stop. Right? The year of roads doesn't build roads. You haven't provided enough funding for roads in the budget. So it doesn't matter how many times you sing year of road, you can't use slogans to build roads. Find the money in the budget and we can build roads in this country. Mr. Speaker, the second thing that drew my attention is this. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious thing that we must pay attention to. On page 154 of the budget, specifically paragraph 845, bullet point 1, Accra Temamoto APP project, PPP process was cancelled after negotiation stage due to the unaffordability of the financial bid proposed by one of the preferred bidders to government. The project was repackaged and PPPA approval received and a single source APC contractor selected. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is in breach of Article 1815. What am I talking about, Mr. Speaker? If you read, the reason I'm saying this is that the government of Ghana started a PPP project through an international competitive bidding, invited bidders. One of the bidders was Motor Angels, a Portuguese company, bidded, and because of the nature of their bid, it was rejected. The whole thing was cancelled on the 6th of November by the ministry, that the bid was not fit for purpose. Strangely, by 16th of December, the ministry signed an agreement with the same Motor Angel for a price even higher than the PPP process, Mr. Speaker. That is an amazing situation. Secondly, the reason I say that the ministry is in breach of Article 181 is that Motor Angel is an international company, and by Article 1815, which I read, this article shall, with the necessary modification by Parliament, apply to an international business or economic transaction to which the government of Ghana is a party as it applies to a loan. So if you are going to get into an EPC contract with an international organization, that contract ought to have come here. Mr. Speaker, in the course of this debate, the minority issued a statement cautioning government that their sole source engagement with Motor Angels was an illegal effort. And therefore, the agreement that was signed, that Motor Angels is going around the world claiming that they have a contract, Mr. Speaker, cannot be a fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, let me read this. In response to our statement, the minister attempted explaining certain things. And let me read point 2 of his response. He says, during negotiations with the contractor, it emerged that the financial arrangement proposed by the contractor were not favorable to government. The same contractor whose financial proposal were not favorable to government has now been awarded this project. And the one that is most important is this. The minister is saying that they are now going to, and I read, further approval will be obtained from cabinet and parliament after financing arrangement have been into, Mr. Speaker. So the contract that has been signed between Motor Angels and government of Ghana, on what authority did the ministry sign that contract? That cannot be a fit for purpose, Mr. Speaker. So I am suggesting to the minister, step back, go back and open a bid and select a fit for purpose. Currently, what you have with Motor Angels is not a valid contract. And Motor Angels should not be touting themselves around the world that they've won a $570 million contract to build the Temamoto Way. This side of the house still believes Motor Angels does not have a valid contract with government of Ghana because the ingredients of a valid contract are missing. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine you sign a contract? You can't even tell the source of funding of the project. Have you ever seen that before? There is no date when the contract will start and when the contract will end. Is that one also a contract? It is not possible. There are significant ingredients that go into a valid contract. And all these things are missing. Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying Motor Angel does not have a contract, and I'm saying that by Article 1815, this contract is not valid, and this side of the house will not support it. Mr. Speaker, to aviation. Mr. Speaker, I've already said that not much has been done in terms of aviation, except the continuation of the airport projects. The most significant thing is the government is attempting to get a national carrier. I support that, but I still caution our camp with Egypt Air as our hub. Mr. Speaker, government should be careful. In the simple case that I believe Ghana is a more stable country politically and everything than Egypt. If our national carrier is now going to be home based in how do you call it, or anchored on Egypt, I fear a bit. The government of Ghana should be able to look further into that to be able to make sure that when we activate this airline, it will be fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, there's also this issue that needed to be settled. Mr. Speaker, Pokwasi interchange is a project that should continue under the NPP government automatically. Because in 2016, you were in this house when we approved that in November 2016. Indeed, the process of procuring the contractor, because it's an AFDB loan, they're supposed to go through competitive bidding. There's nothing wrong with that. So I want the minister to be candid with this House, you cannot annex that project entirely to the NPP, to the extent that saying, oh, the NPP is building an interchange. Yes, I agree. Say it's happening around this time. But give credit to the people who actually initiated this. The same way, unfortunately, my colleague, the senior colleague, the former railway minister, is gone out of the House. He inherited the Mpakadam project, but the project is going on. It's to the benefit of this country. But any attempt to make it look like it is the flagship project by the NPP government, that is not being fair to other governments. Indeed, the Constitution allows governments to take over and continue projects that were started by the other government. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can make a lot more projects. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the transport part of the budget, the policy part, not much has happened, Mr. Speaker. They talked about buying 100 buses for Metro Mass, when Metro Mass probably needed over 500 buses, Mr. Speaker. We should do more. And I'm saying that why couldn't we consider what we did with STC in this House, Mr. Speaker? You were in this House when we borrowed money, bought buses for Metro, for FCC, and we said from that day, STC should be able to run and become profitable and buy their own buses. And today, our how do you call it, Nana Komia, who is managing, tells us they buy their own buses without coming back to the House. That is progressive. We needed to do the same thing for Metro Mass. Otherwise, you buy them 100 buses when they did 500, they just overuse those buses, and it collapses again. So, Mr. Speaker, buying 100 buses out of 500 is not enough. We needed to change the policy of that to let them charge at least a fare that allows them to buy fuel and pay the drivers. Currently, they are charging less than what the fuel they consume. Mr. Speaker, how can they survive? We buy them the bus, they buy fuel, they can't even recover the fuel cost. And we are surprised why they are not able to do this. And Mr. Speaker, I think we can do better than that. So, the Transport Minister hasn't said anything here that inspires me that doing a wonderful thing in the ministry. Apart from saying they are going to complete those landing sites that were in the 2012, CDB loan that President Mills brought to this House and was tapped and was resuscitated. Mr. Speaker, as for a year of road, Mr. Speaker, has been a total failure, and I believe that we can do better in the future. And the road ministry.
Honourable Member, I will invite you, see that the year of roads did very well for the choir. So it's not total failure.
Mr. Speaker, I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised. Do you know why I will not be surprised? Currently, the most expensive road project is a 7-kilometer road from Hokwe to Vitoji. And it's a 7-kilometer at 111 million Ghana cedi. It works out to be over $2 million per kilometer. Don't be surprised why Honorable Mewu is here. Because it was a significant investment to make. 7 kilometers. Guess what? They did award the project in my village. The contractor never turned up to today. So God bless you if the contractor has been able to do yours. But it smells of maybe there's a reason why they did yours and they neglected mine. But I wouldn't say that because I don't have any evidence. Mr. Speaker, indeed, asphaltic overlay is going on in some places because of the $100 million we borrowed in this House. Tema, Kumasi, it's true. But Mr. Speaker, I say it again. Under the NDC, asphaltic overlay was going on in all regions at the same time. So if you are doing 2 regions, you haven't done anything. It's mediocre. We were doing asphaltic overlay in every region. So if you do 2 regions, what have you done? You haven't done much at all in terms of this. Mr. Speaker, we want everybody wants road. And indeed, we are proud of our senior colleague who diligently comes here every Friday in the last parliament to answer questions on roads because everybody needs roads, including Accra. But like I've been saying, he will answer the question and you'll be happy. But you know he won't do it because he has not his fault. And this budget doesn't tell me we are providing him with the resources that when he answers questions here, he's going to do anything about it. In fact, his budget has been slashed down. So how is the minister going to pursue the second year of road? It becomes still the second year of the sloganeering, and that will not improve the road condition in this country. We cannot rely on donor funds to build roads in this country. Let's find our own money. That is why I'm saying that the 30% that is supposed to be going to, sanitation, give 20% to the road fund and allow the minister to be able to spend from that, and then we can make some progress. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I think the government policy, budget policy on roads, aviation, railway, is nothing but slogans. Nothing new is in this. Many of the targets have been missed. Sino Hydro is a total failure. because the contractor hasn't turned up on many of the sites? Of course, read it. Accra Inner City Road, mobilizing. After 2 years, Kumasi Inner City, mobilizing. After 2 years, when the contract is supposed to end 31st December 2020, it's a total failure. So, I mean, and to end it, I am saying, Motor Angels, you do not have a valid contract with the government of Ghana. Ministry of Road and Highways, go back and start a new bidding process. The contract you have is not fit for purpose, and we shall not support it until you do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity, for the contribution. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Member for
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not take the path my honorable ranking, just did. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of the budget, statement, and the economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, one thing that I want to make clear in this house is that until we, the politicians, stop politicizing issues about road infrastructure in this country, we will never move forward as a country. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because, Mr. Speaker, for the past years, we have been always politicizing issues about roads. Roads are very dear to the heart of every nation. Mr. Speaker, a country with about 78,000 kilometers of road network, we ask ourselves, how many of these kilometers are in good shape? This should be a concern of everybody in this house, if you're a politician. That is what you have to avert your mind to. And you ask yourself, how are we going to fund these projects? You cannot have those beautiful roads that everybody is talking about. There's no money. How much taxes do we generate as a country? That should be our focus and our concern. Mr. Speaker, we need to come together and have a consensus as to how we are going to fund road projects in this country. Mr. Speaker, the little analysis that I've done so far, that if this country we want to develop our road network, each year we will not need less than $2 billion. We are talking about 12 billion each year should be put in the budget so that we'll be able to construct those roads that you want. Yes, it is a legitimate call by every Ghanaian to ask for good roads. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot just build those roads when there's no money. My colleague just was talking about we should find the money and construct the road. Yes, it is true we should find the money. Are you saying we should go and borrow, or we should generate the taxes by ourselves? In the budget, when government said it was going to introduce, just upward adjustment of the road tolls, we see the uproar. We see the uproar, even in this house, as members of parliament, representing our constituencies. You want road to go to your constituency? Support the government. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 2020, the project that government, in 2020 alone, government maintained or undertook periodic maintenance on about 41,000 kilometers of roads in this country, just to put those roads in good condition, just to make those roads more trouble. Money as a country we lose. I'm asking you because you represent the people of your constituency. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honourable Member, hold
Mr.
on.
Speaker.
Hold on. Turn off your mic. Yes, Bawa.
Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague seems to be helping us in terms of sources of funding and what have you. He has asked us a question. That do we know how those monies and other things are gone? I said, who are you asking us? We don't have the answer. We want him to provide us with those answers. Because you are asking us, we thought it was
You're out of order.
Basically, it is not.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana each year loses billions of dollars as a result of bad road network. There are a lot of foodstuff that go waste in the hinterland because we have poor roads. And that is what we need to avert our mind. In 2020 alone, government, if you look at, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget, you see that government alone in 2020 released almost about 4.85 billion Ghana cedi. 4.85 billion Ghana cedi for road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, let me say it again. This is the the biggest investment any government. Mr. Speaker, the biggest investment any government have invested so far in the road sector. This was made in 2020. So if we have our colleagues in the other side claiming that where are the roads? Where are the roads? All this money went into constructing good roads. Not just ordinary roads. Good roads. Mr. Speaker, 21. Government will continue the road maintenance work and construction activities as indicated in paragraph 832 of page 151. There are several roads that government have listed down that in 2021 I'm going to embark on. Mr. Speaker, if you look at table 24 of page, you see the various projects that government undertook in 2020. They are all there. So I will urge my colleague to look at the work that government did in 2020 alone. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 845 of the budget statement has full details of these projects. Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 387 on page 152, government completed the first phase, the phase 1 of the Obechebi-Lamte Circle interchange. And in 2021, it will continue with the second phase and we'll ensure that they will complete it. Mr. Speaker, work is still in progress on the Kumasi Lakeside Road, and as at the end of 2020 December, about 68% of that road have been completed. Mr. Speaker, the people of this country need good roads. And that is why the President Akufo-Addo and his government is committed in ensuring that we build good roads, not just roads. And he has shown his commitment by the budget or the amount of money that is spent in 2020. I heard my colleague saying that the Ministry of Roads budget
is just dependent on donor funding. I want my colleague, maybe he's looking at development partner funds. These are not donor funding. These are loans that the ministry will take to construct the roads that you want. These are the loans that they will take in addition to the GOG component of the budget. And say that this is the component of loans that government will take in addition to those ones from the GOG. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Appendix 10B and C of the budget statement, under the heading New Commitments in 2020, has several road projects to begin in 2021. Government have listed several projects to begin in 2021. You can find it on Appendix 10B and C. Speaker, I want to move on and say something little about the railway sector. Mr. Speaker, no country has been able to move on or develop with a bad road network or railway network. All nations that we have seen around the globe have developed at the back of good roads and good railway system. Mr. Speaker, if you want an economic expansion of our economy, then we need to ensure that we will have a good railway system. Mr. Speaker, in 2020 alone, government embarked on a massive development in the railway sector, which showed progress. Because of the master plan, the railway master plan, which the Akufo-Addo government decided to put it together, which has become a guiding document. It has become a guiding document for the ministry to ensure that that is what they chart their path on. Mr. Speaker, again, government completed in 2020 the rehabilitation of the Accra, Tema, and Achimota and Sawam section of the Eastern Railway line, and the Kojo Krom Takwa through Insuta section of the Western Railway line. This is what the Akufo-Addo government did in 2020. Mr. Speaker, in 2021 again, government has programmed to complete the ongoing standard gauge railway project at Kojo Krom to Manso section of the Western Railway line, 2 kilometers, and the Tamampakadan section of the Ghana-Burkina Faso Railway line, which is about 97.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that if this project is completed, we'll be able to have easy connection, easy link to other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, government again in 2021 in August secured a loan facility to continue with the construction of a 58 kilometers of Western Railway line. And this project will go on and will be completed. This is what the people of Ghana needs. This is what they want. They want to see those road networks being built. They want to see that railway network being built. They don't want to see the usual politics that we engage or we are involved in it. Mr. Speaker, government again in 2020 started with the procurement process for a strategic investor to partner for the development of about 303 kilometers of the Eastern Railway line, which passes through the Buankra inland port. From Tama through Kumasi via Kufuridia will be completed. Mr. Speaker, Buankra, we know the history of Buankra port. So if you have a government
a visionary one for that matter, who decide to look for a partner to construct that railway about 303 kilometers so that there will be easy movement of goods from the main port to those inland ports, so that those coming from the north or those neighboring countries that always travel far on road will be able to use both this passenger and cargo line to convey their goods to their various destinations. Mr. Speaker, government is looking for every opportunity to ensure that it raises funds to construct the roads that we need. That is why government have been so innovative. Now government has completed the feasibility study on how to use the PPP approach to construct or dualize some key roads in this country. The Accra to Kumasi, the Accra to Takrady, or the Cape Coast. These are very key roads which is dear to the heart of every Ghanaian. And government has completed it of selecting a contractor to ensure that we are able to construct those roads. So those people who apply those roads will now go through the proper or have a good road to travel on to cut down the several accidents that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to urge the House, especially my colleagues on the that this budget, which has a theme of economic revitalization through completion, consolidation, and continuity, will be able to achieve. So I would therefore urge you not to hesitate in supporting for approval of this budget.
You have exhausted your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dominic Aini.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2021. Yes, Speaker, this budget is being presented in accordance with the Constitution and the Public Financial Management Act and regulations. Mr. Speaker, we do know that every budget that is presented to this House is a mechanism for public resource allocation, but it is also the mechanism for accounting to the people for how the resources so allocated under the Appropriations Act are utilized to enhance public welfare. Therefore, any minister who comes here on behalf of the President is accounting to the representatives of the people for how the resources we allocated in the previous year's Appropriations Act have been utilized to enhance public welfare. Mr. Speaker, those with the responsibility of drawing up the budget owe the people a fiduciary obligation to act with probity. And, Mr. Speaker, probity is one of the fundamental values of our Constitution. And the last time I checked, the meaning of probity, it means the quality of having strong moral principles, honesty, and decency. It means that the finance minister, in coming to this House, must act with honesty. It means that the finance minister must comply with all the constitutional and legal imperatives that relate to or concern the budget that he is presenting to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of constitutional and legal issues arising out of this year's budget that I want to highlight for the consideration of the House. The first one concerns a patent constitutional breach that the Right Honourable Speaker brought to the attention of this House. And Mr. Speaker, that relates to the cuts or purported cuts to the budget of the judicial government. Mr. Speaker, in terms of Article 179 of the Constitution of the Republic, the President is obligated to cause to be laid before Parliament the estimates of the judiciary without revision, but we recommend the government may have on those estimates. From what the Right Honourable Speaker said, Mr. Speaker, it would appear that the government, the executive branch, acted in a patently unconstitutional manner when they revised or purported to revise the budget of the judiciary before bringing it to this House. Mr. Speaker, that is a violation of the tenet, the constitutional tenet of judicial independence, as guaranteed by Article 127, Clause 1 of the Constitution. And, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I wish to refer the House to the verbatim provision of Article 127(1) of the Constitution. And, Mr. Speaker, it reads, in the exercise of the judicial power of Ghana, the judiciary, in both its judicial and administrative functions, including financial administration, is subject only to this Constitution and shall not be subject to the control or direction of any person or any authority. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly, in seeking to revise the estimates and cut the budget of the judiciary, the Minister of Finance, acting on behalf of the President of the Republic, has violated this, a constitutional injunction. And, Mr. Speaker, this House, as the Right Honourable Speaker put it, should not be a party to a violation of the Constitution of the Republic. I am sure my friends on the other side will say that if we are not satisfied with the actions of the government, proceed to court. Maybe because they are sure that they will get a unanimous verdict in their favor. Please. I said maybe. Maybe. Mr. Speaker, but on a more serious note, the three branches of government are co-equal. And as Justice Jackson said, in the case of Youngstown Sheet and Sawyer, the Constitution disperses power the better to secure liberty. And it contemplates that the dispersed powers will integrate into a workable government. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have the integration of the three co-equal branches of government into a workable government when the executive branch deprives the judiciary of resources and then dominates the allocation of resources in such a way that the judiciary may be denied of basics such as paper, well-furnished offices, computers, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, you know how these can undermine the administration of justice. The efficiency of the delivery is undermined if the judiciary is not allocated sufficient resources to be able to operate. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to underscore one point before moving to my next issue that I want to raise, and that is this. Justice is not one of the things that we can give up in the name of physical tightening. If we want to tighten the budget, it should not be the judiciary that should be at the short end of the stick. That is the point that I'm making. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House that on account of this patent violation of the Constitution, specifically Articles 127 and 179, that we should not approve the estimates of the judiciary as presented unless and until the original estimates are reinstated and presented to this House. That is my proposal for purposes of the approval of the budget of the government. Mr. Speaker, there are also a number of constitutional and statutory breaches that have occurred. Yesterday, in his eloquent presentation on the fiscal measures of the government, the Honorable Member for Volga made it patently clear to this House that there is an understatement of expenditure amounting to 7.5 billion. In presenting the budget to this House, the Honorable Finance Minister hid 7.5 billion Ghana cedis away from the oversight functions of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this, I think, is again one glaring breach of the constitutional principle of probity, because of the fact that the government is engaged in false accounting. The government is engaged in deceptive practices when it comes to the presentation of the budget. And Mr. Speaker, you do know that false accounting is a crime under the Criminal Code of the Republic, specifically in terms of Section 140 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act and Section 1771C of the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, which we passed. So, Mr. Speaker, if a director of a company can be disqualified for engaging in false accounting, if a public officer who is working in the public service can be prosecuted for engaging in false accounting, what should we be doing to the Finance Minister of the Republic of Ghana, who engages in false accounting to the people's representatives, who engages in false accounting in terms of accounting for how public resources have been used to the people of this country? Mr. Speaker, there are constitutional consequences, and in due time, I am sure we'll raise those for the attention of this House. Mr. Speaker, yes, in due course.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dr. Dominic Ayedi knows how much I respect him and how much I hold so much in trust his law. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are all here, and if he is suggesting
in due course
that there is any misreporting, falsification of accounting records by a public officer, Mr. Speaker, you don't make an allegation, ground same on a constitutional or a statutory provision, then defer justification to another day. Mr. Speaker, that is not how a legal argument is made to support a claim. Mr. Speaker, that would amount to misleading this House. I am therefore, Mr. Speaker, praying you to make an order that he either tables evidence that misreporting, that falsification of accounting records, or that he withdraws it until such a time, as he says it, he is ready to come properly before this House. Mr. Speaker, I so submit in all humility.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Adongo is on record, and the Honorable Member for Volga Central is on record in this House as having referred the statement and economic policy for 2021, and he made a statement that went unchallenged. That statement was that, from an accounting perspective, the Finance Minister has not disclosed about 7.5 billion Ghana cedis of expenditure to this House. That statement is on record. It was never challenged. And by the way, the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader must know that I am simply serving notice of subsequent actions that may be taken. And Mr. Speaker, you do know that when there are
I want to be clear what the complaint is about. That he made a statement just as he has repeated. Honorable Deputy Leader, I want to be assisted here. The complaint is that the Honorable Member made an allegation that the finance minister has not reported. I remember that exactly, and I remember the response of Honorable Kwaku Kwarteng. So what is the issue now?
Mr. Speaker, in his submission, he contended that when a director of an entity falsifies accounting records, it's a criminal offense. When a public officer does say the consequences must be suffered accordingly, and he therefore concluded that submission by saying that the financial statement, financial records have been falsified, and for that matter, the public officer concerned must face consequences or must be sanctioned. When he was put to the test, when he was asked to bring proof, he now talks about, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Adongo's submission. Mr. Speaker, that submission, I need to distinguish it from what he's saying now. His contention was that some records were disaggregated. Instead of putting them all together, the said government put it in one breath, some disclosures, and kept others separately. My colleague Abna Osaya Sarango. So if you say that it went unchallenged and you want to anchor your submission on the same submission, I beg to say that is not the correct position of the law, and that is not the submission you should make. Mr. Speaker, he must find comfort in the space he's gotten now to withdraw, or that he provides proof, because no public officer under this government has misreported. Mr. Speaker, IMF, World Bank has not sanctioned any official. This country has not paid any penalty for falsifying information. If you want it, I will say so and put my reputation on the line. So don't say we have misreported.
Honorable Leader, I get the picture clearly. Now, to the best of my knowledge, all sides are interpreting facts. So it comes with their opinion. Opinions are free. So please proceed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was just going to refer the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader to the fact that it should be possible, once we have the evidence, for a vote of censure, a motion for a vote of censure to be brought in respect of the minister's actions, and we will think about that in terms of the evidence that is available, despite whatever was said by the former Deputy Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, when constitutional provisions and legal provisions mandate that state actors, ministers, conduct themselves in certain ways, we as a House must take that obligation that the Constitution has imposed on them, as well as the statutory provisions that we have enacted, imposed on them. We must take them very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, there is one other breach that I want to draw the House's attention to, and that is a breach of Section 32 of the Bank of Ghana Act as amended. Mr. Speaker, in respect of that act, borrowing from the Bank of Ghana is stated not to exceed 5% of the revenue for that fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the year 2020, the Minister of Finance borrowed 22.5 billion Ghana cedis from the Bank of Ghana. That is stated in the budget. The revenue for the year was 54 billion. Now 22.5 billion, percentage of 54 billion, Mr. Speaker, is almost 49 billion. 49%, sorry, 49%. Mr. Speaker, this is far in excess of the statutory ceiling that Parliament has imposed. But no, Parliament did not set aside the section of the law relating to the ceiling. What Parliament did was to approve 10 billion. And there is a right, Honorable Speaker, between 10 billion and 22.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, why would the minister deliberately run statutory provisions enacted by this House with impunity? And why should we, knowing that he has breached these statutory provisions, and enact another appropriations bill authorizing him to go on spending the way he wants? This House must be taken seriously. And as I said, when the minister comes to account to this House for how he has utilized public finances, he is also accounting to the people of this country. He is accounting to the electorate of Bolgatanga East constituency. He is accounting to the electorate of Asawasi constituency. He is accounting to the electorate of North Tongu constituency. And of course, he is accounting to the electorate of Bekwai constituency. Mr. Speaker, why would he come here and exceed ceilings that we have imposed on him in the name of the people? I think the minister must be duly sanctioned, and that sanction will include not approving this budget until he has rectified or found remedial measures in accordance with law. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I want to speak about is...
You have 1 more minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the interjections of the Deputy Majority Leader.
No, when you stop your mic, it stops running.
You should not be at the expense of the people of this country. It should not. Why should we be spending $100 million on a national cathedral? And the justification that is provided in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is that it is going to be an intended place for the nation. That it is going to provide sacred infrastructure for the nation that is much needed. Who says that we need sacred infrastructure in this country? Instead of schools, instead of hospitals, instead of running water, Mr. Speaker. And we were told that this was a public private partnership, and that the role of the government was basically to give the land to for the construction of the cathedral. Mr. Speaker, how come the cathedral is finding its way in a very stealthy manner into the budget? If there's no public funding for it, why?
Kindly wind up. The time is up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So there are public procurement implications. I am told, I have read from the budget, that a letter of intent has been issued. I'll be inviting the minister to come here and account to us how the contractor was selected. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Mafu. Honorable Ejapa Mesa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion that this Honorable House approve the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Speaker, this motion was moved on Friday, 12 March 2021 by the Minister of State responsible for the Finance Ministry, Leader of the House, and seconded by the Mission and Member of Parliament for Ofuasia Yerebi, Mr. Kujo Opon Kroma. Speaker, before I speak to the issues, I've heard member after member debate in respect of the revenue measures that were introduced specifically to deal with the excess capacity, which is the Energy Sector Recovery Levy Delta Fund of 20 pesos. That essentially this levy is unwarranted. I've heard member after member, particularly on the other side, argue that the energy excess capacity argument that has been made as basis for the levy essentially is not true. Speaker, surprisingly, it seems to me that the argument being made is that all the excess capacity charges that has been articulated in this House does not exist for some reason. Mr. Speaker, the facts and the data obviously supports the contention that has been made that indeed the contracting, particularly between 2015 and 2016, the capacity in terms of power purchase agreements that were signed is the reason why this levy is necessary. Speaker, I have heard my colleagues on the other side suggest that, well, this power was necessary and that in the heat of the moment between 2013 when we encountered the energy sector challenges, which is commonly referred to as Doomsor, in 2016, it became the government to then contract this excess power to augment the energy needs of the country. Speaker, the data clearly speaks to the contrary, in that as of 2015, when almost 600 megawatts of power was contracted to add to the existing installed capacity of 2,800, Ghana's peak demand at the time was in the region of 1,800. All the power that was contracted was needless. Indeed, the argument has been made that because of the need for us to have some reserve margin, which is calculated to be in the region of some 20% of installed capacity, which is justifiable. All the power that was contracted between 2015 and 2016 added capacity to our existing infrastructure that this country is having to pay for, but clearly does not need. Mr. Speaker, to the effect that as of 2020, the total power generation cost amounting to some 2.068 billion comprises of fixed capacity charges of in excess of 1 billion. Speaker, the total revenue that was collected and the shortfall thereof was in the region of 1.17 billion, such that, Speaker, the energy sector recovery program was prepared by the Ministry of Energy in December 2020, suggests that if nothing is done about the amount of monies that we are having to pay for the shortfall.
Honourable member, hold on. Turn off the mic. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable colleague is grossly misleading this House. Mr. Speaker, when you state that installed capacity is 800 and we needlessly contracted at the additional 600, Mr. Speaker, I've only asked because this is a House of record. Akos Ongo Dam has an installed capacity of 1,020 megawatts. But dependable, depending on the year, and in 2014 was less than 600. So you don't use the 1,220 as your basis to mislead this House. Use the dependable capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, this often cited dependable capacity and installed capacity argument, really, I don't see where it's coming from, because in 2016, the installed capacity was 3,795 megawatts. The dependable capacity was 3,525. Our peak demand as of 2016 was 1,800. So what are they talking about? These are matters of fact. So my good friend, my very good senior on the other side, should please be guided and not suggest that I'm misleading the House. I'm not. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying earlier, the Energy Sector Recovery Program at page 21 suggests that if nothing is done about the excess capacity payments that this government is having to pay for because of the shortfall, what the projected energy sector for shortfall and arrears would be in 2020 is $12.564 billion United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, this is not chicken feed. This is money that can go to fund the development expenditure of this country. This is money that we are largely paying for power we do not need. This is a matter of fact. Now, Mr. Speaker, if a government is saddled with a situation where it is incurring costs to pay for its contractual obligations, and it has not got the funds to meet those obligations, it has essentially two options: to continue to borrow to pay, or to raise some taxes to ensure that these amounts of monies are paid. It's because I would have thought that our friends on the other side, during whose tenure in office, that these contractual obligations were imposed on our beloved country, would rather have supported the Minister of Finance in these bold measures that is put across. The projected 12 billion that this country is going to accumulate over the next 3 years, we are able to deal with those cost items. Our energy security as a nation can be guaranteed. Speaker, if you look in the budget, you can see clearly that significant investments have been proposed for the energy sector in the period 2021. Speaker, the whole objective is to ensure that the Ghana's national energy policy, which proposes that we attain the development and utilization of its energy resources and provision of energy services in a reliable, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly manner is attained, is actually achieved. Speaker, so in that light, apart from the renegotiation of the power sector cost that this government is embarking upon, government is investing heavily in the transmission infrastructure. Rural electrification is on course. The SHEP 4 and 5 have been adequately provided for, the rationale being to attain a universal access to electricity, which at present is the region of some 85% to 100% by 2025. The government intends to attain energy efficiency by ensuring that the MMDA's bills are paid on time. Speaker, renewable energy plays a key role in the mix. Government is ensuring that we are able, through the empowering of WIPA and the Water River Authority, to invest in Ghana's renewable energy and create an enabling environment for private sector participation to help achieve 10% energy mix by 2030. Speaker, what excites me most, particularly because that's the region that I come from, is the setting up of the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation. This is intended to leverage on our offshore resources and to build a petroleum hub in the Jomoro enclave within the Western region that clearly is intended at advancing some industrialization agenda, building some oil refineries, storage capacity that would help in pushing the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda. Speaker, on all accounts, this is a good budget that I urge my colleagues on the other side to support and approve same so that the government can expend in the year 2021. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable De La Soa.
Excuse me. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate and to congratulate the Honorable Osei Mensah-Bonsu for a very good delivery, wonderful phonetics, and decorum. I'm sure Mrs. Osei Mensah-Bonsu must be very proud of him. However, Mr. Speaker, however, the people of Pando, when they listened to him, they let out a cry, "Ju Kukui!" And that cry is only let out in times of despair, which means they, like many millions of Ghanaians, are in a state of despair. Mr. Speaker, before I start my contribution, I want to react to the last contributor. He said something about excess capacity. And I've heard it several times. The government blames its woes on excess capacity. And yesterday, the Honorable John Jinapo completely debunked that. But I see that today he's still talking about excess capacity. Mr. Speaker, if indeed the government is paying more for power more than it needs, then it goes to say that this government really does not know what it's doing. And I want to put it in perspective for the people of Pando to understand. And let me say that we have Togbi Foli, who is the head of Bofe community. And Togbi Foli finds that their staple food and raw material for industry is maize. Now, there's a drought, and maize is in short supply. So Togbi Foli contracts Fokosi to supply them maize, 50 baskets of maize, with the understanding that they'll take or pay. Mr. Speaker, Fokosi produces 50 baskets of maize for the Bofe community. And then the community is only able to consume 28 baskets, leaving 22 unconsumed. Mr. Speaker, in the course of time, Togbi Foli travels. And let's say Togbi Nana takes over. Now, Togbi Nana says that he's a better manager than Togbi Foli, and that he can use 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes to feed 5,000 men, plus their wives and children. Let's say 30,000 people. And then he finds that there's this contract by Togbi Foli, extra maize they don't need. Mr. Speaker, what should a good manager do with it? Should they always sit and be complaining? Hey, Togbi Foli didn't do a good job. We are left with 22 baskets. Or they find uses for it. Mr. Speaker, they go about complaining to everybody, even the international community. The reason for our woes is that we have 22 extra baskets we can't use. Mr. Speaker, what will a good manager do with it? Mr. Speaker, now let me go back to my own contribution. And I'll start it with the increase in the proposed increase in petroleum prices at the pump. Mr. Speaker, permit me to go down memory lane. In 2014, world crude oil prices fell to an all-time low of $31 per barrel. The then finance minister realized that there'll be a huge budget deficit, things will not add up. So he came to this house with the ESLA. Mr. Speaker, the issue was hotly debated, and the then minority leader, the Honorable Oseiche Mensabusu, staged a walkout because, in their view, the ESLA was...
The second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
In their view, the ESLA was insensitive, it was a nuisance. Indeed, the then flag bearer of the NPP, Mr. Akuku, and his running mate, Alhaji Bawumia, they also mauled the initiative and described it as insensitive and named it a nuisance tax. Mr. Speaker, the ESLA was passed with a sunset clause that 5 years after the passage, it will be repealed. If all things had been equal, November 2019, the ESLA should have been repealed. Now, the then opposition campaigned that when they come into power, they'll repeal the ESLA. It was too burdensome for the people of Ghana. Ghanaians vote them into power. What are we expecting? A repeal of the ESLA law. Even before the sunset, Mr. Speaker, their first budget statement, instead of repealing it, they maintain it. That's double standard, to the shock of everybody. Mr. Speaker, I say that wonders will never end. And why do I say that? The ESLA they called burdensome, insensitive, and a nuisance. Now the same men look the Ghanaian in the face. We are increasing it by 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, this is what is insensitive. This is what is a nuisance. And as Kama will have it, Kama is very real. The very person who comes to the house to declare or the propose that this ESLA will be upped is no other person than the Honorable Mensabusu, who led the walkout. Kama is very real, Mr. Speaker. He is now left to eat humble pie on behalf of the president. Mr. Speaker, and he does so without batting an eye. Right, Honorable Speaker? The song now in the MPP songbook is COVID. Everything, COVID. What they can do, COVID. What they can do, COVID. And let's not forget, you are adding 30 pesos per liter of oil. Per liter to the price of already from January to date. There's been a 17% increase in the fuel prices. So if you add the 5.7% extra, it means Ghanaians will be paying 23.7%. Mr. Speaker, let me say that this is not only burdensome and insensitive, but let me borrow Honorable Chairman Sabonsu's favorite word. It is capricious. And let me add, it is malicious. It is obnoxious. It is wicked. It is evil. The people of Ghana don't deserve this. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Honorable Kweku Kwarteng said something. He said that COVID disrupted businesses and destroyed livelihoods. Repeated in paragraph 8 of the budget statement, and I read, the crisis has disrupted supply chains and exerted pressure on economic and financial system, killed businesses and jobs. And yet, Mr. Speaker, this government, who itself Pando, in Gwefi, in Kujra, and yet, under your watch, illegal fuel ordinary person in Agogloshi market, in Pando market, ordinary person to give you 1.28 billion, while somebody else is stealing 1.9 billion, and you are not talking about that. Mr. Speaker, the recently launched industry report by the Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors.
Honorable Soa, hold on.
Speaker, ordinarily I wouldn't have done this at this Women's Day. I was enjoying the honorable member. She made a statement that somebody has stolen a certain amount. Can't even recall the amount she mentioned. Can she be kind enough to be specific in terms of referencing who she's referring to? This is a house of records, so that all of us can be carried along. It's important she puts this in context.
Honorable member, kindly do that and follow.
Mr. Speaker, I'll continue. I said the illegal fuel trade, under the watch of government, lost 1.9 billion Ghana cedis. And I'll read it for you. The chairman of the board of Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, Mr. Senyo Hosi, in launching the report, he said, Mr. Speaker, permit me to read. The highest problem is with those who are supposed to watch and make sure criminals don't thrive. And that is the GRA, the security apparatus, the political establishment, which is as corrupt as the criminals we equally have among the PSPs. Mr. Hosi also said, we effectively have a state capture situation where almost every phase or strata of the entire chain is heavily compromised. DRA is compromised. National security is compromised. National security is compromised.
Honorable, hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Brown.
91. 93-4. Mr. Speaker, what somebody has said outside, 93-4, that the debate must be relevant to the subject under discuss. Mr. Speaker, what somebody is alleging outside is not a statement of fact. What Mr. Hosi says is not a statement of fact. Mr. Hosi says that national security is corrupt. The police is corrupt. Are those facts? Those are not facts that the honorable member can stand in this house.
Honorable member, after this we are coming to you. Just hold on. When it comes to your debate, area time, then you. Honorable Sowa, leader, he is completing or
Yes,
concluding.
I just want to make this point, that the honorable member rose up and started talking. We don't know what he was doing, whether he was coming under point of order or he was contributing. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that when the member stands, we should know what the member wants to do. And when you allow the person, then he can begin to talk. Because, Mr. Speaker, he came under a point of order. Under which order?
Honorable leader, noted. Honorable Sowa, please, your time is getting up. So
In my frame of thought as well. It says that the regulators are compromised. Customs GRA is compromised. BNI is compromised. Right, Honorable Speaker? He goes on to say that a number of times actually being funded by some of these sources. Proceeds. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, if you are protecting those who are dealing in illegal fuel trade, siphoning off 1.9 million Ghana cedis, and you want to tax ordinary kenke seller at Takwi, 1.28 billion Ghana cedis. It's sad and misplaced.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker,
You've been given 15 minutes. You've gone beyond that.
Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to say that the electricity expansion to communities, this government has extended electricity to Togo, communities in Togo, with our poles, our meters, with Togo communities. And communities in Ghana don't have electricity.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
Your time is up, please.
I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Honorable leader.
Speaker, with the greatest of respect to my dear friend and colleague, Togo is a just as Ghana is. And we demand better particulars from the last statement the honorable member made, that the government has extended electricity to Togo, which is an independent country, different from Ghana. Speaker, per your guidance and wisdom, I'm inviting you to direct the honorable member to provide better particulars to the allegations she just made. It's very important.
Honorable Sowa, you've not been invited to speak, please.
Sorry? Oh.
Honorable Leader, your intervention, is it an issue that government has officially extended electricity to Togo? It could be an arrangement. So probably it's a purchase arrangement. So let's hold on. If you are inviting, we can ask her to provide better particulars with respect to that particular issue. So I don't think it's an issue that we need to bother ourselves with.
Speaker, we trust in this House. We trust in your guidance and wisdom. I am only demanding your guidance so that she will provide this information to the House. We all have interest in this. We get to know the facts.
Now let's turn to Honorable Member for Honorable Brian Echampo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm also happy to make a contribution today on the budget statements and economic policy of Ghana for the year ending December, for the period ending December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to focus my intervention wholly on environment because
Please, too much noise. Order.
Because I believe that environment matters. And on the lighter side, just like the way Parliament, for example, has been asking that the executive should be reminded that Parliament and the judiciary are also arms of government. In the same stretch, I also would like to remind ourselves that environment is also one of the pillars of development. And Mr. Speaker, when you follow development discourse, we have often talked about economic development, giving it some weight as against environment. And Mr. Speaker, since 1995 or so, when the world almost redefined what development must mean, in terms of finding it as sustainable development, which has environmental sustainability as one of the pillars of development, we have been committing ourselves to a number of policies that seeks to direct the globe towards pursuing economic development and at the same time ensuring that we do so without compromising the quality of our environment. And Mr. Speaker, just like we have agreed in the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 6, 13, 14, and 15, we have committed ourselves to clean water and sanitation. We have committed ourselves to climate actions. We have committed ourselves to quality life underwater, quality life on land. And all these things have strong implications for environmental sustainability. As a continent, we also have the same environmental aspirations. And particularly if you look at the goal number 7 of the Africa Agenda 2063, which focuses on or aims at environmental sustainability and climate resilient communities and economies. And so clearly the world is moving towards a place where we are not only thinking about economic development or growth, but we are also thinking about pursuing that growth in a way that does not compromise the quality of our environment. And Mr. Speaker, Ghana as a country, we have also committed ourselves to the same aspirations in many forms. If you look at our constitution, Article 36(9), the directive principles of state policy, clearly we are told that we must take steps to safeguard the quality of our environment and protect it. And so we have a constitutional injunction to do anything possible to make sure that as we pursue our development, trying to build our roads, build our schools, bridges, and what have you, we do so in a way that is environmentally sensitive. Again, we affirm this goal or aspiration in our long-term Ghana at 100 development framework, where we have stated that we want to build a well-planned and safe communities and households and protect our natural environment. Indeed, in the short term, in the coordinated program for social and economic policy of 2017 to 2024, we have again affirmed that belief that we want to safeguard the natural environment, ensure a resilient, built environment. The Speaker, so all these aspirations are there. Yet we have a number of challenges when it comes to environmental issues in our country. One of the issues that may come to mind is water pollution from illegal mining, poor sanitation, high volumes of domestic and industrial waste that we see. Indeed, in the program that was submitted by the President or by the Minister responsible for finance on behalf of the President, the budget statement on paragraph 256, Mr. Speaker, enlists a number of these challenges for our information. And Mr. Speaker, the bottom line or the overall effect of all the environmental challenges that we have is that we may conclude that our environment is not in the best of shape as it ought to be. Indeed, if you look at the 2020 Environmental Performance Index, the ranking, Ghana ranked 168 out of 108 that were assessed. And so it means that we have a long way to go as far as fiscal and monetary policies of state. Our environment our environmental performance index and I'd like to narrow down on 2 or 3 issues. The first is about waste management. And on that, if you look at electronic e-waste, what electronic waste or what we have come to refer to as e-waste, and also plastics, plastic waste. And that by 2020, the figures may double. And so, conservatively, one can say that probably we are moving beyond 500,000 metric tons of waste, plastic e-waste. Mr. Speaker, if you put this in context and you look at the way we are using plastic materials these days and electronic materials, computers, and what have you, all the electronic gadgets that is coming into the market, and the fact that technology is developing very fast, and these materials, we may be changing these gadgets over time. People use their phones, 1 year time, they drop it, use computers, the lifetime of computers dropped. So increasingly, we may be seeing the electronic waste, and therefore we must be preparing ourselves to how do we manage all this chunk of waste that is coming. Europe alone or globally, between 30 to 50 million tons of e-waste is produced in Europe. And most of the destinations that these waste end up are developing countries, and Ghana is a major destination of e-waste. So in the next 10 years and the next 20 years, what are we going to do? And let's remember that we are in one, and we have committed ourselves as a global world that by 2030, we are aiming to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And so we have a space of 10 years to make sure that we put interventions and policies in place to make sure that we are able to manage our waste very well and recycle as much as possible. And that is why I'm excited, Mr. Speaker, by the intervention that government has brought up. And particularly, I'd like to refer you to page 137, the paragraph 7.3, where government is piloting an incentive payment program for e-waste collection, and the pilot is happening at Old Fadama and Gobloshi. The idea is to make payments for people who collect electronic waste and give them more or less a competitive price for that. And if since 2020, the reports or the policy paper that has been given to us suggests that we have been able to do just 30 metric tons. Then, for a period of 1 year, then it means that to be able to deal with the almost 500,000, we have a long way to go. And that is why we need to be more aggressive as a country in dealing with electronic waste. And happily, on page 137 again, paragraph 740, we see government again coming in with an intervention of constructing handover centers at the premises of the GAEC, Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. And the purpose is to have this HOC serve as a receiving center for e-waste fractions from the informal collectors and individuals, and giving prices that are above the market value. In other words, government is incentivizing the collection of this e-waste in order that we will have a more regulated approach to managing e-waste. Mr. Speaker, on page number 137 again, paragraph 741 again, government proposes to deal with this problem, first of all, by promulgating a policy, the National Plastics Management Policy, and also develop a company implementation plan just in last year, May 2020. And indeed, it may interest you to know that Ghana is the first country to sign on to the National Plastics Action Partnership, and therefore it suggests to us that government indeed has a certain commitment towards managing plastic waste, and therefore moving us towards the environmental sustainability dreams that we have. So, Speaker, let me try to touch on the sensitive matter that is to deal with environmental financing. And I've heard many colleagues argue, especially when you come to the sanitation and pollution levy. And you see, I remember we tend to discount the contribution of the environment to our livelihoods and to our economy. As it were, capture the contribution of these intangibles in our national accounting system. Contrary to what is happening in many developed economies, a national accounting system that does not capture environmental action and climate actions. Our budgets clearly, our government of Ghana budget clearly would suggest to us that we may not be able to have the funds to do that, and that is why we need to be innovative and find alternative ways of mobilizing resources in order to finance our environmental programs. And so sustainable development as a vision in our Republic Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we are suspending the House for 1 hour.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my bra. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.